You can count when you're happy. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can count when you're sad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or count when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count when you're mad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Counting is wonderful. Counting is marvelous. Counting's terrific. And
hello, everyone, and welcome to Counting
I am
Kryptofreaks,
pleased to announce
The Revenge. It's me, Captain Logan, and joining me tonight for a 24-hour, but hopefully a couple hours less than that, stream. It is my new co-host, my new regular co-host for the Gauntlet that will be 244 Smallville episodes all told. It's John. Hello, John.
Hello.
Welcome to the show, sir. Are you excited? Are you ready for the insanity?
I am as excited as one can be.
Look at him. He's glowing like he's irradiated with kryptonite.
Yeah.
And you're wearing Thor. That's not Superman.
Look how committed he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing... I wore this specifically for this show.
Yeah, what the heck?
And guesting for just the first few hours tonight, it's Austin the Day Ghost.
Unfortunately.
Austin has seen hardly any Smallville whatsoever. Obviously, I've seen the whole show minus maybe a couple episodes. I think there might be some real late that I missed at some point. We'll have to see when we get there. Yeah, I think there are maybe 2 or 3 episodes of the show that I
just admitted to being a fraud, basically.
Yeah, no, I'm a complete fraud. Well, I was a huge fan of the beginning of the first few episodes or seasons, pardon me, of the show, and then
I really liked the first 2 episodes.
Yeah,
so
it all kind of falls off after Hourglass. And then John told me that he knows the back end of this a lot better than the first half, and I know the early seasons better, so I think he and I will help fill in each other's gaps quite a bit with this. As a lot of you guys know, I was doing a show on Smallville for years, and it took 11 years to get through almost the first 3 seasons in a couple of different formats. And I canceled the show, I brought it back, I canceled it again, and finally I went, this is driving me nuts, I gotta find some way to finally get through this whole show. And I thought about doing it in just season overviews, and I kicked around bringing back the commentaries again, and going all the way through it that way, but there wasn't as much interest in that. And so finally, I threw my hands in the air after the 24-hour stream we did earlier in the year, that it went pretty well, and that was a lot of fun to do for the DCAU, and I went, I could just do Smallville that way and see how quickly we can go through the whole 10 seasons and do it kind of like the old Manias. And that's what we're going to do. So here in just a few minutes, we're going to start the first episode. I don't want to have too much preamble, but I do have to set up some of the activities we're going to have going on through the season, because there's a lot of fun stuff that we're going to be doing to kind of try to keep this lively and fun for everybody. So just bear with me a couple of minutes as I go through that stuff. I've been preparing for the show this week, but not watching Smallville. I decided to do this kind of semi-blind, and John has not watched through any of the show either, so we're going to be calling this based on the knowledge that we have already and reacting to things as they come up. I know the first 3 seasons super well, and I'm a little rusty, but beyond that, some of it, I know 4 and 5 decently well too, but some of it's going to kind of blindside me a little bit here and there, I'm sure, and like I said, it'll be like the old Manias, it'll be a lot of fun. Let me talk for a second about some of the things that you see on your screen there. First of all, we've got the count, and we're not going to be counting quite as many categories as we did in the old regular show, but I did put quite a few of the old categories there. If you think of something early on that you think that we should be counting that's not there, let me know and I'll consider it. Just leave a comment, and hopefully I will see that. And let me just run down this real quick. So each season we're going to probably take a thing or two off and add a thing or two, that just things that make sense to count through seasons. We're trying to pick things that are going to come up quite a bit, because this is a real formulaic show with a lot of repetition, and that's why it's fun to count things. And I felt like the counting aspect of this was always too big of a thing and too much fun to leave off. So we are going to be doing that, but it's not going to be a perfect count. We're certainly going to miss things, because we're going to be discussing the show as we're watching it. There's no way we don't leave some things on the table. So we're going to ask you guys for your help as much as possible in helping us keep track of all of this stuff. So we're going to be counting Kryptofreaks. It's in the title. We're going to count every time Clark is on green kryptonite, car crashes, bullet time, rude super speed exits. That's whenever Clark just dashes off and doesn't tell anybody and basically acts like Batman but with super speed. We're going to be counting convenient unconsciousness, which is in almost every episode thing in the first season. Characters walking away from each other angry. Bad guys dying, love triangles, Clark and Lana in the loft. I always like counting that because it's just ridiculous how many times they show up in that area together. Parents or friends being kidnapped or almost killed. I'm throwing all of that together. That was like 2 or 3 different things I used to count. Somebody learns Clark's secret. It'll be fun to have a tally of just the sheer number of people that know that Clark has superpowers before Lana Lang. Lex getting knocked out or shot happens a shocking number of times. Characters having amnesia. John wanted to count the number of times the wall of weird shows up. I think we'll probably count the actual wall and anytime someone says wall of weird. And finally, and this will be the most arbitrary and subjective of them probably, blatant DC or Superman references. And I want to blend in Superman S's and shields with that too. I used to count that separately. We'll throw all that together in a blender, and then eventually John and I talked this out, eventually that category will transform into just characters and actual DC lore. So anytime we have actual DC lore, we'll put that in references, but eventually this just turns into a Superman show. We'll count that all as the same category. So you see the Spawnville cover there on the screen. That was written by my good buddy Tyler Overall, who is drawing slowly but surely a Smallville / Spawn parody comic that I wrote, and we're hoping to get that out to you guys at some point. That will be a free download. We're probably going to do some giveaways. We can't sell that because of the nature of what it is, but I wanted to do some kind of cool giveaway tonight. So throughout the show, 3 times, and so you have a chance at this if you stick around for at least a few hours. 3 times during the show, we're going to choose honorary Kryptofreaks, and each honorary Kryptofreak will get their name in the stream for the rest of the stream, and I'll probably put it in the next one also. And then you'll also get a print of the oversized print in glossy of the Spawnville cover by Tyler Overall, and that should be a fun prize, so I'm going to send those out after the stream. So all you got to do is help us with the count. We're going to be taking a look at the chat, and whoever John and I decide are the most helpful kind of MVPs of the stream, we're going to choose one together, and that person will get a Spawnville cover print. We're going to do that, like I said, 3 times during the show. And the other thing I wanted to point out is the Super Chat menu. We're not going to do a Super Chat goal or anything tonight, and as always, we really appreciate you if you decide to help support the channel and the show. You can leave a Super Chat in any dollar amount. We will make sure and talk about whatever aspect of the thing you want us to talk about, of course, but also I'm going to be doing I'm going to be using a soundboard throughout the show just to kind of keep things fun and light and silly. And you can put in a $2 super chat, and I will play a random sound from the soundboard that I put together. A lot of it is from Superman the movie, but there's a bunch of other random things in there as well.
You see what I have to work with here.
Like that. And you can also, with a $5 super chat, spin the Wheel of Weird, which will make John or I or both of us do some odd activity, usually for about 5 minutes during the stream. Sometimes it's other things. I'm not even letting John know what is on the wheel yet, but there will be some fun, silly things in there, and Austin can participate with that as well if it happens while he's here. And finally, with a $10 super chat, you can make me engage in Kryptofreak karaoke, which I'll be doing in between episodes. We're going to be taking a break, by the way, each couple of episodes, for about 5 minutes or so, and then later on into the night, we'll take longer breaks for meals and stuff, of course. And I will pick a song, or you can ask me for a particular song that was in Smallville, and I will sing it and probably make fun of the band that played that song, but that won't be during the episode. I'll do that in between for anybody that finds that annoying, but I think that's fun to do, and somebody else might as well. Okay, that is my preamble. Hopefully I got through everything I needed to mention. Austin, John, does anybody have any questions?
I don't, but I think Austin does.
Yeah, go ahead, Austin.
First of all, I'm disappointed that there's no picture of the count in the list of things that you're counting.
I didn't have any. Look at this board. Where was I going to put it?
Yeah, I don't know, just like on the side. But I think you should add one more thing for just any time the man with the yellow hat shows up and sets up a shared universe.
You're thinking of, I was going to say the wrong franchise, but a franchise that in your head does that.
I feel like that probably happens every couple episodes.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing something real quick to appease Austin, everybody. Now, it is his fault that our time is being wasted right now.
Austin.
Thanks everybody for popping in for the craziness that is going to be this show. We've got 22 episodes to go through.
Yeah, there he is.
And I just, real quick, I saw somebody in the comments talking about horror posters. Thank you. I got them rehung up today because the sticky things that you use to hang posters up are awful.
Yeah, good job. Did you just use tacks like I suggested?
I did not have any, so I just used more sticky stuff and hope that it stays up there.
Oh, this is going to be fun because you know at least one is going to drop during the stream.
Oh, absolutely.
I hope it happens when I'm here. That'd be awesome. Count every time John's posters fall.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean...
That'd be a short count because if it falls, it's staying where it's at.
That's true.
Pick it up and put it
Yeah,
back.
no, you won't get a count necessarily, John, but you will get one of these. We'll just play that whenever a poster drops.
You get one of what?
Were we supposed to hear something?
Oh, you guys can't hear what I'm playing right now?
No.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix it. Oh, that's unfortunate.
But John's posters, they get knocked down, but they get up again. You're never going to keep them down. You got to count it.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I was so confused. I saw this look on your face, like, why would you play that? I'm like, 'cause it's an explosion.
See, earlier you played a sound effect, but all I could hear was you typing at your keyboard, and I was like, wait a minute, was the typing the sound effect?
The typing, yes, the typing is the sound effect. No, I played a sound effect from '89. Okay, so...
that makes more sense. I was like, what a lame sound to put in your soundboard.
Okay, everybody get your pilot set up, get it at timestamp 0. I'm going to be playing from the Blu-rays, and because I talked too long, my Blu-ray player is already timed out, so I gotta get the disc set back up again.
Take me to the pilot of your soul. Here we go.
Birdhouse in your soul? What?
No. Cap.
Austin. I can't decide if I'm wishing you were staying for this whole thing or glad you're not. I'm not.
Oh, Amazon says the show's rated 16 and up for violence, foul language, and sexual content. I don't know about this. This was like a primetime show.
I could see that fluctuating between seasons. That sounds more like season 6.
Oh, okay.
Than anything. But I still don't buy 16. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I don't understand ratings in general.
They did advertise it as good sex, bad Lex, so...
Yeah, I remember that. Okay, so my apologies for how long we're taking to set up here, but we're just about to get started, everybody. So, like I said, bring up your pilot, make sure you're at timestamp 0. I'm going to attempt, like I did with the last 24-hour stream, to remember to start the timer every time so that if anybody needs a timestamp, you can just take a look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen for the numbers. Okay, is everybody ready?
Yep.
Austin, are you set up?
Yep. Let's do
Jared
it.
Gearhart, how much better do the Blu-rays look, Cap? They look actually really good.
I gotta get my hands on those.
Ow. I almost swore I hurt my hand.
Sorry, guys, give me just 1 second here. All right. We're about to get
Noah.
started. Yes?
He wishes us luck.
I mean, you guys will need it.
Yeah, seriously. No, I'm stalling because I'm terrified. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
Oh my god, it's so loud. Gotta turn that down.
Space. Okay,
Terrible
so
looking meteors.
Oh,
immediately,
I played this game.
and I'm gonna try not to talk too much about stuff that happens later, but I do have to mention, because it always cracks me up, that retroactively, when you know that the ship itself is allergic to kryptonite, it is hilarious that it's surrounded by it at the beginning of the show. There should be no show.
Population 25,001.
So there is our first blatant DC reference with Oliver Queen, or with Queen's father, I should say, mentioned on a newspaper being presumed dead. And it is crazy that that's there, because a lot of people wouldn't even know who Green Arrow is at this point. He's not anything like as popular in the mainstream as he would be later, and a lot because of the show by season 6. So retroactively, it looks like foreshadowing. And there's Aunt Nell. And everybody knows how much I love Aunt Nell.
Ugh.
And there's Lana from Superman 3.
Yep, that's true.
I do want to say, to give this show props up front, these are my favorite Kents.
Yep, mine as well.
Especially Jonathan Kent.
Let's also rope in alum actors to blatant DC references, so we'll pop that up to 2 already.
I was going to say earlier, I'm surprised that you didn't have that.
It doesn't come up as often early on, and so it would just kind of sit there.
Oh, okay.
A discussing topic says he also hates Aunt Nell. She's so condescending to Martha in the first scene. From the beginning, she's obnoxious. She's very petty.
Well, speaking of petty, because we're almost at the intro, right?
No, you're not going to get the intro, actually, in the pilot.
Ah, dang. Okay.
It's going to have a very small letter in a real typical, just, normal font at the bottom that just says Smallville. This shot is in the intro, however. We could count those in just this first episode.
Are you going to count bad CGI?
In 2001, that looked really good for television.
Yeah.
And I'm going to take up for that all day long. You and I have real different perspectives on this kind of thing, Austin, because when this show was on, when it aired, it kind of blew everybody away with how good it looked. And the production values were shockingly high for this period in this kind of show. This is also a really expensive show.
Very Children of the Corn shot right here.
Yep. Also, very believable red hair. I really buy that kid is not wearing a wig.
Yeah, we get one redheaded character in this pilot, and it's Lex.
Well, didn't they take that off of?
He goes bald.
Chucky doll.
It sure looks like it. Oh, by the way, did you notice the foreshadowing, John, with the crow that got almost hit by a tiny meteor?
I did not. I saw the crow,
it was
but I must have
foreshadowing
missed
the Scarecrow kid, and then later that's going to happen to Clark, and he's got the S because of Superman, and that's also a blatant reference. So let's count that.
And I remember because I watched the first few seasons of this on DVD to catch up, because I think the show was already in its 5th or 6th season by the time I got into it. But the shot that we'll get later of him on the Scarecrow as the Scarecrow is one of the first images I ever saw from the show. I don't know if that was like something they used for advertising outside of that, but
well, and that's kind of the big iconic image early on, and I'd say for this whole show, really, like when people think of Smallville, it's Clark strung up on the field with the S written on him, which is an obvious kind of Jesus allegory, obviously.
yeah.
Okay, so we can't count all the car crashes here, because there's going to be lots of them. And I don't even know how much of this, I said this back in the old scripted show, I don't even know how much of this should count, because it's kind of just cars exploding. A lot of them aren't even driving. They're just getting, look at the slow motion. I don't think we can call that bullet time.
Yeah, that's
versus slow motion.
I don't think it counts for any of that.
Bag sent in a $4.99 super chat that just says somebody saved me.
He says Mobile wouldn't let him do $5, but at least he tried. It's funny, we're not even going to get the Somebody Save Me song. And we're not counting signs blowing up, but we just lost the Smallville population sign. And that's another certainly iconic image. I think whoever put that together did a really good job making something kind of eye-catching and that sticks with people. It is really silly to me that this town doubles in population because it got destroyed by meteors. I've never understood that. Okay, I'm gonna have a rule in the show, if I can remember to do it, that when and I didn't do it in the first shot, but I'm gonna do it now. Whenever John Glover shows up on screen, I'm gonna let my John Glover hair down because I've got real long hair like John Glover.
Every time I see John Glover, all I can think of is RoboCop 2, where they do those like fake product advertisements, because he's one of the like salesmen in one of those advertisements.
Okay, well that definitely counts as a car crash. John, should we just count this as one, or should we put in another one for the other cars that sort of crashed? Just like
I would say just one, because this is the only definitive like. The rest of them are just kind of exploding. This one's
they just kind of blew up. It's not a car crash.
I also used to count characters upside down in the show, and I'm not going to put that in the count because it doesn't happen as much as I remembered it.
Yeah,
it's good that they flipped their car and they have like barely a scratch.
They got real lucky there.
I do like that they're showing the dual origin for Clark and in a way Lex. I like when they do that and stuff, if it's not done terribly.
Yeah, and then when we go back to it in the second season and add to it, it kind of works. Most of it is not too retconny and piled on. I don't know if you remember that episode.
Clark looks older than I would have expected.
Yes, but that makes sense when you have a 23-year-old man playing a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I guess this 12-year-old child is supposed to be 3 months.
Tom just put in a $2 super chat and said this shot is similar to the scene of Future Lex.
Why are you here?
Oh my god, that scared me. I genuinely flinched. I don't know if you guys saw that. I was like, oh. Wait. Tom left a $2 super chat and all you could say was, why are you here? It's rude.
Thanks for being here, Tom. That was just the first thing I saw. I thought it'd be funny. So now we're going to jump to today. Look, guys, it's today. It's 2023.
Fast forwarded to an Applebee's commercial.
I love that it says today and then instantly shows the most 2001 looking operating system that I've ever seen.
Well, that's what it looked like back then, today.
I know, it's just funny.
Also, I don't remember Pepsi
In
cans ever
retroactive.
looking like that. There's a lot of product placement in this first scene.
I guess I should say the most 2000s looking like TV OS, because in my experience, most operating systems in movies and television shows never look like the real thing.
I have, of course, watched this pilot a ridiculous number of times, and I was about to say, I think it's honeycomb on the table. Yep, it's honeycomb.
Yeah. Which is a nasty cereal.
I mean, most cereals are gross.
There's like two that I like, but otherwise I agree.
So obviously, one of the reasons the show was as successful as it was early on is because this cast is so well put together. I think Glover and Schneider are both genius choices. And it always kind of surprises me. I have to kind of remind myself that the first actor you see in the show is John Glover. And he had no idea he was going to be recurring, much less, or as recurring as he was, much less a series regular by season 4. He thought he was doing a day job.
I'd say through most of the show, it's carried just by like how good the casting was.
For the soundboard, Cap,
Yeah.
every time Allison Mack shows up on camera, you should have Return to the Mac, just the like chorus line part play. That'd be awesome.
Oh, and I meant to play dings whenever we counted stuff, but I forgot to do that. So there's one.
So,
God.
my
like
timeline
this.
is a little
Scared me.
rusty. This came out before the first Raimi movie, right?
Yes, just a year before though, and then of course, the main writers of the show wrote Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
Which is why the relationship stuff in that, in my mind, is as bad as it is, because it is just Clark and Lana again.
Well, and that's where I prove that I'm a hypocrite, because I like this show and I hate Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, but do you like it despite the relationship drama?
I mean, I always tell
got to
people that I
hesitate.
like Smallville despite itself. And I think the difference, because I was thinking about this, I think the difference is that I like this cast more than I do the cast of Spider-Man 2, other than Doc Ock. Because I've never been a big fan of Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man. And I think Kristen Dunst is terrible.
The big reason I can't stop going back to this and talking about it is because I was such a huge fan of it when it was first on, and I was almost the same age and grade that Clark is supposed to be in the show. I actually was a grade ahead of him, which was really funny watching this because I was like, he looks a lot older than me, and I'm supposed to be a year older than he is. But I've always said that I have a real love-hate relationship with the show. It drives me insane, but there's still something about it that I can't stop appreciating. So we'll talk about the goods and the bads. It is the best of shows. It is the worst of shows.
This was my introduction to Superman as a character.
I'm sorry to hear that. There is Lana's plot device necklace, so that Clark can't get too close to her, and so that we can make up a real easy way for him to get sick and lose his powers and be the Scarecrow.
Does this count as him on Green Kryptonite?
Yes. Yes, it does.
And Love Triangle, right? Because Whitney's gonna show up.
Yep.
Oh, get it? It's Nietzsche. Because Superman. Get it? Oh, and she just said Superman. That's a ding.
Oh, yeah, it is. God, I can't keep up with all of this.
That's a ding. That's a ding.
Boy, Austin, you're going to have to stay, man.
I know. I'm like the only one who's working. You should count every time there's an S on screen.
So we are... well, and I should count the first time we see a Smallville high S, probably.
Yeah, because there's an S in the background from that Crow's logo.
Yeah, we'll just count it the one time. But yeah, John, one of the things that infuriates me about the show is, and it's hard to be totally consistent about it, but we don't even try just how general or how we don't even sorry, I'm distracted by stuff. We don't even try to be consistent about the proximity to kryptonite. So you've got the necklace, and the piece of rock is very small, and she's not that close to him after he drops to the floor or to the ground in the first place, and then he's still just like really sick over it. Later on, you'll have like mounds of kryptonite, and he can just go to the next room, but he's fine.
Well, and like, why isn't she affected by wearing radioactive rocks? And here he is, my favorite Lex Luthor.
Yep, mine as well. Of course, it's the one. I mean, it's the main redeeming thing about this show. It's not the only thing that works, but it's the most consistently quality thing in the show. And I've always said that it feels a lot of the time like the Clark stuff and the Lex stuff are written by different people.
Well, because it's not like it's trying to be more of a, I guess, an evolving tragedy, whereas this is just high school drama written by people who don't understand drama.
Yeah, and yet there's a lot of paralleling between the two characters, and they inform each other, and all of that stuff is interesting on paper anyway.
How do you feel about their Pete?
He's unfortunately kind of a plank of wood, and that's not the actor's fault, of course. Like they never give him anything to do. This is, of course, the most important car crash in the series we're about to get here.
Yeah.
I'll just count it now.
I agree with you. I think the most time he has a personality is later on in the show, and it's an awful episode.
Yeah, well, the only thing they ever found for him to do was knowing Clark's secret.
Mm-hmm.
And that ended up being his prevailing character thing. And they got a little bit of mileage out of that, exploring... I love the sped up footage there, exploring, what that would do to a friend of a guy who's going to be a superhero, and if anybody finds out that he knows, and how that's kind of too much to ask for anybody. Like, it was a good idea because it gives us a really good argument for Jonathan's insistence on Clark never telling anybody about the secret, but he ends up just being kind of a plot device. And it takes us too long to get there. We should have had that from the beginning. If Pete knows the secret in the first episode, or finds it out in the first episode, that probably immediately gives him more to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've said that or had that thought before, but...
And it always feels like once he leaves, they kind of just retroactively pretend it's always been Clark and Chloe.
Yeah.
Which shows how expendable he was.
Well, and what's weird is how long it takes still for her to find out, even after he leaves.
Yeah, it's a whole nother season.
I think it is.
Yeah, because I believe, if my timeline is right, he finds out and leaves in season 3, and then I know for a fact that she doesn't find out until season 4. Because I remember that episode very well, for some reason.
I am that jerk.
It was always funny to me.
He's wearing a red cape. Lex is also kind of wearing a red cape.
Yeah?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the red
John,
cape.
I forgot what I was going to say. I had a point, but it escaped me. Not true. Chloe and Clark talks. Oh, do they talk about it? Okay. Keep in mind, guys, it's been a long time. I'm just what I remember.
Pete finds out in 2. No, I don't think Chloe finds out until 4.
No, Chloe does find out in 4 because it's the episode where Chloe finds out is, I think, the episode where that Kryptofreak that Clark dates comes back.
Yep.
And she sets it up for her to find out.
And she sees him grab a car to prevent a car crash. Because it's Smallville, so there's got to be car crashes. And
well, to be fair, that's a staged car crash.
Okay, that's fair.
She stages it so that he has to catch the car.
And now he's being a peeping Tom Welling.
Yeah, no, I want somebody to re-edit this because he's so much older that it just looks like he's a weird, like, pervert spying on teenagers.
Yeah,
he's like hanging out at the bleachers. Now he like.
And even if he looked more like a teenager, this is still not a thing we do now. I don't think and play it as endearing.
Unless you're Sony and it's Amazing Spider-Man 2. No.
I like Kristen Kurek a lot better in the earlier episodes, before they start writing her, pretty whiny and she gets real. I forget the word I'm looking for.
She kind of becomes more
sanctimonious.
the stereotypical popular sanctimonious.
Yeah, like I can almost get why Clark likes her early on just based on personality, but they still don't talk about anything. They don't have anything in common. Clark has
It's kind of like how Mary Jane goes from a kind of cool person at the beginning of Spider-Man 1, and by Spider-Man 2, she's a lot of leg.
Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Like early on, they're both kind of reasonable and they're thoughtful and they're not so super self-serious all the time. That was a poster.
I never hated her at the beginning. I always just thought she was just kind of there. I like their Lois much better.
Yeah, I just like some of her acting choices.
For sure.
Like, I don't think they give her much on the page, really. So we've got our first Kryptofreak.
Well, and I have that with their Lois. I don't know if there's much on the page, but that actress does a good job of what she's given.
I think so too. Obviously, we'll talk about that a lot later. Lois in this show is played by a really good actress, and I like some of the character choices and stuff, but I fundamentally never liked having her there that early. And the way they introduce her to Clark with the whole, like, the kind of evil Kal-El thing, I really resisted.
Should that count as a DC reference? The guy's, like, covered in blue lighting. He's all blue and he's got lightning powers.
Oh, is he Superman Blue? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
I think he just generically has lightning powers.
Yeah, but they made him all blue in that shot.
Yeah, I think that's a stretch, Austin.
Whatever, I would count that.
That's a little bit of a stretch.
Shut up!
Oh, Cap. Oh. You smushed me.
So I really like the kind of interpersonal drama with Clark and his father in this first episode. Welling, I think, does the best he can as a inexperienced actor. I think it, and I've listened to his and Rosenbaum's show. I'm not cut up on that. I've watched most of the first season, and he talks a lot about how little experience he had and didn't really know what he was doing, and says a lot of the same things I did about his acting early on, where he is really elevated by really good actors around him. And he's got a lot of good instincts, but he does sometimes look a little, just unsure of himself. And I don't want to say he's sleepwalking through scenes, but he looks a little timid. This is one of those cases where I think you've got an actor that's picked mostly based on his look. Like, he looks like Superman in the face.
Yeah.
But John, do you agree that he gets kind of better as he goes along, but he's also kind of fighting with a lot of not great material sometimes?
No, I'd agree with that. I really like, at least in performance-wise, especially when we get to the later seasons where it's just a Superman show, he plays it as someone who is much more confident and is learning, even if it's not written to be, he's learning.
Green Vader says Welling kills it right from the start. I couldn't imagine Jensen Ackles in the role. Yeah, he auditioned for it too, and I think that's the reason he's in 4. They remembered him and came back to him. And I can't imagine that either. Okay, so that is not what the Kryptonian alphabet will look like later on. It's a little similar. There's a couple of symbols that are kind of close, but you have to use your imagination because they're basically working with stand-in props right now. They're gonna retcon what all the Kryptonian stuff looks like a little bit later, because they basically had to rush some of the stuff into production to get the pilot out on time. So they have like a ship that I don't think they're planning on using later, because they don't. Later on, they've got the ship that's actually shaped like the Superman crest. That's not what this first one looks like. It kind of looks like a tiny Doomsday machine from Star Trek original series.
I'm gonna be honest though with the Jensen thing. I don't know if that would be good, but that was something I'd be curious about because I think he is a better actor than Welling. It doesn't show in Smallville, but I've seen him in other stuff, and he's quite good.
They should have made him Bizarro in this.
That comes later.
Yeah, it does.
It's a thing. It was very shocking to me as someone who, like I said, this is.
Look, sorry, the ship just looks like a shell, like some kind of alien's gonna pop out of it.
Yeah, it's the little stuff like that I've forgotten. Because I just remember the one we'll get later.
Hayden Spring, I don't want to be mean, but I always saw Tom Welling as a little full of himself, mostly that he acts like he's too good to wear the suit. I think if you listen to his podcast with Rosenbaum, Talkville, where they're going through each of these, I've always hated this, the wings behind
I love
him.
that he's standing.
It's like that Twilight shot where there's the owl behind Robert Pattinson.
Yeah, and this is 7 years before that.
Damn.
Or 6, but yeah, they used that image in a lot of places too. There's a novel that used that on the cover. They really liked their ironic and poetic symbolism, like really obvious in your face symbolism.
Does Lana just ride around on a horse a lot in the show?
A little, yeah.
Weird. She's the chick who drives the horse.
She does have horses. And Lex owns the stables that her horses are stabled at. Green Vader Cap, I also have that Luthor Corp shirt. Yeah, I just bought this for the show. I'm going to try to have a different Smallville shirt for every show we do. John, we could have counted Dry Ice, I think.
Yeah?
I'm not going to, but we could have.
I've always thought this was extremely awkward.
Yes. No, I don't like the choice here at all. This writing is really strange. And go back and watch Mask of the Phantasm, and it makes it so much worse, because that's
all I was thinking.
That kind of does this, but in a not awkward way, and it's real kind of charming and endearing there. And here it's just
scary. Here
he's sitting there listening to her talk to her dead parents, and it's
which one started a cult or ran a cult?
Well, and this is going to be an interesting watch because since the last time that I've watched the show all the way through, I've now seen, like Mask of the Phantasm, Batman animated series, Superman the animated series. I've read some Superman comics.
Oh, you've actually looked at things with Superman in them.
Yeah. But but this is where I proved to be a fraud because all of my favorite Superman adaptations are the ones that everybody else hates. Like this one.
This is another place where you could kind of see part of the series just ending here, where he's like, you know what, I don't know if I'm as enamored with her anymore. She's like talking to her dead parents in front of me. It's really weird.
It would save us a lot of headache for the next 6 seasons.
Exactly. She made a gay joke to her dead parents in front of me. It was weird. I don't know if I want to date this person. Megan Spirit, I think this scene is supposed to be awkward, Cap. Clark is clearly kind of awkward in this scene. It's supposed to play more charming than it does.
It's like a charming awkwardness. Well, this is more like a creepy awkwardness.
Yeah. And I remember...
I can kind of see that, Robert.
And I remember early season 1 episode. The first time I saw this, this being one of the scenes that stood out as, I don't know that I would have written it like that.
I do like Superman 4. I think it's pretty funny.
Oh yeah, sorry, I missed what Robert said a second ago. But yeah, I agree with you guys. That does kind of look like a Buffy scene. And they always had, the dry ice, the fog machines.
I love it when women are talking to me and they're like, this is the longest we've ever talked. We should do it again sometime. That's funny.
It's also kind of odd retroactively when you know that one of her parents wasn't actually her real parent. Well, that's leading them on a little bit.
Yeah, but we gotta set... Oh, is this a love triangle moment?
Well, we're just counting love triangles. We've already set up the love triangle.
Oh, okay, so not individual moments. Just...
No, I mean, we could be counting moments of love triangle phase if you think that's more fun, because that would be
we're in the X-Mansion.
That'd be the second one of those. Yes, that is the X-Mansion. That's used
and then
as
later the Queen Mansion.
Mansions for everything, yes. And that drove me crazy, John, in Arrow, that, like, Smallville had just ended, and the first superhero thing they do, they immediately bring that house back. I was like, are you serious?
So I remember when I first started Arrow, like I watched the pilot when it aired. The first two things I noticed, and I think it was the pilot, was the mansion, because of course. But I also was like, they just made another Chloe character. It was very strange.
Dagon Spear kissing him on the cheek is leading him on. I think a little bit. I mean, she's got to know that he's into her. And also her boyfriend's right behind them, and does she not know he's there? I don't know.
No, of course she doesn't. It's more dramatic when nobody knows he's there, so that he can see.
Okay. The weirdest possible way to lose your hair. Lex is essentially our first Kryptofreak, and I actually think I'm going to count it because he lost his hair because of
the
kryptonite.
Inability to grow hair is his power.
Yeah, his power is not having hair.
It's my power, my curse.
Yeah, no, you know what? I won't count it yet because there's kind of that question later on about whether he is like really durable. And because of what happened to him in the meteor shower, and then they just kind of drop it. That's the whole thing in the beginning of season 3.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, John, when he crashes on the island?
Yeah, because there's something about like his white blood cells are producing quicker than.
Oh, we're talking about flying here. That's sort of a reference.
Yeah.
After having watched a lot of Rosenbaum's podcasts lately, because it's a wonderful podcast, both the Smallville one and the regular one, it's weird seeing him so much younger.
It is. And it's also crazy just how polar opposite he is, the actor is from this character. I mean, he's nothing at all like Lex Luthor.
Yeah, if anything, I'd say he's more like his portrayal of Wally in Justice League.
Sure. Yeah, I'll buy that. Oh, it's kind of cool that I never noticed that before. It's kind of cool that the logo on the population sign is on a grocery bag. And I think we're about to get the Wall of Weird, John.
I'm gonna be watch it be like I remember them mentioning it like constantly, and then it's like we get this one reference, and then
when you said that, I was like, I don't know that it comes up that much, but it's the only thing you asked for, so I'll put it on there.
They're all wearing like Power Rangers colors.
That's true. You know what? This pilot is a better Power Rangers movie than the 2017 Power Rangers movie.
Yeah. Well, and immediately, at least like in my brain, because obviously I'm a big fan of the show, but this is very, very Buffy. You know, you've got your main character who's kind of the chosen one, even if they don't know it yet, and their two sidekicks. At least my brain goes to Buffy.
Okay, John, you got one.
I got one. Let's see if it's the last one.
There it is. John, you have a wall in your house that looks like that, where you just put up a bunch of random newspaper clippings?
I do not.
Oh, you should do that.
I should, yeah.
Apparently, in a TV show or a movie, if you want to make up a fake Time cover, you have to send the photography to Time magazine, and they have to sign off on it as like looking like something they would actually publish. They did it with that, and they also did it with the Christopher Reeve episode.
Oh, interesting.
It's weird.
That sound effect was really unnecessary and kind of funny. Did you notice that? I never caught that before. When the camera spins around to Whitney and it went...
Yeah.
Was that necessary? Oh, look, Clark's on Green Kryptonite again. And from the same source.
It's very convenient that he's wearing that right now.
Yeah, he only did that because it's kryptonite. There's no reason for him to be like, I'm gonna put my girlfriend's necklace on you.
No, it's completely contrived. He's like, oh, you like my girlfriend? How about I give you her necklace? And then later, he's gonna, and I mean, I guess I'm glad there are consequences, but he's gonna suffer consequences. She's gonna be mad at him for losing her necklace. Why would you risk that? And it makes him...
Yeah.
There's a lot of this kind of stuff in the show where it makes him more of a jerk than I think the script intends him to seem, because she... And this is also kind of a weird, creepy thing. She's wearing the part of the rock that killed her parents. But, like, that's a really special artifact for her. Why would you risk that?
Well, and I just love that Lana ends up being more mad that he lost this necklace than he kidnapped someone and left them strung up in the middle of a cornfield.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a very valuable plastic piece of green rock.
That's a really good point. I mean, she's not happy about that either, but...
I know, I feel like in a sane relationship, that would be like kind of a relationship ending, potential relationship ending thing.
If you build it, he will come.
So, do you get it? He's crucified.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, John, that was lost on me the first 6 times I saw this pilot, but on viewing number 7.
I also just love that it has, like, it lasts for, like, 2 seconds, because Lex is just here.
Yeah. So how did he hear that? Does he have super hearing? Like, he's pretty far in there, and it sounded like he was just standing right behind him. Help me.
Were the kryptonite turned off?
Yep. Yeah, that happens all the time.
That doesn't make any sense.
And then see, like, even in just this episode, we can't be remotely consistent about it. It's totally arbitrary. We're like, he's standing 6 inches away from it. And it's not affecting him anymore. And, like, was it killing him or not? You know? Because, like, in that first scene, when it was across the way in the yard, he was still affected by it. But he had it touching his skin, and as soon as it came off of him, he was just fine. I don't know. This is always a problem with Kryptonite, but it's to the nines with this show. And part of the problem, too, is just that Kryptonite is not rare in Smallville. And it's all, like, it's the most common mineral in the town. And, John, was it you or Austin earlier who asked why, like, Lana doesn't get sick wearing that? That's actually a thing they are consistent about in this show. We don't really have the, like, Lex poison ring thing. Or maybe later on they do say something about that, but early on you don't get the sense that there's enough radiation that it affects anybody but Kryptonians in any way at all, because otherwise nobody could live in this town. Like, it's everywhere. But Clark shouldn't be able to live in this town because he's surrounded by it on all sides, everywhere he goes.
Yeah, because it was super over the top with that meteor shower.
This kid's plan to, like, I assume, to release the sprinklers and then electrocute everyone.
Yes.
It's very Carrie.
It's Carrie. Yep. Yeah, from the beginning, there's a weird amount of horror sensibilities with the show. And I've always thought some of that, I mean, obviously some of that is just to make it feel like a somewhat more adult thing and try to get people to watch it. And it's kind of what's in vogue on television right then. But also, this show, and I've talked about this before, but it uses a lot of the crew from X-Files.
Oh, okay.
And once you know that, I mean, it's shot in Vancouver. The composer is the X-Files composer. I think some other people on set are from that show. It starts to kind of feel like just more X-Files as a Superman prequel once you realize that. Because in format, it's got a lot of things in common with that show, too. You've got the mythology episodes, and you've got the singular throwaway episodes. You've got Chloe investigating stuff, like weird unexplained things. Nobody believes her, just like Fox Mulder. Like, there's a lot of X-Files in this show.
I've only seen the first couple seasons of that show. I liked what I saw.
And I think maybe they're thinking that angle works because Superman is an alien.
Yeah, Amnesia.
Oh, yep, there's your Amnesia.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
That's extremely convenient, Amnesia.
Yes.
But, you know, John, at least it gets out right away and lets you know how contrived and convenient the show's going to be. Like, you kind of know what you're getting yourself into right off.
Yeah. I think this is a strong introduction to what the show is going to be.
Absolutely. The good and the bad. I mean, it's a really good encapsulation of that. And I think all through the entire show, it remains in the top 5 for me, or at least top 10, which maybe for some people doesn't bode great for the show. A lot of shows that I've had huge issues with, they kind of start with a good pilot, and then it all goes downhill from there to some degree.
Clark and Lana in the Loft.
Enterprises like that? Oh, yes. Thank you very much.
Lana walks in and she's like, you know, Clark, I looked in your telescope. It's pointed right at my bedroom.
You know, if there's one thing I will give them kudos for, they really get their money's worth out of these sets.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, they did a spectacular job with standing sets. And they milked them for all they were worth, too.
Yeah.
Do you know how many redresses we get of the cellar?
No, I did not know.
Watch for it, John, because I think you'll see some of that even in this season, where we'd redress it to be other sets, villain layers. It's like the bad guy Shaq in Lone Ranger. Like, we just keep reusing it and redressing it constantly.
He hallucinated her?
That was
That's like some hero cake nonsense.
Yes, that part
so
did
I
not
guess
actually
everyone
happen.
Can just hear him whispering from far away.
See, everyone has super hearing in this show. Isn't that weird?
And there's the I think that's Lifehouse.
Yes, that is Lifehouse. And they have a couple of songs in the show.
Yeah.
Okay, so John, this is what I was talking about before we started recording. It's going to shoot up to the stars, and then it's going to cut to the executive producer's credits. But there's a cut of this that treats it like a 2-hour pilot, where the beginning of the next episode, the camera starts in the sky and just comes right back down to the bug boy. So when we get into the next episode, you'll see that and where exactly that cut would be. Or the lack of cut would be. So yeah, Mark Snow, and I think Mark Snow does the music for this show all the way up, or does he leave at some point?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a score guy, so I don't ever pay attention to the composer. Unless it's like a musician coming in that I know. Not in this show's case, but like David Finch, or is that his name? Uses Trent Reznor a lot, so like I know that because I like Trent Reznor.
You're so gonna start noticing it more doing anything with me because I can't stop talking about it.
You had briefly mentioned it. Are we flipping signs on episodes? Or?
Yes, we are flipping signs on episodes. Did you get a sign, John?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab my sign because that is the one thing I did not put on my desk. 1 second.
I didn't realize we had to flip signs on episodes.
How dare you?
Yeah, but I'm only going to keep track of the ones that John and I do since he and I are going to be here for the whole time. So
yeah,
you can totally do a sign flip, but don't feel like you have to because I'm not actually going to record it. But like I said, that is a top 10, if not top 5 episode of the show for me, so obviously I'm flipping green. I didn't want to do...
I am also flipping green.
Oh, hey, you made a sign!
Yeah.
Whoa! I think you're the first person that's actually just done it.
I didn't specifically ask him to, but it was really nice of him to do that. Thanks, John.
No worries. AMC, I like some Lifehouse songs, like stuff that I grew up with.
I do too. I like that song right there at the end, I'm not going to lie. But I'm kind of biased because I listened to the soundtrack of the show so much in high school. It was kind of my soundtrack. It was kind of the score of my life for a while. So I'm not very objective when it comes to some of that stuff. And some of it is
no, that's fair.
Legitimately kind of sappy, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I like some of that early 2000s emo stuff. I mean, that's not emo, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know. I like all kinds of music, and you know, there's stuff you're nostalgic for.
'Cause
I wouldn't
it's
call
all
it
I
emo.
want.
But I am curious, Austin. What did you think of the?
I just turn into John Mellencamp whenever I sing anything.
That was Bob Dylan, but I mean, it's all the same thing, really. And I will flip.
Oh,
Okay,
that
well,
sucked.
see, so Austin looks at this the same way my wife does. She does not see any of what I see in the show, save some of the Lex stuff.
No, I was painful. Let's go watch episode 2.
Oh, Austin, you have.
Do I have to skip past the recap, or no? I guess not.
No, we'll start with the recap.
Oh my God! Pause, Amazon.
Austin, you have no historical perspective.
Hey, what?
You may have hated the show when it was on too. It's hard to say. It's hard to say.
I think I would. I mean, I didn't watch it at the time because I was like, this looks bad. but I was also a kid, so it's like I don't want to watch like that. I want to watch like Spider-Man punch people in a cartoon where he didn't actually punch people.
So, John, we did have a $5 super chat earlier. $4.99. I'm going to count it as 5, and I didn't end up spinning the wheel because I didn't want to do anything silly during the pilot. But the second episode, there's going to be a little bit more downtime and maybe a little bit less to talk about. So I will go ahead and spin it now, and then we'll pick some point during this to do whatever the wheel comes up with. Are you ready? Here we go. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out what we get here. There's 15 different things on this wheel. And John is going to be inconveniently unconscious, so it's my show for 5 minutes. So at some point in this show, John, you just don't have to say anything for 5 straight minutes.
Okay. Robert Wild sent in a $2
You get to take a nap, sir.
Episode down, only 20 more to go.
Say again?
Robert Wild sent in a $2 super chat. This is 1 episode down, only 20 more to go.
Oh, thanks, Robert. Appreciate you, buddy.
Oh my god, this is like the most
Success! We've done it!
Yeah.
Austin, how do you continue to struggle with a basic control?
No, because okay. Oh my god. Because stupid Amazon, I rewind to the start and then it immediately goes to the skip recap. So it's like I like hit it to pause and it skips forward again. It's driving me insane.
Real quick, a point that I was trying to make a while ago that I didn't finish. I want to mention real quick before we start this next episode, because somebody said they found Welling to be a little bit full of himself with the whole not wearing the suit and all of that. He does not come across that way to me in interviews and in his podcast about the show. Certainly, he's pretty thoughtful. He's pretty self-critical, and maybe he's mellowed out. Maybe he was different back in the day. I think it was a self-conscious thing. I think he just couldn't see himself. Kind of like Clark himself says later in the season, he can't see himself, putting on that costume and going and saving the world. I think it was. I don't know that he sees superheroes as too silly to do, but I think for him, he just didn't think he could pull it off, didn't think he'd look good in it. I think it was a self-conscious thing. And I used to be annoyed about that with him, and I still kind of wish he'd sucked it up and just did it. But I don't know how you guys feel about that.
Well, and it's made worse just because the final shot of the show is him doing the, pull the shirt back to reveal the S. But it looks bad.
They should have done it or not done it. Like, if it was in his contract or whatever, or they just weren't going to force him to do it, because he said from the beginning, like, the no tights, no flights thing came as much from Welling as anything as far as I can tell. Like, he just really didn't want to do that. And so, if they knew they had an actor that wasn't going to put on that outfit, as much as fans wanted it to be the last shot of the show, you either do it or you don't do it. I don't think there's any half measure with that kind of thing.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know what all that sound was.
I think that was me opening this bottle of water. It's
okay.
That's a crazy bottle of water.
I was gonna say, is it water or is it a bomb? Like,
it's both.
We need Brandon here to do an impression of Red Lions.
Like, it's not even carbonated. It's just water. Like, he's sitting there opening what he's claiming is water, and I'm basically just hearing this.
Is that the gunshot that killed Bane?
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And what is this?
I guess he's okay. Bane, he got shot, and then he looked down, and he was like, what is this?
He's fine.
I'm dead.
Yeah, it's a CW show. We can't keep anybody dead. Okay, are you ready?
I'm not dead.
Yep, I'm ready.
Make sure that you're on timestamp 0. Let me reset the clock here. You can see how long
I do remember most of this episode.
We're talking past that episode now. Yeah, I think we're going to see a red sign flip from John on this one.
Now watch, Austin will have hated the pilot, but somehow like this episode.
Hopefully. That'd be cool.
I'm excited to see how long Austin can handle even being here, given that he didn't like the pilot.
Yeah, I am definitely like, oh man, I gotta do another one of those now.
All right, here we go. This may be the last time you guys ever see Austin.
This is
all right.
I'm gonna kill myself after this.
Everybody get ready to press play. I'm just about to do it. We're going to watch the second episode, and then we'll take a break. Everybody, please press play right now. and this has the thing we always used to do with shows where we pick a random actor in the cast and have them say the previously on. Although this show doesn't have a lot of previously ons, because so many of them are watchable without what came before. And I didn't remember there being a recap on television. Like, I remember this on the DVDs. I don't know if this actually aired. It probably did. Some of the actors in this show kind of evolve the way their characters speak, which I suppose is true of a lot of TV shows. But I feel like Allison Mack is doing something a little bit different in some places in that pilot than she'll eventually kind of land on.
Does that count as another Wild Weird because it was in the recap?
No, because it's the same shot.
Okay.
No, we're not counting things in the recap.
Imagine if we did that. That'd be insane.
Well, we wouldn't get that many extra things, though, because there's not going to be that many recaps.
True.
You should put like a little recap reel for the next show where you just recap this one.
AMC, careful guys, too many Canadian jokes, and Review Spot will never grace Keith Evolution with his presence. Well, Austin makes more Canadian jokes than anybody I know, and he is Canadian. They actually did it there.
Yeah, no, they did it there.
I forgot that they did that from the recap. I never liked the choice to have Lana Lang live next door.
Well, she's the girl across the street.
Yeah. Especially because it just makes the Kent farm feel less remote than they kind of want it to.
What's weird that there's like a house across the street from a farm.
Yeah.
And farms are normally like more split, like spread apart. I don't know. Maybe that's just here. I don't know about.
Sometimes you'll get
Kansas.
Yeah, I mean, and I should mention one of the reasons this show resonated with me too is because despite the fact that they have no idea what Kansas is like, it is set close to where I live, and in where I lived growing up. We'll talk about this later, and of course I brought this up on the old scripted show, but I've got a real good sense of where exactly Smallville would have to be located in proximity to my hometown in Lawrence. But I feel like sometimes the farm has houses surrounding it. And I have, to what you just said, Austin, I have certainly seen farms that are real close to each other. But it's weird that her house isn't a farmhouse. I guess is what's strange about it. Like, it seems like that's like a regular neighborhood, and this is across from a farm. Sometimes it feels like that's there, and sometimes it feels like there's nothing surrounding it. Think about all the times that Clark does superpowered chores, and he's not remotely worried about anybody noticing, even though they're surrounded by people.
Yep. Do you know how mad I would be if I opened up a box and butterflies like flooded my house?
Yeah, it's real romantic.
Yes, it's as romantic as giving someone your ear.
Yeah, no, it's kind of serial killer stuff.
This is the other common theme with these Kryptofreaks is they all have terrible parents.
Yes. Which is...
Did JMD Mateus write this show?
Which is a thing that I've always kind of liked about it, even though it's so over the top and cartoony that like a lot of the parents are so bad. Particularly when we get to the guy who I can't remember his name right away. I'm rusty. The guy who gets Clark's powers and transference. Eric Summers. But but I think the idea is supposed to be that the bad parents are like a mirror for Clark's parents and just how lucky he got to be raised by the Kents. And he got even luckier than in really any other continuity because everybody else with superpowers practically, and there's tons of them, in this very town end up with horrible upbringings that are getting all the wrong lessons and end up being kidnappers and serial killers and stuff. Like, what are the odds that Clark ends up with the one good set of parents in this town?
So this is potentially a DC reference, but I don't know if he worked at DC.
I was going to say...
military academy that she's starting to send him to his Claremont military academy. I
was going to say, does that count as a comic book reference?
Yeah, it's not really a DC reference.
Okay, I didn't know if he had worked at DC on anything.
Yeah, I don't know if that was intentionally about Chris Claremont or if that was a... Is it possible that's coincidence? Like, it might be.
It's probably...
I guess it's possible, but...
I can't take this song choice seriously.
This was the first time I heard this song. And
I love this song.
I was a big fan of the song.
Meme.
Absolutely. It has one of the greatest vocal openings, I think, of a rock song.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're gonna get a car crash here, you guys. We had quite a few.
Do you guys think it's too on the nose that he drives a Volkswagen Bug?
Yes. That was intentional.
No, I know it's intentional. I'm saying it's too on the nose.
Oh, I thought you said, do you think they realized they did that?
No, like it's not too on the nose.
We've already had 3 car crashes in 2 episodes. It's so weird doing all this again, by the way. I've counted all this before.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so nice to have company to count Kryptofreaks with. So, John, one thing I've always wondered is if Lana was stalked before the series starts by anybody. Because it happens to her constantly after the pilot, and there's no impetus for this besides the meteor shower.
Well, I don't care. I love this theme.
Oh, yeah, I do too.
It's
Join with us now on ABC as we embark on one of Superman's transcribed adventures.
I forgot that this is technically the same night as the pilot. So, like, did he just choose tonight specifically, or has this been an ongoing issue and she has no idea?
Yeah, why did he pick the night of the school dance? It's like the episode knows and doesn't know that it was that same night. No, I think this show has one of the greatest TV intros. I've always liked the editing with this. I think it's even better by 5. When they revamp it, it gets even cooler.
Yeah.
I have a Mandela effect with the song, though.
Oh, no. What is it?
For the longest time, and it's in my head, where I can see the logo with it. It's Free Falling from by Tom Petty. I'm like that, and every time I hear that song, I'm like, stupid Smallville. It has nothing to do with the show.
It could have been. I mean, that might have been cool.
It could have been. Superman, he's free falling. I don't know why that is.
Somebody in the comments said that Claremont did work at DC, so I'm gonna go ahead and count that. Why not? It may or may not count. I used to count times Clark flies because, of course, he's not supposed to, and then the second episode he's already floating off the bed. Which is just teasy and irritating, especially because retroactively they're going to act like he just cannot develop this power. It's going to be like one of the later powers he develops, but he's already hovering above his bed.
The flying thing is so irritating.
It's awful. Now, Austin, this is a dream sequence, but he is actually floating like an inch off his bed right now, which means he has the ability.
Yeah.
Well, you're ahead of me. I didn't realize that.
It's even more irritating because in season 4, when he's evil Kal-El, he can fly no problem.
Yep. Yeah, they make the whole thing a well, it's kind of like Spider-Man 2, right? Like it's all about his confidence level.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
so if he's not sure of himself, he can't fly.
I would be, at least for this version, I'd be fine if he didn't fly.
Yeah.
Just stop teasing it.
I don't think you can get away with that unless the big season cliffhanger is going to be he's flying now. You know, you could develop it through the season and then maybe get away with teasing it a little bit because then it just looks more like foreshadowing or like we're building to something. But they're doing it deliberately. They know they're not going to let him do that through the show except for coming up with excuses for for having him do it occasionally, and then just getting back to status quo. Because when he does it in 4, it's because he's Kal-El, not Clark, and he's been kind of reprogrammed by Jor-El and all of that. So yeah, you're right. Like it's not a physical ability thing. He's already got it. But then why is he developing all of his other powers gradually? Mm-hmm. And then it gets even worse when you get into, what is it? Is it 7 or 8 where Supergirl Kara gets kidnapped by Brainiac, and he can't go rescue her because he's just not comfortable enough with trying to fly, so he just doesn't learn how to do it?
I think that's 7, because she's only in season 7, right?
I thought maybe she came back for a couple episodes in 8, but...
It could be.
No. She's there because they flirt with her dating Jimmy Olsen for a minute, and that's 8.
That's right. Yeah.
No, I think it's 8 where that happens. But I'm thinking of, it's been a while.
She is kind of like written off in 7, but in a way where she could come back, and then she does come back.
And then she does come back.
They do the whole thing with
Robert Wild wrote they
another love triangle.
Yes.
Not only does he fly his evil cow, but they put him flying in the intro after that.
Or at least it's... Yes. Isn't that... Yeah. Good call. By 5. The black costume Kal-El version. Yeah, I like counting love triangle face as opposed to just love triangles, because we can kind of debate all day about whether or not it counts as a love triangle if Lana is not even interested in the guy that is interested in her.
Yeah.
But that is definitely a love triangle phase.
I just saw a question that I thought was interesting, but I lost it. I think it was correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think AMC Comics asked which has the better pilot, this or Lois and Clark.
I've never seen that pilot. So.
I think you'd like it more than this. I think it's a little bit of a toss-up. I think they both have pilots that are really indicative of their respective shows. I think they both have... I think the pilots on both of those shows are one of their stronger episodes. But I think I'm going to give it to this over Lois and Clark, because they get a lot more done in a shorter amount of time. That pilot is a little padded, I think. It's a 2-hour pilot that probably shouldn't be.
Oh, interesting.
But it's somehow one of their less cheesy episodes.
Yeah, and I remember liking some of the episodes that we watched when we were doing the Wheel of the Crisis.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, I showed you 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah,
there's a car crash.
Yeah, and there was no one on top of the truck when it flipped. The bad guy of this episode is just my one brother if he became the Fly. Because he's, like, obsessed with ants. And, like, he, like, knows a ton about ants. And he, like, talks about ants constantly.
There's some convenient
Is your brother
folks.
Ant-Man?
Huh?
Is your brother Ant-Man?
Yeah, he is. So... I come home the one day, and he's like hugging a fan, and he's got like a bag of chips, and he's just like one by one putting the chips in the fan, and they're just like spraying everywhere. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And he's like, I'm bored. And I'm like, okay, well, at least clean it up when you're done. And then the next day I come downstairs, and there's ants everywhere, and I text him, and I'm like, you a-hole, you never cleaned this up. Like, there's ants everywhere in the house now. And he's like, okay, send me a picture of the ants. And so I do. And he goes, oh, what's these type of ants? So they'll just take all the food and they won't come back. And I was like, nah, these ants are just here now. We gotta, like, put down ant traps. And then they left. And I was really mad because he was right about it, too. It just made it 10 times worse.
Joey Lane says, no one should drive in Smallville.
Yeah, but it's because they're in Canada, so.
Oh, she's only in 1 episode of season 8. What was I thinking of then? Because Aegon Spear says she never interacts with Jimmy in that season. I thought there was a thing where
no,
they
that's
almost
not right
dated.
because there is an episode where they team up. At least an episode where they team up.
Yeah, and I thought like he was kind of into her, and it looked for a second like they might date.
Yeah, because I want to say in that season, because that's when Chloe and Jimmy are still dating, but like their relationship's very on the rocks because they're doing that thing with her and Davis, and then him and Kara. But I don't remember the exact details.
Gotta have faith.
Yeah, I
no,
mean that's
Tom,
not a great
I
line, but
don't
the rest of
think
the
it's
speech is
Inside
really
Out.
good. I like how vulnerable John Schneider gets with those kind of moments, this sort of uncharted territory bits where, as a father, and this resonates with me a lot now, of course, being a dad myself, the things where you really don't have the answers, you really don't know what to tell your kids, and it's a mistake to make something up.
Oh, is the Jimmy and Kara stuff in season 7?
Oh, maybe it is. That's what I wasn't sure about. I really want this lead box. It's a really cool prop, and people have made a lot of great Smallville props because there's so many MacGuffins in this show. But I've never seen that lead box. Maybe somebody's made that.
How does he know to put it in a lead box?
Well, it's just
same
kind of
reason he knows to do it in BVS.
He doesn't know to. Well, yeah, that's even worse. But he doesn't know to put it in a lead box. The box just happens to be made out of lead, John.
Oh, okay.
But see, I got my kryptonite right here, but I don't have a lead box to put it in. I wish I did.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get radiation poisoning. Wait, no, it's Smallville. I'll be fine.
Is your kryptonite less plasticky than her necklace?
Yes, because mine's an actual mineral.
That's cool.
Lex, in this scene, it came off even at the time a little creepy. I don't want to go as far as to say predatory, but like just the faces Rosenbaum's making, like you can kind of tell. Well, she's a high school kid, but he's kind of into her anyway. And then it's even worse retroactively with all the season 6 stuff. This is such a weird scene to go back and watch after you know where all that goes in 6.
There's been like very few scenes so far that aren't creepy. Pretty sure every male in the show is a pervert.
Well, it was a different time, Austin. I always really appreciated, and just, I don't know, as an impressionable high school kid watching this, one of the things that kept me coming back and that made me enamored with it so hard was just the kind of infectious affect that Lex has with his confidence bordering on arrogance, or maybe just sometimes straight up arrogance. But he had such a backbone, such a spine. Like, as a kid, you want to be that guy. And even knowing, well, he's Lex Luthor, eventually he's going to turn into a supervillain or whatever, you kind of wish you could find that balance where you could attack life that way and take the kind of risks he takes, but not end up going, down the darker path. That was a character I really wanted to emulate a lot in high school.
That and being a pervert.
No, you just ignore that part. Which was weird because it is a high school show, and again, all the kids were supposed to be around my age, but the character that I most latched onto and that resonated with me the most was the adult palling around with all the kids, which was also weird and something that Rosenbaum talks about a lot in his his podcast on this show in Talkville, where he's like, yeah, it's kind of weird that this guy in his mid-20s is hanging out with all these high school kids.
Is Lex that much older?
Yes. So
all the kids looked around the same.
The thing is, the actors are all close to the same age, but they're playing different. But they're playing different ages. So the way you know how old he's supposed to be is because the the meteor shower happens in 89. We jump to 2001, so that's 11 years later, and he's 10 in the pilot, or in that first scene. So he's only 21, which makes it, which is funny because he also looks older than 21, but not by a lot. Like, that you buy more than, Welling as a 14-year-old.
No, he's got a baby face more than, like, everyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks pretty bad. And the graphic just kind of turns into a still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I used to count
terrible.
Kryptofreaks killing their parents, but I think I'll skip that one. We got plenty of other things to count.
Yeah, Lex is 21, and I believe Clark would be a freshman in this season.
Yes, he's a freshman, because they don't graduate until season 4.
And they said it in the first episode.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, early on, he's been shaving his head, Rosenbaum, for little enough time that they cannot make his head look, like, perfectly bald. So he clearly has... Well, there's some shots where it looks better than others, but there's a clear, line where there was hair there recently, but he's supposed to have been bald for 11 years. We would just change that in CG now, I think. I think even in a TV show, we could probably just digitally alter that.
Tom asked, would a Lex-led spinoff have worked? Probably not.
What would it be?
I don't know what it would even really be. I mean, I don't know what the point is of exploring Lex. Lex's path to the dark side without Clark.
There's Clark on Kryptonite.
We already know where he's going.
Oh, yep. I'm just sad we didn't get that John Cryer Lex spinoff.
I'm not sad about that.
Because he said recently that he pitched it to them. He pitched a...
Did he really?
He pitched a Legion of Doom show to them, and they didn't pick it up. It's like, man.
So again, he just gets lucky that Lead blocks Kryptonite, and that's how we get that exposition in the first place. Look, you don't get it. I'm a rich person. You're a poor person. Just take my stuff. I really like the influences back and forth between these two guys. Clark is constantly, has a little bit of allure in wanting to be more like Lex, wanting to take the kinds of risks that he does, having a little bit of the ends justifies the means thing, and Lex wishes he could be more wholesome.
So when Lex was in his car crash in episode 1, he had one little cut right here, and this guy was just in a car crash, and now he has a Band-Aid right here. So apparently that's just the one place you get hurt in a car crash. You just get a little cheek scratch.
Yeah, John, do you notice Kurik is in a much higher register with most of her dialogue than she will be later?
Yeah.
It's a little cheesy that we have like a rattle sound effect every time he walks into a room.
Is it supposed to be
He's the bug guy.
Is it supposed to be like in this early season she's still the naive, like, trusting girl, and by season, I don't know, 4 or 5 she's more supposed to have like more of an edge to her?
Yes, but all of that changes by like the middle to end of this season.
Oh, okay.
I think at least by 2. It's kind of more about just the material they're giving her. Does that count as walking away angry? We haven't really been counting those.
Yes.
We had at least one in the first episode. With Clark on the farm with his dad. Have we had more than 2?
Oh my god, he's turning into
at
the
least
Hulk.
2. There's another Clark on green kryptonite, and then
What?
What are you reacting to right now, Austin?
He was like turning green like the Hulk. He had that necklace like on him in the last episode.
Yeah, it didn't do anything to his chest.
Yeah,
but
he opened it up and his hand was near it, and his hand like started
we decided
glowing.
this is a scene that's going to have a special effect in it. There's Clark and Lana in the loft again.
Why did you leave that there? Just take it with you.
John, did the bad guy make it at the end of the first episode? I think he did, right?
Yeah, because he gets the convenient amnesia where he
That's
forgets
right.
everything. There's this DC's
There's a reference, and I hate that one with a passion.
What was it? I missed it.
He says,
The
my
loft
dad
is his
calls
fortress of
the loft
solitude.
my fortress
Oh.
of solitude. And yeah, it's annoying because it's too cutesy, but also because later on, we're going to get the fortress of solitude, and they're going to call it that. So Clark's birth father and his adopted father both came up with that term independently.
Well, Lana called him Superman in the last episode.
Well, it's because he was reading Nietzsche, right?
Yeah. Well, she gave him Nietzsche.
But we have to
Oh,
count
no, I
that,
guess
too.
he dropped his book.
She says,
Oh.
what are you, man or Superman?
Yeah. You're not Superman.
And
you
yeah,
know.
that's obviously kind of wink wink also, but at least in the scene in the fiction, it came from something tangible.
Yeah.
I don't love writing that, but I could buy her saying it in a way I'm not buying two men from different planets independently coming up with the term Fortress of Solitude. Dagon Spear, how do you know Jarrell came up with it independently? Oh, I see what you're saying, because he's God and he knows everything. So maybe he knew that... Like, how else would he know that Clark's dad said that?
Well, and maybe it wasn't Jarrell. Maybe Dog L made it.
There's a lot of that in the show where there's either blatant retconning or just stuff that they kind of forget that they put in. Or where because it's and like I hate this kind of inconsistency, because it's just a cute nod to the audience, you're supposed to ignore it and pretend like it didn't happen. But it's like, well, you wrote it, you had a character in your piece say it. But we'll just straight up later on have characters that are completely different characters later. Like we have two Jarrells, we have two Zods.
We have two
You
Supergirls.
got two Jimmys.
We have two what, John?
Two Supergirls.
Yeah,
got the
but
fake
at
one.
least I don't know why Jarrell is a sociopath. But at least with that first one, you could say he knew about Kara and then gave... We're talking too much about stuff that happens later, but
Yeah, I know.
well, there's not a lot
Very
with this
weird.
episode to talk about, because it's kind of just setting up the standard Freak of the Week formula and doing kind of X-Files
Remember
gross
the
out stuff.
Fly?
Remember
The
X-Files?
Fly, but if it could be watched by children.
Robert Wilde, two Jimmy Olsens. Dagon Spear... I mean, okay, but this is kind of an excuse, I think, before it's anything. Jarrell specifically had mental links with Jonathan and Clark. Seemingly, Jarrell's powers are very limited. He's not God in any capacity. I mean, I don't agree with that. There's a lot of
I don't agree with that. There's some weird stuff that he can do.
and just really arbitrary. How is there any science behind this stuff, like the whole time travel thing with season 5? That doesn't even have anything to do with changing history or butterfly effect. It's just, if you don't let this person die, somebody else has to, like, for the balance of the universe or whatever. Like, that's not science. That's like being God. That's like the personified death in Marvel having to have a balance with living and dead people.
Isn't
Oh yeah,
that
you're
on
still a couple of
board?
seconds ahead of me, so I was like, "Where's the bullet time?" Oh, there it is. And I guess this is our first bullet time, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because they're fighting Toad.
You're quite a bit ahead of me there, Austin.
Oh, am I? Okay, I'll pause for a second.
Are you just always watching things at like 1.5 speed? Because it seems like you're always ahead of me for some reason.
Well, I had to be a second into the episode because of the whole skip recap thing. But I assumed I timed it out right.
Dagon Spear, Jarrell's basically an emotionless AI cap. Of course it's a sociopath. It's very difficult to tell like if the real Jarrell is the same or different from the kind of computerized version, but I don't know why I don't know why it acts like that exactly, and B, it's not the computerized version that sent Clark to Earth and said he should conquer it, which suggests that this Jarrell was always kind of militant like that. You know, imperialist or whatever. Tom, $2 super chat. Refresh my memory. Doomsday was on the ship with Clark. I don't remember how Doomsday gets to Earth, because I haven't seen season 8 in so long. He is Kryptonian.
Is it weird that Clark Kent would like judge somebody for collecting bugs?
No, he wasn't on the ship with Clark. He's Kryptonian, but he was created by there's someone that like creates him and then gives him a human form. He wasn't native to Krypton.
Your life.
That's Clark, nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say I couldn't remember if he was straight up Kryptonian or if he was just like a science project. But I know he came from Krypton. Okay, but maybe, Jonathan, it's both. Maybe it's Luthor Corp messing with Kryptonite. We'll find that out a few episodes later. It's going to be really surreal binging this whole thing in a day, by the way. Because I keep thinking about later episodes we're going to hit, and in my head, we're going to watch those weeks later, and I have to keep reminding myself, oh, no. About 6 hours, we're going to get to level 3.
Oh, yeah.
In one of the coolest episodes of the season, Jitters.
Yeah.
With Tony Todd. It's killer. And it's got some of the best John Glover action this season, too. Gray Invader, didn't Doomsday come to Earth in the same meteor shower that brought Clark? I can't remember. We're just going to spend the whole time watching these first couple seasons trying to remember things that happened later in the show. That'll be fun. Strap in, folks! We're just going to test our memory. Dagon Spear, and I don't mean to just keep arguing with Dagon Spear, but I'll mention this one too. He says the conquer thing is another thing I think you take too literally. I've taken it as lead by example, essentially. He says rule them with strength.
Yeah, no, the drama of that arc is that
Wall of Weird.
Oh, there's the Wall of Weird. There it is.
Woohoo! I'm rooting for the Wall of Weird.
You need it to show. He needs it to be in every episode, because if we only have a 2 next to that the whole time, he's going to feel sad that he's not justified in putting it on the list. Matthew Bass, he literally brings Clark back to life and apparently invented time travel. Seems like Jarrell can do whatever the plot needs him to for drama. That's what I think, too. Dagon Spear, even Clark wonders in that scene if he's reading it wrong. Conquer is Clark's interpretation of rule them with strength. When he says, am I reading it wrong, I think he means, am I understanding the language? Is there a word I'm missing? Or, like, just, there's no way that's actually what it says.
I mean, either way, I don't think that the Jor-El we see in the early seasons
matches.
I don't think the Jor-El that we see in the later seasons would do the things that the Jor-El in the early seasons do.
No, I don't think so either. And they could have made it a plot point that there was something corrupted in the AI or something. I still don't know how you'd reconcile that with the message in the ship. But it just seemed like they were, Goff and Miller, were kind of riding by the seat of their pants, plotting episode to episode, which you can do. You just got to be smarter about it and going, wouldn't it be interesting if this version of Jor-El really sent Clark there to conquer? There's a case to be made. You could make that work. My problem with it is we never got into what exactly his endgame was with that beyond just generically, this version's going to seem more morally ambiguous and more, again, imperialistic. And then later on, they decide it was a mistake too, or I should say the new showrunners. That's the problem is Goff and Miller leave, and then there's a reinterpretation of their Krypton to try to match the movies more. Mm-hmm. And they're already doing a lot of movie iconography and lore and stuff before that, but I think that's partly to throw us off the trail where they're going, okay, it looks like this at first, but we're going a different way. I didn't in the Christopher Reeve episode, by the way, that's also in my top 10. It's a wonderful episode. When that aired, I didn't immediately turn on it because of the rule with Strength Line. I was just like, okay, this is interesting. What are we doing with this? And then it never amounted to anything. Jor-El just kind of ends up playing as, another villain in the show. And it kind of it feels like it comes down to, well, we decided to have Terrence Stamp voice him. So he's gonna do evil things.
It'll be interesting to rewatch the Reeves episode because, I'd never seen the Reeves movies the first time I watched this show. So it's just like, oh yeah, I mean, I know who that is, but I have no connection to this.
Okay, that's gonna be convenient unconsciousness. I'm almost positive he's just gonna stay back there.
Of course. The Reeves episode's just depressing.
That's the only Smallville episode you saw before today.
It is, and it just made me sad.
I know. Why?
Because I was just sad seeing Christopher Reeve like that.
Oh, I see. Oh, was he actually unconscious? Maybe.
Well, yeah, because he just woke
couple
up
of
now.
Seconds.
Well, no, this is clearly minutes later, if not an hour.
Hey, Dagan Spear, you don't have to apologize or agree with me on anything, but I appreciate it. He says, sorry for making it a thing, Cap. I just think it's a loose idea. Kind of my point is that it's too loose.
Yeah, but I had a question while you guys were talking about that, because when we were at the Wall of Weird.
Sure.
Do you guys think Allison Mack has a Wall of Weird in real life?
Yes.
Cool.
All I'm going to say, because you keep bringing it up, is that is a super complicated, unfortunate, sad situation. And yes, she did some awful things, but she was also super manipulated and what's the word I'm looking for? Brainwashed. And the more you look into that, the more that is not anything like a black and white situation. And I'm not going to give you crap for making fun of it, but I can't bring myself to make fun of it because I feel bad for a lot of the people involved with that whole thing.
Which theory, Tom?
I do recommend folks look at The Vow on HBO Max, but it'll mess you up.
Tom says, my theory is that Zod somehow left a message in the same ship, and the messages to Clark and the messages to Doomsday got scrambled together.
Why did Zod call Kal-El his son?
Superman Clark Kent on Green Kryptonite.
Did he thank you. Did he intentionally pretend to be Jor-El with the message? Because that's not what you're saying. You're saying mixed up.
So Tom's theory is not out there because I believe they play it like Doomsday is made from Zod's genetic material or something. It's been a minute, so I can
interesting because BVS also did that.
Yes. So they play it like he's the son of Zod, if I remember correctly.
They're doing the Hulk thing again.
By the way, I had to put in another comedian unconsciousness with Lana there, but sorry, continue with the creepy crypt thing. Go ahead.
So that could be possible, but I doubt it because they never mentioned Zod before season 5.
Clark should be dead right now.
They're
Just want to
doing
throw
that
that out
Hulk
there.
thing again. Does that count as another example of Clark on Green Kryptonite? Because he got off of it and then got hit into more.
Nah, I'm not gonna keep counting it like that. It's in the same scene.
That looks rough.
But Austin, more often than not, when he's close to Green Kryptonite in the show, they do that effect.
It's so weird.
To be fair, they might have just not thought of it in the pilot or didn't have the budget to do that effect yet, because we don't see it until this episode.
It looks silly. They should stop doing that.
Well, I mean, that's fair if you think it looks silly, but your point earlier was that it was inconsistent, and I'm just suggesting why that might be.
Well, no, and I agree with that because you get that a lot with pilots. It was just weird because I didn't think it was going to come back. It seemed like it was just for that shot.
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you earlier when I was confused about what you were reacting to, because I'm just used to it. That's what the show always does with Kryptonite.
Yeah. I don't know, it just looks dumb.
We also had that TV trope, or I guess I should just say kind of superhero trope, with Greg, where as soon as he gets superpowers, he's not nerdy anymore and loses his glasses and is like a handsome kid.
Oh, and he just did the superhero trope of he killed himself.
Yeah, and now he's the Oogie Boogie Man.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess the villain in the last episode kind of did that, but he didn't die either.
Yeah, but he was like a bunch of bugs. That is so stupid, by the way. Like, he's made of bugs?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of a funny image, but John, what's going on there? How is he made out of bugs? How is he the Oogie Boogie Man?
But not.
I love the webs they got at Party City.
Robert, that's a thing that I thought about counting too late back in the old show, but always thought I should. He says we should be counting every time somebody gets thrown around. Should we start counting that now? Because that is a thing that comes up a lot. People get thrown up against walls and just across rooms.
That seems like a good one, but how many times has it happened so far?
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah, we're early enough we could probably get away with counting it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to add it, if you...
There's probably 3 or 4. I don't know.
I like this song.
This song was everywhere at the time and was used in this episode, but also in the advertising for Enterprise, which started at the same time this show did, and was the main song they sold that show on, which was silly because didn't really have anything to do with anything with that show. It was just a popular song that was on.
So I mean, I will give this episode credit for one thing because this is not one of my favorites. I like that he ends up not getting any of the credit for both saving her and returning the necklace.
How many times do you think people get thrown? I'm with you, by the way, John. Have we had 2 or 3 at this point?
I'm thinking 3
at
or
least
4.
3.
Robert says probably 5. I was trying to think of where I knew this song from. It's part of 4 Chord song. That's what I know this from.
Well, who is this? The Calling?
I don't know.
Yes.
I wasn't asking you, Austin.
I know. I'm saying I don't know.
And I'm saying I wasn't talking to you.
I answered it anyways. And it ended at the same way it began.
Exactly.
Shut up!
Oh, Kev.
It hurts every time. Okay, guys. Well, we are through the first 2 episodes.
Yeah.
John, are you having fun yet?
I am. I mean, I don't like this episode. Spoilers for my sign flip. But I'm having fun.
Boy, I'm not not sure after that viewing how to flip, partly because I got really distracted and had to talk about like 5 other seasons.
So I mean, I flipped my sign red, but this is the best watch of that episode just because I like could talk to you guys and everything.
Yeah, I think
Because you didn't have to just focus.
because he's like, 'cause you didn't have to watch it. It's difficult not to just and maybe it's more fair to do this to just like rank these against the season they're in, because like I feel like for this season this is kind of just an okay episode, but then for when you compare it to some of the stuff we get later, it starts to kind of look better. In my personal opinion, because I think the writing gets real shoddy down the road, and real shark jumpy. But yeah, I don't know where to go. I feel like if I turn red on this, like more than half of the episodes this season are going to end up with red sign flips probably. And like the way the Bug Boy stuff is handled is the most typical, because it's setting up the formula. So like it's as formulaic as it ever gets. Like, it's just a standard Kryptofreak episode. And I don't love the way they do Freak of the Week in the show, but I still have to go with a marginal green, I think, because, like, I like the Lex stuff, and I like some production value stuff. And, I don't know. Like, if I turn red on that, it means I just don't like any... I mean, that's not maybe fair. I was going to say it means I guess I just don't like any of the Freak of the Week episodes at all, and, like, I can't say that, really.
Yeah.
It's tied between the two of you.
So, yeah, and, like, this is a very light red.
Yeah, and it's a real light green for me.
Most of my issues are the villain stuff, but I like the Lex stuff, and I like that Clark not only saves her, but also returns the necklace and doesn't get credit for either one. But, like, just watching it, I'm like, there's other episodes I'd rather watch.
It's kind of nice that subplot is resolved, because it's kind of a stupid subplot.
Yeah.
So, like, wouldn't it be awful if we stretched that through several episodes? The Where's My Necklace
that's why
subplot.
They made it one long episode just to get that out of the way.
It's about as riveting as the Chloe and Lana are going to become roommates subplot.
Oh. Austin.
Yeah.
I think it was Robert Wild asked, did you like this better than the pilot?
I'm going to give this episode a 9.
Is it because it's like The Fly?
No, I don't know. The pilot was better than this episode, absolutely.
Some fun kind of atmospheric stuff. The thing with the quarry is preposterous, that, like, he can even go there for 3 seconds and not die, and it's one of the big things that makes me go, how do you even stay in this town? And then you gotta ask yourself, and I talked about this a lot in the old scripted show, why do Clark's parents stay in that town? It's surrounded by the one thing that can kill him. Why doesn't Jonathan go buy another farm?
Because, like every parent, they want to outlive their child.
To be fair on that one, when we do episodes where, like, they might lose the farm, or, like, he should sell the farm, it's like a stubborn pride that, like, that farm has been in his family for so long.
That's true,
I'd buy
and I
that.
get that, but it makes him look like kind of an a-hole for doing that to his son. I mean, if your son almost died on a weekly basis because of the rocks that are only in that tiny town. No, it's not actually that tiny. We just pretend like it is. In that town and nowhere else, you'd look more than stubborn, right? Like,
well, you could probably
look like you had a psychosis at that point.
You can probably pick up his farm and just move it somewhere else.
It's a good point. It's like it's a mobile home if you got superpowers. If you're Kryptonian. Okay, guys, we're gonna take a 5-minute break here and come back and watch Hothead, which is the 3rd episode. And this one's fun, but it has another really over-the-top Kryptofreak.
Yeah.
So look forward to that. Did I count our other Kryptofreak? No, we've got 2 Kryptofreaks now. And if anybody notices anything else that I missed, that I didn't get counted, let me know. I don't know if there was a rude super speed exit that episode. I did not notice one.
No, there wasn't.
I don't think so.
Nothing's
Honestly,
happened.
Clark just kind of exists in that episode until he gets attacked. He's
Yeah.
just like there.
Lana almost got killed, so I guess I got to put that there. Like I said, this used to be like 3 or 4 different counts, so that number's going to start skyrocketing pretty quick.
Yeah.
All right, folks, thanks so much for joining us. Hope you're having a good time with this insane Smallville 24-hour stream, and hopefully it will be a little bit less than 24 hours, and we will see you again in just a few minutes, everybody. Okay, just waiting on my co-host here. And then we're going to get into Hothead. So make sure that you've got your episode to timestamp 0. There's
Hello, everyone.
Austin. Oh, everybody's back. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Did you get a drink of water? Are you ready to go?
I am ready.
Okay, it looks like we've been keeping up with everything okay. We've remembered to do sign flips for 2 episodes. We've counted some stuff. We've played some silly sound effects. And everybody, I think it's time to give a big round of applause to our new co-host, John. Good job, John. John's doing a great job. We appreciate you,
Thank
John.
you. I'm glad to be here.
Yay for John. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get into our 3rd episode now. And it's time for the Fire Coach. This was my sister's favorite episode of this first season, John. She loved talking about the Fire Coach.
Well, and over the course of the last year, it'll be the best adaptation of Firestarter.
That's true. That's true. This is the second best adaptation of Firestarter.
Yeah, Grey Invader. I love crappy zombie films. So, it's not his best, but it's watchable.
I didn't think I did, but apparently I do.
That you do.
Survival of the Dead is weird. It's like Romero's take on the Hatfield and McCoy thing.
Oh, weird.
It's strange. It's very strange.
Yeah,
It's not
Austin and I
great,
have
but
talked
it's
about
fun.
this. I'm kind of kicking around eventually doing a series on zombie movies. Because, I'm not a
That'd be
horror guy,
awesome.
and I didn't think I was a zombie fan, but apparently I am. So I'm like, maybe I'll go through all that stuff at some point. I don't know. Either as blind commentaries or... I thought doing a, zombie rewind unscripted would be really funny.
Yeah, zombies are my second favorite, subgenre of horror.
What's your first... You're a slasher guy, right?
I'm a slasher guy, yeah.
That's what I thought. He doesn't mean he's a slasher himself, okay? He means he likes watching movies about them.
Yeah.
Nobody worry, John's not a serial killer.
He's a bug.
He's a bunch of bugs.
Yeah.
So I'm the bug guy. Let's say Austin is the Firestarter guy. We gotta decide which Kryptofreak Cap is.
Yeah, and by the way, when we pick our honorary Kryptofreaks later, John, I want you to help me give them powers. I think each of them should get their own power set.
Well, but we'd have to know, their one true defining characteristic so we can base the power on it.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to really pay attention to the kinds of comments they're making.
Okay.
And try to base it on that. So you're the bug guy. So you're basically just a burlap sack with a bunch of bugs inside of you, like the Oogie Boogie.
Oh, thank you.
From Night.
I've evolved.
That is the nicest thing I've ever said to anybody. You know what you are? You're a burlap sack of John's not coming back. I gotta do the other 9 seasons by myself. I just insulted my co-host. I called him a burlap sack of bugs. And then Austin is the Fire Coach. And yeah, I don't know which Kryptofreak I am. I mean, if we have to
You're
base it
the
on just these first 3
electric guy.
episodes, I guess I have lightning powers. I guess I'm Superman Blue.
Yeah. Which is definitely a reference.
Well, and
I didn't count it.
So they're still talking about slashers and zombies. One of my favorite episodes of the show is the zombie episode in later seasons. I think it's 9.
Oh, I don't remember
Of course
that.
they do a zombie episode.
I bet it's terrible too.
Probably.
I bet we'll get there and John will be like, "This is
'Cause
great,"
every
and then we'll get
episode
20
is.
minutes in and be like, "Oh yeah, that doesn't hold up at all." I guess we'll see though. I could be wrong. I
That's
hope
my worry.
Don't get me wrong. I hope I'm wrong, John. I'm not giving you crap for liking those later shows. I'm saying you were younger and they may not hold up for you. I don't know.
Well, when you first asked me to do this, that was my biggest worry. Is this is not gonna hold up, and this whole show is just gonna be me learning to hate Smallville. But so far we're okay.
Well, that's why there's a big Spawnville logo, right? No, it's that way. It's because you learned to hate it.
Exactly. No, there's a real correlation between those two properties for me. Okay, here we go, guys. We're going to go ahead and watch... Or, I haven't even put my headphones back on. Hothead and...
I probably have to head out, too, but...
Are you going to go right now?
There was, like, no real time to... I mean, I guess I can maybe stay for another one.
No, it's totally up to you, man.
Yeah, because I got to work tomorrow, so I should probably head out.
Okay.
But,
well, thanks for hanging out with us for a little while, Austin.
Yeah, no, it was good chatting with you guys. I'll talk
He's
to you
like,
later.
I can't take it anymore.
He's like, I can't stand this. I don't want to watch football now.
No, if I wasn't working, I would have stayed for a few more, but,
no, we understand, man. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, see you soon. Bye, Austin.
Bye.
No, the only reason I said that was because now I have to resize this before we can start. All right, John, it's just me and you, man.
Meets Nightmare on Elm Street.
It is pretty much just going to be us for the remainder of the day, although my son Jason's going to try to come in for a few episodes in the morning, I think.
Okay.
He said this is the one season he kind of knows. All right, guys, we're actually going to get started now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. Are you ready? Right now.
So one of the vivid memories I have with this episode, before I owned it, or no, I was visiting with my mom on the weekend when I was younger, and they had Smallville DVDs to rent at like Family Video, but they only had, I think, the first disc, and this is one of the episodes I remember watching, and because I just watched that like first disc like that entire weekend, but it was only the like first 3 episodes.
Yeah, so it was sort of like when you had a VHS tape that only had a couple episodes on it.
I absolutely had that as a kid. Like we talked about. Sorry for getting off track, but
no problem.
Power Rangers. Since I didn't have cable.
We're just watching football in the rain right now.
Growing up, all the stuff that I would watch that I learned to love is stuff that I could only watch on VHS tape because I didn't have cable. So I had 2 Power Rangers tapes. One is the monkey that can turn into the other Rangers.
Yep.
And the other is this flower monster that and it's a Kim specific episode, but I can't remember. But I watched that monkey episode all the time, and to this day, he's still one of my favorite Power Rangers movies.
Would you believe? Sorry, I was totally paying attention to you, to what you're saying, John. But would you believe we just had another DC reference there?
Did we?
Yeah, he said Donner.
Oh.
One of the other. This is why we got to watch with subtitles. One of the teammates was named Donner.
That's a good reference.
This is not one of the songs from this show that I heard a lot. I always forget about this one.
I don't know this one.
This was back in the LimeWire days, and I will admit that I, like everybody back then, downloaded a lot of music illegally from the internet, and I made a Smallville soundtrack with a lot of the songs from this season, and I cut out some things that just didn't fit real well with the rest of it. I thought I got a really good order and had a really good sound, and then they put up the Talon mix, and I was like, yeah, mine's better.
Oh, Austin just pointed out that you still got it on your overlay that we're watching the pilot.
Oh, thank you. I totally forgot to change those. Appreciate you, Austin. Thanks, man. Go to bed.
Yeah, I use LimeWire all the time. Although LimeWire also ruined that. It's the main reason that I can never listen to White and Nerdy by Weird Al ever again.
Oh, wow.
Because my cousin discovered it on LimeWire, and I had to listen to it like nonstop for 3 months.
This is not letting me change it. Oh, there we go.
Already, this is better than the previous episode, because at least it makes sense why he's getting powers now.
Yeah, usually we just say something happened to you during the meteor shower, and you either had powers this whole time, or they just suddenly start manifesting for no good reason.
I feel like I've seen Principal Quan in something else recently.
Oh, he's in tons of stuff. Yeah, he's a Vancouver character actor, and he shows up in everything. The first thing that springs to mind is iZombie. He's a main character in that.
That's what it is.
Major recurring character in that. He's really good in that show. But I think he's in Heroes somewhere. I forget. But yeah, he's in all kinds of stuff. Basically, and he's in Elektra, the movie. If it was shot in Vancouver, there's a 50-50 shot you're going to see that guy show up somewhere.
Robert Wilde, I was thinking of the exact same scene. There's a scene in Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, which, funnily enough, also uses Vancouver to substitute for the city that it's named after, where there's a guy in a sauna and Jason kills them in the sauna.
Oh. Do you think that's intentional? Do you think they were ripping that off?
So I thought about that, but I don't know, because this is such a Firestarter Stephen King episode.
That's true.
So
and
that
yeah,
could
they go to
be
King a lot,
unintentional,
certainly.
But it could also be intentional. Because like a lot of the horror that they reference is more classic, like, Stephen King
and even
like
literary, even kind of older literary stuff. Yeah.
They don't typically go to like the slashers.
I think as it goes along, they do it more often, because eventually we get like the Jigsaw episode. And...
Okay. And I love Saw, so I'm excited for that.
There's one that's just straight up Saw.
I can't wait for TV Saw. That is something, like, I'm not a big TV guy. This show just happened to catch me at the right time and place. But I always like when I watch a show and it's like, these actors have been in something else that I'm a big fan of.
Yeah.
Like, my aunt is a big fan of that show Bones, which obviously has David Boreanaz in it.
Yep.
And I walked into the other room and she's watching it. And the mayor from Buffy popped up. And I was like, oh, I haven't seen that guy in, like, anything else.
He is a character actor that also shows up in a lot of things that I like. He's in 24. He's in an episode of TNG. And, of course, the big crossover alum thing for me is Star Trek, because there's so much of it that I just see people in everything. And this show has a lot of Star Trek alum, too.
It's
Not like 24, but that's
because
because 24 had Star Trek producers and stuff, so they intentionally went to a pool that they were familiar with.
Yeah, I can see that.
Dagon Spear, the Saw episode, is one of the more egregious examples. That and the Flatliners episode.
I mean, the last episode was a pretty blatant, like, The Fly ripoff / homage, however you want to word it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and they thought they were being all cultured and literary because they called it Metamorphosis, so they were going back to, Kafka, but in the visually and the overall premise and stuff, yeah, it absolutely is that. Although it's a little different and not as interesting, because it's not like it was a scientist who did it to himself.
Well, and
like he just accidentally
that,
crashed into some kryptonite with his body.
Not even like just that. Like, it's not. It's also that, but it's also not interesting because it's not a tragedy. He's a creepy guy before he crashes into the kryptonite. He's just a creepier guy after.
Well, that's the problem with a lot of the Kryptofreaks, right? Is they're kind of one-dimensional, and they're not especially interesting. They're not real sympathetic a lot of the time. I mean, sometimes they are, just in the sense, like, I guess the tragedy, the pathos is supposed to come from they were raised wrong, and so it's not all really their fault in the first place. You just blame the parents. But, like, how many times can you make that statement before it stops looking like a statement and starts just looking like a formula you're plugging in for? And I would say the answer to that is 2. Like, in my mind, it looks like that almost from the beginning, where it's like, we just need a bad guy as opposed to actually saying anything with it. Like, at least this guy is real over the top, and it's kind of pathetic that he is so obsessed with his legacy as a high school football coach. I don't remember if there's any discussion about him being a coach for a bigger place anywhere before he's kind of, relegated to having to go to a tiny town high school. And again, this town is not as tiny as they pretend like it is. But, it'd be nice if we got into that kind of thing more, because it does seem... He does seem a little bit pathetic with it, but if he's lived here this whole life, I do like the idea of, his having a skewed perspective and that really being his whole legacy and everything. So at least he starts with a motivation. That's better than just, I think that girl is hot and she won't date me, and now I have superpowers so I can force her to.
So the interesting thing about this episode with the coach, for anyone who doesn't know, I'm from Indiana. And growing up, all the time I heard stories about this like really mean coach who's like, or not mean, but like rough on the players, Bobby Knight. So yeah. I always like equated this character as like a caricature of that type of coach. So it made more sense to me that this guy exists in this world than
sure, absolutely.
I didn't know about that.
Well, and there is some actual honest to God social commentary here with how seriously people take their high school sports.
Yeah. Remember when they remade the Kent farm for Crisis?
Remember when we saw it before Crisis, but it had nothing to do with Smallville? But they played the Smallville theme when we went there, even though there was no Smallville alum there. It was just their Superman and their Lois. And then they used it again in Crisis. That made it weirder, John.
I do remember that. Because at that point, I was just tuning in for the crossovers.
Yeah. Robert Wild, the directing in this episode is actually pretty good so far. Is this another Greg Beeman episode? I know he did the second episode, I think. And
Whitney looks very
one of their better directors.
To me.
I can see that. Hothead is a Greg Beeman episode, and that's why you're noticing the directing, because he's great. Oh, no, I'm wrong about Metamorphosis. That's Michael Watkins and somebody named Philip Scrizia. Double directors. That's weird. I wonder if, because in Talkville they talk about like being behind on deadlines and episodes being shot out of order and episodes being like the order being moved around and stuff. So I wonder if you end up with double episode credits like that because you've got two people making different episodes and then they end, like scenes get sandwiched together so it becomes one, or that kind of thing is happening. I always like it when Lex wears purple. Just because it's kind of comic book, but also Rosenbaum looks really good in purple.
What do you think he's drinking?
I'm going to go with carbonated water. Just straight up carbonated water. Mm. That's what John's drinking right now, incidentally.
So, growing up, my grandpa was a big pool player. Like, he had won, like, local tournaments and stuff.
Oh, wow, cool.
So, I never took to it quite as much, but I didn't mind it. But it was always cool to see any scene that had, like, something to do with pool, because I was like, oh, I know that.
I always forget that Dominic is in the show this early, because he didn't really stand out to me until season 2 with, what is it, Insurgents? I'm not sure how much more we see him in this season, but it's crazy that he's in this third episode. Tom says fancy water. Yes. He's drinking fancy water.
I wanted to say I appreciate that they're having Clark kind of stand up for himself to Jonathan, but I don't know if this is the right situation with the football thing.
Well, we're at least building on the argument they had in the pilot.
Yeah. Robert Wild asks, can we count every time Lex is playing some sort of game or sport?
I don't know if we can keep up with all these. That's That's another good one, though. I never thought of that.
He's very athletic, that Lex Luthor.
He sure is. God, I don't think we can keep up with all of this. Of the first two Kryptofreaks, which of them... I guess most of the time the Kryptofreaks kind of learn Clark's secret, right? Just because they fight him?
Yeah.
Like, would we have to say that counts with the both of those?
I mean, I guess we could count that, but it's also very ambiguous. Like, they don't really react to it.
Yeah. Maybe we should just take that off the list.
And, so that's the other problem with that, I think.
Yeah.
Is it his secret that just he has superpowers, or that he's an alien?
I would think just that he has superpowers. Because they play that as being as big of a deal as being an alien, even though we're surrounded by people with superpowers. Like, the first thing... This is a thing I never really understood about this. The first thing you'd think that somebody would assume is that he's just a Kryptofreak. And that does come up a couple times, but, like, in a town where so many different people have superpowers, I would think that Jonathan and Martha would be almost in the clear, where it'd be like, well, I mean, he's like all these... At some point, you'd think that people would have to just come to terms with the fact that there's all the supernatural stuff going on, and Clark wouldn't look all that special. That's part of the problem with the premise, is he doesn't look as special when Kryptonite is giving all these people superpowers.
Especially with, like, some of them, like... I still don't buy that he would have struggled that much with Bug Boy. Even with the limited amount of powers that he has at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of Kryptofreaks end up basically having super strength on top of whatever power they have just so that they can fight him. And obviously this is all a conceit because it's got to be an action show.
Yeah.
And I think, to their credit, I don't think Miller and Goff really pitched this as being as much of an action show as it is, but it's that typical situation where the network doesn't think that it's gonna be popular if it's more of just kind of a hometown drama. It's kind of the same thing that Roddenberry had to deal with The Cage with TOS, where that's kind of a more cerebral pilot. There's not a lot of action, and then Star Trek's got to be a little bit more action driven, which sounds funny. Do you think
this show would be better if it came out, like, maybe even 10 years later? Or would it be worse?
Yeah, hard to say. I think and you can say this about so many 22, 26 episode season shows, John. I think it's better if it's a binge show that only has a 12 episode order. Like, I think it's better if it's on a streaming service.
Mm-hmm. Well, and something like this, like, I was talking to the other day, because the thing that my brain goes to most to compare this to, and I'm sure WB was thinking about it as well, is Buffy and Angel.
Right.
Whereas with Buffy and Angel, you can cut those down because there's fat you can cut. At least from what I remember of these first two seasons, a lot of this middle stuff is episodic. So, like, you could skip stuff, but you never know if you're going to miss something important.
Yeah, that's right, because they'll do... I said earlier it's got the mythology episodes. That's more from 2 on. With this first season, when there are important developments in the character situations, they happen in random episodes. So it's kind of harder to pull out the key episodes. Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Gray Invader says, I wonder if we'll ever see Smallville, the animated series, while Lang and Rosenbaum keep teasing it. I hope so. I'm just out of curiosity at this point.
Yeah, I do too. I'm glad that they're rewatching the show. I think that's part of the reason that they're making their podcast, is because those two are supposed to be writing it, and this is not a knock on them at all, but, like, they never went back and rewatched it, so they don't actually know the show that well. And just being in it doesn't mean that you know it well enough to write it. So I really respect that they're going back and doing a whole rewatch of the show. And talking it out like they are, they're going to remember the history and the mythology and stuff a lot better when they try to write it. But it's hard to say if that's going to get a green light. They seem pretty confident that it will, but they don't have a producer or the studio behind them or anything yet, as far as I can tell.
So far, because like just looking at this, and obviously I'm older and more critical.
Oh, convenient unconsciousness.
The thing I would change about this is just clue in his sidekicks on the superpowers immediately.
Yes, absolutely. At least one of them. Yeah, treating it like a like 80s or 90s sitcom was one of the biggest mistakes they made in we've got to keep the status quo where Lana can't find out about the secret because something people won't watch it or find it as interesting if she knows, which I never understood. That is not the Sam and Diane thing to me. Like, even if you don't want them to date or you want it to be an on-again, off-again typical TV thing, you could at least let her be a confidant. Immediately, they'd have something to bond over. And I don't mean to say, like, it's bad because typically in the comics, she's the one person that he confides in and knows. But that is a more interesting situation. I did go into the show going, yeah, but, like, in the comics, Lana is the one person he confides in besides his parents. Like, why not start with that?
AMC Comics says, I wonder if they'll acknowledge the events of Season 11.
I guarantee you they don't.
Personally, just pick up where Season 10 left off, or whatever, however you want to do it. Don't reference the comics, and don't reference Crisis. Just make your own continuity.
Well, you're dealing with so much of a niche audience in the first place. Like, people that, 11 years later still remember the show and saw all 10 seasons. To make the audience that much smaller, John, also you have to have read the comics? Yeah, that's a mistake.
Well, and just like, there's so much, the continuity of what happens past the show is so screwed up now. You'd have to juggle in everything that happens in the comics, and I don't even remember how long Season 11 runs for. I've only read the first couple arcs. Plus, you'd have to factor in, he's not Superman anymore by the time you get to Crisis. Apparently.
Well, and also, most people didn't like what we did with that, and
yeah,
it's not an interesting situation.
That might have been the most offensive thing in that to me. Like, it just felt like, oh, you remember the show that you watched for 10 years? Well, how dare you? How dare you watch Smallville for 10 years?
Yeah, and that's in a crossover that is fraught with offensive things.
Yeah.
Robert Wild wants to know if that Sony TV counts as product placement. It's hard to say. There's a few things in the show here and there that I don't know if they paid for. I assume with Sony, probably. Picky Ricky, do you listen to Talkville Cap? Yeah, I mentioned earlier, before you probably came in, that I've watched the almost the whole first season worth of podcasts. They're up to episode 5 now, so I'm like 7 behind, because I think they did the finale in a couple of parts. Maybe, I forget, but I haven't watched it.
I like the Batman stuff, but it's just, like, it breaks 11. My brain that Barbara Gordon is Nightwing. I don't know why, but it's like it messes with me.
Yeah, her characterization's kind of fun. She's real spunky. I don't think I've read much more than you have, John. I think I've been through maybe the first 3 trades. I think
I left off on the Flash story because I didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah, it went for like 7 or 8 trades, I think, and then they start like naming different arcs where it's still technically season 11, but I think they stopped calling it that.
Okay.
I think. I forget. So, John, we're going to get to a big retcon thing pretty quickly after this episode, where right now Lana is a waitress at the Coffee Bean, and she's terrible at it. And then not too long after this, she's going to be running her own coffee shop, and she's going to be perfect at it.
Yeah.
She developed that skill somehow. Oh, the Beanery. That's the name of that place. And then the Talon runs it out of business. AMC, I actually liked the season 11 Batman and Bart Allen stuff, but Crisis, yeah, nothing good came out of that.
The only thing I liked in Crisis was the Lucifer cameo, because it's like 30 seconds, can't damage the continuity of that show, and that guy that plays Lucifer is great.
Yeah, that was a decently written scene. This is a crazy practical effect.
Oh, yeah?
Like it's nuts that they did that. And that line was the big, like, selling moment in the trailer for this episode. I remember that on TV.
I would have been 9 when this came out.
Wow. Meanwhile, at the mansion that's in Everything Ever... Oh, John Glover's back. John Glover's back.
He's so good.
I liked the tete-a-tete in this episode a lot between Lex and Lionel, and this was always, I thought, a really good way to kind of reintroduce him into the show, where Lex is proving to him that he can run things without having to be as ruthless as his father, actually care about people, increase the workforce instead of axing it. And I remember the politics of this actually kind of making sense and not being too simplistic. See, this would be more sports. This would be more sports we would have to count if we counted sports.
Yeah, him and Roosevelt just have good chemistry, even when their dynamic completely shifts for some reason.
No, there's a place where even their relationship kind of jumps the shark a little bit for me, and I still love seeing them on screen, and they're elevating the material so hard that it still kind of works despite itself.
Yeah. Ah, you think darkness is your ally?
Oh, I don't have that one here. I wish I did. Great Invader, I need to read Season 11. I have Volume 1, but some of the others are out of print. You can read them on DC's digital service, though.
Oh, that's good. I think right now Robert Wilde is winning the Kryptofreak contest, but he's counting something that he made up.
Thanks, Robert. He's going above and beyond. Or he's only counting stuff he's decided we should be counting.
Brandon Ruth is the best part of Crisis. Like, non-cameo wise, he's the best part of Crisis.
No, I agree. There's also a really good parallel here between the conflicts of the two the father and son duos, and that's a motif that we'll see, of course, all the way through the season. And it's kind of interesting that we've got kind of this this almost reverse situation for a minute from what you'll usually see, because Clark is maybe kind of in the wrong or at least I always saw it that way, that he's wanting to play football and he's going against what his father wants. And like you said, I like that he's being proactive and he's standing up to his dad. I'm finding him sympathetic, but I do think that he's making the wrong choice. That, like, Jonathan's absolutely right that it's too dangerous for him to be doing that, and he he really shouldn't be not deceptive, but just going against his dad like that. And meanwhile, Lex is doing the same thing with his father, but he's in the right on it. He's got the correct morality.
Yeah. Well, it's with Clark. He's picking the wrong battle. Do you think it would have been a better resolution if he had actually hurt someone so he could learn from it, instead of he's basically going to get his way at the end of this?
I missed part of that. Sorry, this part's crazy. That who's going to get his way, Lex?
No, Clark is basically going to end up getting his way, even though he's in the wrong, and Lex is not getting his way, even though he's in the right. Would it have made more sense to flip those?
Well, I don't know that Clark really does. I mean, he's not going to continue playing football.
Isn't he?
No, this is the end of that until season 4. He does not play football after this.
For some reason, I just remember him playing football.
Sorry, that's why I wasn't totally sure what you were talking about. Yeah, no, he does not continue playing football after this.
Okay, then ignore my.
And I can't remember. I mean, like, if that's what they did, you're right. That would be kind of a weird way to end that.
That hasn't aged well.
That parallel, no. No, it took them a while to figure out the running effect too.
I think we fallen behind super hard on the people walking away angry.
Yeah. That is hard to count in the moment, isn't it?
It is.
What, should we just up it to 5 and call it good?
I'd say, yeah, 5.
It's probably around 5. Yeah, that's not gonna make her smile. That's her whole life. You just made fun of her, not livelihood, but...
Hey, there's the wall of weird. What's left of it?
What's left of it? Well, you're 3 for 3 here, John.
Ruth was
You are
good,
pretty vindicated right now on the wall of weird.
Ruth was good in Crisis, but I really resist the future of Ruth Superman being reduced to Kingdom Come. I mean, it's with anything like that, or Superman Returns that adds to an existing continuity, it's really easy to just ignore it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's so weird anyway, because it's like, is it just a sequel to Superman Returns, or is it also what happens to Christopher Reeve Superman? Are they the same Superman? You don't know, I don't know, no one can answer that.
Yeah.
I remember when this was on, this feeling like kind of an important scene, because I'm pretty sure Clark comes in here too, and this is going to be the first time the 3 of them are kind of in a room together, and just, like, caring about each other, enjoying each other's company, talking about their individual but kind of paralleling conflicts. And I remember it seeming kind of novel to have a TV show like this that took 3 whole episodes before your main cast, like your arguably 3 most important cast members, are together on screen.
Yeah. Well, it's also weird now, I guess I should say retroactively. Like, Chloe and Pete aren't really important yet. And by the end of the show, I think Chloe's one of the most important characters.
Yeah, so far, Pete is just token best friend guy. Well, there's a guy named Pete Ross in the comics, so I guess we better cast that guy. And then Chloe is plot device for exposition to tell us about the Kryptofreaks and what their powers do.
Yeah.
And to be kind of cheeky about Clark's profession in the future. He's going to be an investigative journalist, so he has to have a friend that does that. And it's got to be Lois before Lois, which is why I always kind of resisted the cousin thing.
Yeah, that was weird.
Guy Invader says Clark doesn't meet Lionel until season 2. Yeah, isn't that crazy? I forgot about that until you said it, but yeah, that's right.
Hey, look, she successfully delivered a cup of coffee.
Yeah, along with decent dialogue. I like this scene a lot, and we've got I don't know. This is kind of TV writing 101 to me, where we've got these converging subplots. Oh, she in thematic convergence. So she successfully delivered the order, but it wasn't what he ordered, John.
Yeah, that's a good little moment.
Yeah, I like that. Well, I love that it does not look like a thing he would ever drink, but I like that he drank it anyway just to be nice to her. And then he goes, his line delivery is great. He just goes, not even close. It's crazy that Rosenbaum is so talented and seems on every time to me when you start listening to him talk and you look at his podcast and stuff, and he is such a goof off.
Yeah.
Like it's even more impressive when you know just how much he likes to pull pranks and be silly on set, and again that his personality is polar opposite of the character he's playing.
Yeah.
Like, he's not the sophisticate, and I'm not knocking him when I say that. I mean, he would say that too. Like, that's not who he is, but he's excellent at playing it. Every time he's got lines about like history or economy or where he's playing a character that's super well read, you can tell that. And like Rosenbaum reads too. Don't get me wrong, but like he's not well read like Lex Luthor, and he's really good at being convincing about all this stuff and he's talked about this, about all these literary references and things that he's not familiar with, that he doesn't know himself, some of them.
True. AMC Comics says true Cap, but that seems to be what Crisis thinks, because there's that line where when he says when fighting Hawkland, it's the second time he went crazy and fought himself, which is a reference to 3. But then it's not the Superman Returns version, which is weirder because Returns retcons 3 and 4, doesn't it?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't know what version it is. No, I remember that too.
Superman 3 sucks, by the way.
The only good scene is when he fights himself. This sauna kind of looks like my set right now.
But with Rosenbaum, yeah, I agree. And what's crazy to me about Rosenbaum in this era is he's in 2 very different DC projects and is like the definitive version, at least for me, of 2 very different characters. Because obviously he plays Wally West. Yeah. And Lex Luthor.
Yeah, and I like what you said earlier that character is certainly a little bit closer to his actual personality, where he is jokey and he is.
Yeah. Isn't he Deadshot too?
Is he?
I think so.
Yeah, so I didn't realize that. He does some real minor characters for DCAU here and there too. But yeah, I mean that character is kind of a hothead, and he's not especially.
Yeah, he plays Deadshot.
He can be a little juvenile, and that's Rosenbaum's humor.
Yeah.
In real life.
He's also in a really crappy horror movie called Urban Legend. I think it's The Final Cut.
Yeah, good call with that. I didn't remember that, if I ever knew it.
I that's kind of fresh in my memory because I just went through that stuff a couple months ago.
But yeah, I guess what I was trying to get at is Rosenbaum's a guy that really likes immature humor, that's great at playing characters that are more mature than he is. I don't know how he does that.
Yeah.
I don't know where he finds that.
He's also the Terminal and Ghoul in the Beyond era.
Yes.
Is it Robert Wilde says he voices Deadshot doing a Kevin Spacey impression? I think I remember hearing him say that it wasn't Spacey, it was Walken.
No, he's doing Walken when he's playing Ghoul.
Okay.
I mean, he might be with that too, but I don't think so. Ghoul's one of the Jokers in the Joker's gang in Batman Beyond.
Okay. I still need to go through that show. All I know of it is Superman or Superman. Batman Beyond: The Return of the Joker.
Okay, we're about to get your favorite thing, where he's able to just, where Clark can just be dragged out of a room, and then suddenly he's fine. There's not any lead in between. Wow, the sound effects in this scene are over the top.
Yeah.
And we're doing a lot of our stunts in slow motion to make them seem more epic than I guess they thought they looked.
Yeah, and I feel like they dropped that quickly.
Yeah, and I think part of it is because they started doing so much bullet time that maybe they're thinking that all the slow motion is a little bit confusing, where it's like, are we looking at that from Clark's perspective, or is it just the audience's perspective? Like, it's a little weird to do bullet time and slow motion too much, because they are kind of different things.
I like Wes Craven's Cursed. It's not bad. Or maybe it is bad, and that's why I like it.
That's a thing they talk about in Talkville, where early on, like with this scene, they'll make sure that sometimes his clothes are on fire, and then eventually they just kind of drop that because it's too much to keep up with.
By the way, Clark on Green K to count.
Oh, yep. No, I already counted it.
Oh, did you? Okay. I didn't hear the sound thing go off.
Yeah, I missed the ding there, I think, but... Oh,
No
guy
worries.
getting thrown! Guy getting thrown. Thanks for helping us out with the count. This is a lot to keep up with.
And it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, it is. No, this is a terrible exercise. John, I'm finding it very difficult to be articulate about any of this and also pay enough attention to count anything.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, I should really just not even attempt any analysis here. I love the dialogue here, the writing and the delivery. Of course, you get one. See, yeah, it's about rebellion, it's about defiance, but one of these kids is in the right. So you have no idea what I'm capable of is a line that I always associate with this Lex Luthor, and in my brain he says it all the time. That might be the only time in the show he ever says it. But I love that if it's not, the first time he says it is to his father, who doesn't believe in him and is disappointed in him. And that's John, I think that's the kind of foreshadowing to things that we know were supposed to happen in the comic book future that actually work and don't seem too cheeky and teasy. Right? It was like, you have no idea what I'm capable of. Eventually, he's going to be even more ruthless and evil and more scary than his father. That's not what he's talking about in that scene, but that's the subtext. And I guess it's the difference between subtext and being super obvious and, not giving your audience any credit. Where you're going, we want you to feel good about yourself because you remember that Superman wears a cape and has a thing called the Fortress of Solitude. That's actual real subtext. That's literary.
Would that also count as walking away angry? Because Lionel kind of was not happy when he left.
Sure. We haven't counted enough of those. It happens a lot, but I keep missing it.
AMC Comics says, shame that we never got Flash and Riddler and the DCAU together because of Rosenbaum and Glover. Yeah. What was your reason for playing? Where'd it go?
Yeah, that's why they did the Flash Lex mind swap thing.
I love that episode.
No, it's great.
It has one of my favorite moments in that entire show.
Okay, how do you feel about the ending of this episode? Because there's a part of me that finds it kind of charming, and there's a part of me that finds it a little bit cringeworthy.
I think it's more like they're being cringy, but it's kind of charming because he's trying to help her because they both kind of had a rough week. I don't know, it works well enough.
Yeah, I think that episode does a really good job of converging two totally separate stories that are about some of the same things, but you buy that they're both happening at the same time.
Robert Wild says, "Take a drink every time Clark wears red or blue." Are you trying?
We're not
to
counting
kill
that.
us?
We're not counting it, okay? Because it's going to be most of the time.
I am gonna give it a strong. I am feeling it.
Yeah, me too. No, that's a really well written episode. Like, even though it's got the standard Kryptofreak formula, it's nice that your third Kryptofreak is at least not a high school kid. You know, he's a teacher this time.
Yeah. We're changing the formula.
Just mixing it up just a little bit.
Now we have to go back to formula.
The Lex Lionel stuff there is killer.
Yeah.
And the drama with Jonathan and Clark works okay, except, do you notice when we get to the end there isn't really much of a resolution for that.
And
I think
which subplot, sorry?
With Jonathan and Clark, I think the reason that you maybe were remembering him continuing to play football there is they just don't address it. They don't get back to it. It's just
I was noticing.
Well, the fire coach died. Oh, by the way, the fire coach died. I gotta count that. And then I guess he's not gonna play football anymore. Like there should be a coda to that, right?
Well, so that's something I was noticing, and I kind of muttered a comment about because he tells Lana that he guesses the reason, and I don't know if he was just making up something to tell her because he can't tell her his secret apparently.
Yeah, of course.
But he says, I guess my reason for playing left, or just I forgot why I wanted to play or whatever. And I'm like, why?
I forgot about that line, yeah. Here, I'll just put the count over here.
Like, you go against your dad to do this, and then you just change your mind by the end of the episode for no reason. So yeah, I mean that's probably part of it. The other part is that I remember the season 4 Mitzelflick episode because it's really bad.
It's really bad, yeah. Well, yeah, and I think part of the issue too is Lex makes the decision he does partly based on what Clark and Lana are doing. Even says that in the Talon, like, you two stuck my ground, your ground, I'm caving. It's interesting that he becomes kind of more Lex Luthor-like by looking to Clark there. And then I think the idea is supposed to be maybe that Clark realizes he's in the wrong and shouldn't have been, standard stubborn teenager. And again, I'm impressed that I don't hate him while he's doing that, because there's places where the teen drama stuff does seem really forced and just there for the sake of having teen angst stories. I'm getting why he's frustrated about that. That's a thing that I certainly resonates. Where you have the skills you have, you want to have the freedom to explore and try them, and it's it feels really unfair that like I'm too good at something, so just so that I don't hurt anybody's feelings or whatever, I'm not allowed to do it. But in this case, it's not about hurting anybody's feelings. It's about not hurting anybody and people not finding out that you have superpowers. So it's complicated. But I like that as a metaphor for you gifted kids. But it'd be nice if somehow, and I don't know how you do this, John. It'd be nice if somehow what Lex does has something to do with why Clark ultimately, like they teach each other something with why he ultimately doesn't continue going against his dad by the end.
Yeah, I think the only thing that lets this episode down is I don't feel like Clark actually learned something. We just pretended that he did.
Yeah, because we got to wrap it up.
I don't know. Yeah. That's where I think a more serialized nature for this season would help, because that's something you could pick up on the next episode and then maybe he learned something there, instead of having to wrap everything up in a 40-minute episode, which...
And then just get us back to the standard status quo. Yeah, exactly. Which is why it's a little bit weird and maybe unbelievable when you get to season 4 and we're back to the football stuff again. Where it's like, it feels like the only reason Clark waited 3 more years or 2.5 or whatever is because the show is just now finally deciding it's okay with messing with that status quo again. Where it doesn't feel character driven. Okay, we're going to go into the 4th episode now. And this one is...
X-Ray.
Thank you, X-Ray. I didn't have it off the top of my head, and I've got a million tabs open. Okay, so let me go ahead and get that listed here.
We have to tell people what episode we're on. I hate that the show didn't cast a short actor for Mxyzptlk, easily one of the most CW-fied Superman villains in the show. I mean, it is, but if I have to give them some credit, or if I can give them some credit,
you don't have to.
Mxyzptlk.
Say again.
They went to Mxyzptlk, like, on television. That's a bold choice, even if it's a complete reinvention that's awful.
Yeah, I don't know how bold it is, though. I mean, the previous show did it. Like, one of the only main villains they adapted was also Mxyzptlk.
Oh, I've never seen... you're talking about Lois and Clark.
Lois and Clark, yeah. And it was Howie Mandel, and he's great.
Oh. He came to make a deal.
No, it was kind of more perplexing than anything, where it's like, okay, we're finally going to adapt a comic character, and it's not actually an adaptation at all. I don't even know where his powers come from.
I don't either, actually.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and watch X-Ray, and then we'll take a break after this. Get timestamp 0, get ready to press play when I say now, and let's get right into it, folks. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
I'm having trouble remembering what this episode's about.
Well, it's the one where Clark gets his X-ray vision, John.
Okay.
Because it's called X-Ray.
I mean, I kind of figured, but like, with the Vision episodes, the only one I remember is Heat Vision because it's very.
This is the Tina Greer episode.
Right.
And she will come back. I was a little surprised with Talkville that they forgot that she was in the 2nd season.
Yeah.
They didn't know.
I only
came
remember
back.
that because it's really weird how they write. What's his name? Whitney, out of the show.
Yes, and then they bring the actor back one time to play her morphed as him. Well, I say one time. He's in a flashback later also, but that's the one time of the season they do it.
Nobody questions why Lex Luthor's carrying a backpack.
Yeah, I know. But I always love that detail. I mean, to be fair, you got, like, the richest person in town that's banking with you. Maybe there should be a look where it's like, it's kind of odd he's wearing this backpack. I wouldn't expect anybody to say anything to him.
I'll give him this, though, because they get her with the handwriting.
Yes. Rosenbaum kills it here, where he doesn't seem at all like himself. That smirk he's doing, because what you have to remember is we are being introduced to this character through Rosenbaum, and the thing he's doing with his face, the way he's kind of pursing his lips, is what she does later. And of course, you shoot this kind of stuff out of order, so I have to assume that he's seeing some of her performance, but he's basing that on her, and we haven't seen her yet. That's great.
Counting since the count.
Somebody got thrown!
Through glass.
Well, look, we're not going to count the individual things they get thrown into, John. We're not doing that, sir.
So, all right, but I do have to ask, how did she throw him through glass?
Because she has super strength. And I'm not joking either. They make a point of her power comes with super strength.
Okay.
Like, we're told that. Because otherwise, like I said earlier, she wouldn't be able to fight Clark. Boy, if I had a dime for every time my mom ever asked me that in high school. Did you rob a bank? Well, that morph effect looks like a thing that you could do on software, like, right now, and better. That's a little rough.
I think this is the first one that hasn't been some kind of horror movie reference so far.
Yeah, I'm racking my brain trying to think, I can't think of anything.
I mean, it's a very classic, shapeshifter. It's more of a science fiction premise, really.
And now we got a Kryptofreak parent death already before the first commercial break.
Does that also count as throwing?
Yeah, it wasn't in the air or up against anything, but she did throw her. Sure, why not? I'll give it that. Sure. Have we only had one instance of bullet time in this whole show so far?
Bullet time's when he's running, right?
No, bullet time is when he's
Or
doing the
slow
Matrix
motion.
thing, where the world around him is moving slower, and he can perceive it slower, so that he's moving in super speed.
Yeah, I think we've only had the one.
It will be in almost every episode in season 2. Hey, look, Clark's wearing the same backpack Tina Greer was just wearing. Did you see the strap in the intro?
I did.
It looked
This will
exactly the
also
same.
start the cliche that they'll use a lot in later seasons, where they'll start the episode with someone doing something out of character.
Yes. Except most of the time, those episodes are all about that character being out of character just because the actors are bored playing the same thing every week, which really tells you one of the big problems with this show, where we're not allowing characters to change and grow enough in a thing that just naturally kind of calls for that. And I sympathize with the producers, because it's difficult to do 22 episodes with this kind of premise.
Yeah.
So I get that. And that's the thing Rosenbaum keeps talking about in his podcast. I love the headline, Lex Luthor robs bank. That's great.
Yeah.
That's
Robert
also the
Williams
kind
says
of...
it's basically a Clayface episode.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That is the kind of nod to comics that I can also kind of get behind, John. Where we're making a big deal out of everybody thinks he's the villain. That doesn't seem too silly and teasy to me.
Well, and we'll see how this holds up, but just from the opening, I like this as kind of we're mentioning evil twins, and we got the newspaper. Because
Yeah.
it's having a little more fun with it.
Well, and it's a lot better than the standard, what we'll get later, the episodes you were talking about, the people who aren't themselves episode. Because this isn't one of those, of course. It's another Kryptofreak. But
Yeah.
they just never learn anything from those. It's always just a way for the audience to experience something different, and for the actors to not be bored. And usually they don't remember it at the end, so it's kind of pointless.
So he just said that certain people's opinion of him will be changed. Wouldn't it be in the paper? Couldn't somebody just say in the interview or in the paper, or let it out? The signatures didn't match up. It was clearly not Lex Luthor.
Yeah, but that's not going to sell newspapers, John.
I mean, that's true. I will give them that, because I live in 2023 and the world is full of clickbait.
Yeah, journalism was pretty sensationalist even back then. But that is a good point you're making, because it seems like kind of, I don't know if you'd call it libel, but it seems kind of close to libel.
It's convenient he got the exact right power for this situation.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I know we've been talking a lot about proximity of kryptonite and how much of it you need to hurt Clark and all of that, John. But don't you think it's also
that's
weird?
Horrifying.
Yeah, that's messed up. Pete is also here to be really creepy on accident. But don't you think it's kind of weird that the human body acts like lead? Like, if you have kryptonite in you, it doesn't, and you stand close to Clark, it doesn't typically make him have the effects of kryptonite. Although I think sometimes they actually do that. But usually, I guess, your organs and bones are enough to stand in the way of Clark and kryptonite.
How much is John responsible? Robert Wild asks,
Look
how
at the
much is
giant
John
sunflowers.
responsible for Lex going bad? Did he offer him enough support and guidance? genuine question. My memory on the show is fuzzy. You caught me. It's all my fault.
John did it. I think he means Jonathan Kent. God, John, why did you make Lex go to the dark side?
I thought it'd be funny, and it was.
It was pretty funny. But at what twisty cost?
It didn't cost me anything, so.
No, Robert, that's a good point, and that's the thing we can try to explore a little bit while we're watching through the seasons. There is certainly maybe some degree of responsibility that he has in, helping to push Lex over the edge to some degree, because the one man that he really does respect doesn't believe in him. But I think it's just nice and complicated, where Lex gives him plenty of reasons not to trust him. It's also, some of it is not fair on Jonathan Kent's part. Some of it has, all to do with just his experience with Lionel, which in the first season, we don't even know what their background was, and I'm so glad they explore it in the second season with the adoption and everything, because it clears that up, and that tells you everything you need to know about why he feels the way he does, beyond just the same reason everybody else in town doesn't like Lionel Luthor. One of the things that was always weird about it to me is a lot of people will talk about the Luthors like this is a family that can't be trusted. They're all bad seeds. As far as we know at this point, there's only two of them. There's the father and his son, and we keep going, the Luthors, this horrible family.
I mean, to be fair to that, I feel like in Spider-Man all the time, even though it's just Norman and Harry, we constantly refer to them as the Osborns.
That's true. That's a good point.
I've always,
but I don't think Harry
like,
Osborn tends to get thrown under the bus until he's been Green Goblin or something, right?
Well, so the thing with that is that at least in everything that I've read, I'm not as caught up as like Dan. But Norman doesn't exist for a while. You just have Harry, and then I think for a while there, nobody knows that like Norman is a shady businessman. He just kind of seems like a good guy. So you might be right on that. But I've always felt like because they give Lex a dad in this, or like a more prominent father, it is kind of looking at the Norman and Harry relationship.
Robert says, obviously Jonathan is also referring to Lex's sister and clone brothers. Hey, he's got one brother that's not a clone. He has a half-brother, and he has a dead brother that died as a baby, but, he's dead.
To be fair, Gray and Vader, from what I remember, the big thing that drives them apart is Clark's secret, and I don't ever remember Lex giving him a reason to trust him that far. I could be wrong, but...
Yeah, Jonathan was very mean to Lex, but ultimately, this is Gray and Vader, it's Clark that turned Lex into a bad person. Lex needed a friend, and Clark was not there for him. I agree with you. But I also think that the argument is complicated. Like, I can see both sides to it, and I can see a person siding with either of them to some degree. Except Clark always has the excuse or the rational reason, depending on how you want to look at it, that I'm deferring to my father who told me not to tell anyone. And that's an argument that does not come up enough, both with Lana and with Lex. All he has to say when one of them finally comes out, why didn't you tell me? Why were you deceptive? Why didn't you trust me? It's not that I didn't trust you. It's that I also trust my father who told me not to do that. You're basically telling me to defy a rule of the house that I was brought up in, that I was told was put there to protect me and others. That doesn't come up much.
Yeah, I mean, from what I remember, they tend to frame it more as like Lex's own need for answers is what drove him to where he is.
Yeah, and an inferiority complex.
God, can they just stop zooming in on that effect?
Yeah, because it doesn't look good. Just do it from farther away. I don't know about you. I wouldn't care if we never actually saw it on screen if that's what it's going to look like.
I don't need to see it.
I don't either. I think we're about to have somebody get thrown again.
She's gonna get hit by a car.
I don't think he actually crashes this truck. There was one car that got dented, but I don't think we can call that a full-on car crash.
So what was her plan? Just make everyone think he suddenly snapped?
I guess. You know, it works so well with Lex.
Although, to be fair, I mean, it kind of establishes that she's kind of dumb.
A line that's also difficult to walk with a teenage drama like this, I think, is how far can you take the excuse for irrational behavior while they're kids, they're teenagers, they haven't found themselves yet. Whenever with this show, I should say whatever, but sometimes when I've complained about teenage characters not being reasonable and making choices because I think it's kind of just easy TV drama, there's often a commenter that will say, "Yeah, but Cap, they're teenagers. They haven't figured themselves out yet," and I feel like you know, like everybody's gonna decide for themselves what they buy and how effective the storytelling is, but like sometimes I think that's true, and I'm actually buying the character really doing what they're doing because of that, and they have, you know, the appropriate consequences for it. And then sometimes it doesn't seem character driven enough to me.
Right.
Where you'll have a character that is otherwise usually pretty reasonable even for a teenager, but then the one time they do a thing like that so that the story can move forward, I've got to buy. I'm supposed to buy the excuse that, well, they're just a teenager. I don't know. I don't think you can have your cake and eat it too with that.
My answer to that has always been yes. Of course, they're teenagers, but it still has to be like watchable and not making me scratch my head like I don't believe a human being, no matter what their age, would make this choice.
Yeah, and I think last episode is a really good example where that is exactly what Clark was doing, and it was the wrong call, and the episode wasn't. And I agree with you that maybe he didn't learn enough by the end, but the episode wasn't entirely on his side about it. That's the difference, right? Is when a character is being treated as heroic and rational when they aren't being that way just to move story forward.
Yeah. Well, and like that is a teenager moment.
Is this the episode with her mother's speech from graduation at the end? Or is that later?
If it's not, this is where we start setting her up to like look into more into her mother's history. Some of this is coming back to me as we watch it now. I don't know why, but that just unlocked the whole subplot with her father from my memory. Like, I'm starting to remember that stuff.
I mentioned that earlier with Henry Small.
Yeah, and I was like, what are you talking about? Now it's just like, now it's coming back.
Yep. From the Smallville spot. Hey, here he is, guys. It's Roger Nixon. One of my absolute favorite characters in the show. Because he is so slimy and he's such a cartoon character. And because he cannot pronounce his own name without almost going into multiple syllables. Roger Nixon. Or extra syllables, I should say.
Remember...
By Tom? Unless he was saying later to somebody else.
This is my favorite scene in this episode. Later. Are you saying bye, or you mean later you have a favorite scene?
Oh. He's like, I really like this scene. I'm leaving now. sorry. What,
Jonathan's just lucky a tornado never came by because we know how that would go. And in fairness to the show, Mystique's morphing effect had a movie budget. Well, yeah, but like...
I'm not comparing it to that. I'm just saying if that's what it looked like, and I don't mean to not have historical perspective. I remember when this came on, I was like, that looks dicey.
And then Gray Invader says, remember when Clark and Lana finally slept together and caused an earthquake in Smallville. That was cool.
That's my favorite part.
Robert Watts says, "This scene, I like it. Another."
Okay, later. So Austin was
supposed to be about a young Bruce Wayne traveling world before that idea fell through. That is what I've heard.
Yes.
Tom says later was a random text. It means nothing. Okay. Bumped your phone and okay.
Yeah, that's what I've always read too. Is that they pitched a Bruce Wayne show, and they weren't able to make that because even at this time, Warner's was considering a year one type origin Batman movie. And so, like, Batman Begins is essentially, even though that doesn't come out for 4 more years, the reason that this is a Superman show and not a Batman show. That's what I've always read. I don't know how much truth there is to that, to be fair, because I read that for years, and then Goff and Miller, I've not. They don't talk about that really in interviews more recently when they're talking about the development of the show. So I don't know if they're just not remembering that part of it, or if they, for some reason, just don't bring that up. But
I don't know if you remember this, but on the Smallville DVDs, they have those booklets.
Yeah.
And I want to say in one of the interviews in there, they mention it.
Okay. I haven't heard it recently, and that's why I'm a little bit trepidatious about it, because I don't want to throw out incorrect facts. But
yeah, for sure. At the end of the day, I think that the Batman training around the world, it makes more sense with what we got with Begins.
Absolutely.
Because I think with the show, you would have ended up having to drag it out, and it's just like, how long is it going to take for him to become Batman?
Yeah. Well, and for 22 episodes, it would have to be too serialized. Like, as much crap as I give this show for repeating itself and having a formula and all of that, it is a premise that lends itself more to one-and-done stories and more anthology-type stories than that premise would. So I'm not complaining that this show doesn't have just like a 12-episode story arc and has individual episodes. I'm just complaining that they all have to be a big action story against a high school supervillain, or so many of them do. This would be a better show if it took the risk, and I don't know if it would have sold. Like, I don't know if this risk would have paid off, but I was wanted a much more understated show that didn't even necessarily have Clark using his powers every episode, where he's just dealing with regular real-world issues that you deal with as a teenager, and occasionally has to deal with the fact that he also happens to be from another planet, and gradually deal with the mythology in the background. But it should have been, and I don't mean to say that this is a great show or anything, but it should have been more like a Seventh Heaven type show, where it's more one and done stories, that keeps a continuity. They could have done that.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I do think that sounds cool. I don't know if you could have gotten away with that in 2000.
I don't either. That's what I would have liked in a perfect world.
Even something like Buffy, which is doing a lot of what you're describing, but with horror instead of sci-fi, had to keep it a very action-oriented show.
Yeah. I think, honestly, Superman and Lois strikes a better balance, even though, and I've only seen the first season of that show, even though it gets a little bit too ambitious for my taste toward the end, where they are building to a huge scoping kind of bad guy plot, but they have a lot of episodes, especially early on, that are a lot more about small town politics and family issues, and I keep referring to that as Smallville 2, because
is that the new one?
Yeah, Superman and Lois.
I keep getting it mixed up with Lois and Clark.
I wish they hadn't called it that, because everybody gets confused by it that's not watching it. But you should watch that at some point, because I think it's kind of a second draft in some ways of the show.
Okay. Yeah,
especially because it takes place in Smallville. So it's like it's Superman living in Smallville after he's lived in Metropolis as a father with his children and
yeah,
wife.
I do want to watch it because I liked Tyler Hoechlin a lot in Supergirl.
Yeah.
Even though he shows up as that show starting to jump off the cliff.
Yep. And he just tears it up. Like he really carries his own show.
It's always funny when I see him as like Superman, because like I remember when he was just on like one of those. I think it was he's on Teen Wolf, which I saw like a random episode of, and I was like,
yeah,
this guy's like whatever. And now he's Superman, and he's great.
Yep. It's just sad that more people haven't noticed that show, because we have a show with a real Superman and not a lot of people are watching it. And I'm part of the problem. I keep forgetting about it. Like, I haven't watched any of second season. People keep, every now and again, someone will remind me, oh yeah, Superman and Lois. And I'm like, oh, that's right. There's Sheriff Ethan, who has an unfortunate send-off in the second season.
Dark Corners UK says, I like the episode where Clark fights a kryptonite-enhanced villain. And can we all agree that Rosenbaum is the greatest live-action Lex? Yes, he is the greatest live-action.
Yeah, John said it 5 minutes into the first commentary, I think.
No, yeah.
Oh, there's Clark and Lana in the loft. You know, we haven't had a lot to count this episode.
We haven't. That's surprising.
We'll have more later, because we're going to have a big fight at the end with the Kryptofreak. And she's going to, spoiler alert, she's going to die in the most violent way imaginable.
Yeah.
Do you remember that, John? Do you know how she dies?
Yeah. She gets impaled, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess she doesn't die, because she does come back at the end. Or she does come back in the second season. But she looks very dead.
Oh, no, I thought she got impaled in the second season.
Oh, you know what? That must be what it was. I'm sorry, I'm conflating them. Because I was like, wait, how does she come back from that? How does she get written out of this, then? I don't even remember. Oh, doesn't she go to an institution? She goes to an institution.
I think Dagon Spirit says, I think of Superman and Lois as kind of a spiritual successor to Smallville in some ways.
It is.
Gray Invader says, I'm trying to watch Superman and Lois, but it's not Smallville enough for me.
Oh, okay.
Make sure to all caps enough. I mean, like, I can understand that, though, like, if you're attached to this specific fantasy.
Well, and especially if...
Wait, does this count? Because it wasn't really Lana?
Does it count as... Oh, no, I guess it doesn't. I think I made the same mistake when I did the scripted version.
No, it caught me off guard, too. Spirit. And Cap, and you call yourself a fan. You mean of Smallville or of Superman and Lois?
I mean, I want to be more of a fan of that show. I just keep forgetting to watch it. I have a lot going on, you guys.
Hayden Spriggs says, I think the second season kind of falls off.
I'm worried about that, and I've heard things about Doomsday that don't make me happy, but...
Robert Ross says, I still like the show, but season 1 was better. I mean, nothing can be worse than the Doomsday in this show.
The Blind Side. Wow, this is insane and so cool at the same time. Thanks. We're doing okay so far, but this is only our 4th episode. We're not even to our 4th hour yet, John.
Kind of feels like it's only been an hour or two. No, this has been going by pretty quick.
That has been my experience with these streams the couple of times I've done them. Where you'll get to the end and be like, how was that a day?
AMC Comics asked, did you know that they came out and said Superman and Lois isn't part of the Arrowverse? I heard that. They just kind of said, we're not going to deal with that.
Yeah, here's the thing. It doesn't matter if it is or isn't, because they had the excuse from the beginning that they had just had Crisis, and they could kind of change anything they wanted to. Like, all they have to do is not link up too much with anything that happens in that universe. I guess when they start adding mythology that would contradict Supergirl, they probably have to make that statement. But at least what I watched, it works either way. you can say it is or it isn't, and just has some characters that exist in both universes, I guess, like Diggle. But then also, because he's one of the only, maybe the only character from another show that shows up in that first season. But also, you have a multiverse, so it really doesn't matter. Like, you can just say, oh, it's in one of the Earths of that multiverse.
Yeah.
And I don't care ultimately, because that
Supergirl
that whole universe lost me a long, long time ago. So like, there's not a real internal logic that I buy.
Yeah.
Roger
and
Nixon.
Supergirl still makes me sad. I think season 1, after you get past the first few episodes, is almost brilliant, and then it just dives off a cliff.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but I liked a lot of it. I think the Martian Manhunter twist is genius.
Yeah.
That's one of the coolest things I've ever seen in a superhero show, and they do something similar in the first season of Superman and Lois that also works really well.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, this is going to get me in the mood to watch that. Finally sit down and watch that.
You should. And then what we'll do is we'll both watch it, and then we'll come back for season 2, and we'll just end up reviewing that the entire time. And people will be like, when are you going to talk about Smallville? You're watching it. Hey, look, he's playing pool again. Let's see if Robert is still counting this apart from our count. At some point, I'm just going to put it in there, but I'm not going to count it. I'm going to expect Robert to keep doing that job. Robert, you got one job, man. You got to count the sports. Count them.
Robert Wild says there are some characters who were in Supergirl that show up in Superman and Lois, but played by different actors. AMC says, yeah, apparently it's a separate Clark, just still played by Hoechlin.
Well, and it feels like a separate Lois from the beginning, because she's not sanctimonious and condescending. Somebody said they find her irritating in that show, but I like her quite a bit.
Oh,
hey, we should probably talk about this. I don't know.
I'm just reading the chat. AMC Comics says they also just cast a separate Lex that isn't John Cryer.
Yeah, so they're moving away from all that, and they gotta. So I get that, but I think they're retroactively saying that. I think during the first season they either couldn't decide, or it was, and they went, we don't want to do this anymore.
I don't blame him. I've only seen John Cryer in Crisis, and I thought he was atrocious.
Can we just talk about how over the top Lex's face is in the scene? And like, he is actually Lex in the scene.
DC reference.
He's not, oh, thank you. This is the first time that we've heard about the Daily Planet. I think Metropolis has been referenced already, has it not? Maybe not.
Yes, because I think he said, because I think in that scene with him and Lionel, he says, "You sent me here from Metropolis."
Okay, well, I'll go to 12, whatever. And he kept the Porsche. I always love this stuff when he goes back and is trying to piece that day together, and he's just obsessed with figuring out that secret.
Robert Wild is still counting it.
I think his reason for all of that is very, very layered. You know, it's just innate curiosity. It's not trusting people. Is he friends with Clark because he's got to figure this out? We haven't talked about any of this yet, or because he legitimately, cares about the man and about the boy, I guess, and is and has respect for him. It's a bit of both, certainly. And it also has a lot to do with his relationship with his father and not getting his father's approval and feeling inferior. How much of his wanting to unravel the mysteries of the universe has to do with just wanting to feel good enough for his father. And then eventually we'll find out that they're both trying to unravel a lot of the same mysteries.
Paradox Camera asks how many episodes on this season?
22.
21.
Say again?
No, I was just reading the chat.
Yeah, it's 22.
No, the first season's only 21.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought every season was 22 except for 8. I guess it is 21. Weird.
Gray Invader says in Crisis, when Welling looks at Cryer and says, "You're not Lex," I laughed out loud.
Yep. Can we not spend too much time talking about that single scene?
Oh, Russ says, Lana, stop teasing Clark. You're giving so many mixed signals. Oh, so she just said, I was out jogging. I didn't want to go home. I ended up here. You didn't want to go home, so you just went next door. You're a real rebel, Lana.
They just did that kind of. I'm not gonna count it, but they just did that sort of cheeky reference thing where he was like, I think my real parents are like a million years or miles away from here. Robert, Lana, stop teasing Clark. You're giving so many mixed signals. Exactly. That's not your girlfriend. That's not your girlfriend. Oh, we should add to the categories characters that aren't themselves, like we were talking about earlier, because that does come up a lot. This is not an episode where we can count that, of course, because it's a character pretending to be other people.
Yeah. Okay, so... Well, people are just asking about... Talking about the other Lois, and... Looks like a couple other people talking about that scene.
Yeah, thanks for helping me keep up with the chat.
No problem.
You are so far the best co-host I have ever had for that.
It helps that I have two monitors.
Yes, I'm
got you in the chat over here and the show over here.
Yeah, when we do these, I've always got to go with 3 monitors. I think it's really weird. I never thought about this before, John. The National Enquirer is referenced, which is so strange, because this show has a stand-in for it, which is the Inquisitor, and that's in the season.
Is the Inquisitor in the season?
Yeah.
Is that a retcon?
I don't know. Or, I mean, it makes sense that they would both exist, but the whole reason that you have the Inquisitor is because you don't want to use a real-world thing, so it's kind of strange to reference it. And I don't know if it's come up already and we missed it. That was a really long time between seeing her die and finding her body, and their reaction is not very natural.
So
that's something we talked about in Talkville, which is really funny.
For. And Tom is just like, what was I doing?
He's very critical of his own acting.
Tag Express is DJ being replaced? No.
Verdict's out. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so maybe what I said earlier was inaccurate and not fair to DJ. I just mean when we do these kinds of shows where I don't have a moderator. John has been great about helping me keep up with the comments because it is hard to look at them while I'm trying to pay attention to this and count things and everything.
Stop talking to the rock that has your parents' name on it.
It's not as weird when there's no one else there. Oh, now he's there. Oh, no, it's Whitney. Oh, wait, it's not Whitney.
No, the subtitle.
Can you read my mind?
That's the one downside to subtitles sometimes, is it just gave away who this is.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have extra information you're not supposed to be armed with yet, where it'll say, like, somebody's off screen, and it'll tell you who the character is, and you're like, oh, well, now I know. Or, you know what's really weird? When you're watching something that was, stop doing that effect, and also, it always in the big heads. But isn't it weird, John, when you're watching a movie, and the subtitles keep referencing a character's name that is never in the script? You ever had that?
If I have, it's not coming to me.
Because I watch almost everything with subtitles now for review because I don't always pick up on lines of dialogue and stuff. Sometimes I feel like it's cheating. So Lana's buried alive again. It's like Wrath of Khan, buried alive.
Paradox Camera, Austin was here earlier for the first couple episodes.
He was. And he
Great
loved
Invaders.
it. He really enjoyed this show.
Is Clark peeking into the girls' locker room yet? He already did.
Hated this show. He did. He hated it. Hey, okay, I have a question for you. Blatant DC references. She's got a kryptonite ring.
Ooh. I'm going to be honest, that's a little too specific to not be a blatant reference to that.
Do you think?
I think.
So what do you mean? You think it has to be a reference?
I think it has to be a reference.
What puts it over the top for me is that she impersonated Lex in the opening scene.
Yeah.
It'd be cool if she had it as Lex, maybe. Like, that doesn't happen, but he's on green kryptonite again, you guys.
He is. Oh, and he went flying.
Oh, we missed that. I'm not used to counting that.
I keep forgetting about it, too. Oh, don't worry, guys. He threw the kryptonite just far enough that it no longer affects Clark.
People getting thrown. I am enjoying finally counting people getting thrown, though.
You just ruined that tombstone.
Yeah, they have no respect for the dead. God, forget Man of Steel. Look at this collateral damage.
Stop doing that.
That Property of Smallville shirt is a shirt that you can get. I may add that to my collection. I'm going to have a whole Smallville t-shirt collection by the end of this.
So I can't decide if I like that he has the X-ray vision for this episode and like he's actually using it in a way that benefits what he's trying to do, or if I hate that it's convenient he just happens to develop X-ray vision as he needs.
Yeah, it'd be better if there was some connective tissue where maybe he gets it at the end of last episode and now he's using it. You know?
They mentioned
what convenient
Metropolis
unconsciousness?
DC reference. Did they mention Metropolis again?
Well, I'm not going to count it every time it comes.
Okay.
I wanted to count it the first time because that would be a DC reference. After that, it becomes part of the mythology of the show.
Well, that's what AMC Comics was asking. Is that considered a DC reference? It would be hilarious if they edited that scene of Clark peeping into the girls' locker room by splicing in that scene from Slumber Party Massacre.
I don't know what that is. Sorry.
It's like one of those 80s slasher movies.
Oh, I was right.
But
she has the tape. She's going to listen to it at the end. That's how the episode ends.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so listening to you.
Oh, no, you're good. But basically, slasher movie set in a girl's dormitory.
Well, the reason a girl would do all that is because we needed a villain. Yeah, I mean, the idea thematically works fine, but she's another, I mean, I'm a broken record, exaggerated, over-the-top, one-dimensional high school kid that has no regard for life. And she didn't really have a out-there parent. Like, her mom seemed pretty normal.
This one is more of just like, she's just that outcast that wants to be popular, so she fixates on the popular girl.
And maybe, to be fair, if you had a gift like that allowed you to be someone else, like it could maybe like mess with your personality and get you to that place. You know what I mean? Like, it's just power corrupting at that point, right?
Yeah, well, and that's what I like about that first scene with her mom, is it's kind of the opposite of Clark, where she has a mom who's trying to keep her on the right path, but she's not listening and it's gone too far. And then it just spirals from there. And most of this episode is her doing damage control, like trying to kill Martha, until she decides, well, Tina can't exist anymore. I'll just become Lana.
Yeah, it becomes an identity thing. And I like that it doesn't start there. Like, she's emulating Alana. You remember she's got, like, the fake necklace and all that.
Yeah.
She probably... And the other thing, too, is she probably doesn't go that far if she doesn't accidentally kill her mom.
Yeah.
All of that is convenient to some degree, but...
I think you mean hilarious. She goes flying down that staircase.
Well, I still don't think she thought it was going to kill her, though.
No. Well, and I think that works because it plays like she didn't know that she had super strength.
Yeah, I guess my point is this one does seem to be an extreme personality. It's a little contrived, but it does seem like an extreme personality that I can buy got there. With a lot of these Kryptofreaks, they start in that place.
No, that's fair.
And this one doesn't. What do you think of all these vehicles that these people can't possibly have the money to buy? This was a song I listened to a lot when it was on.
I don't know this one either.
That's Wall in Your Heart, and it's kind of weird that it ends on the end of a verse. It's like, resolve the chord.
I'm gonna flip this one green.
Me too.
I'm feeling it.
No, I've always enjoyed this one. This deserves a green almost for the opening scene alone.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clever the way it nods to the audience that something is off and that's not really Lex.
Well, we've had 2 episodes in a row that are more thoughtful about the powers and how they would work in this universe.
Yeah, I think so too.
And we brought in actors or actresses that can carry the material versus the first 2 episodes, the villains are like wet blankets.
Yeah, what a good point. And they're having fun with the villains.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which is
that's
something that can't be said all the time.
No. Well, and Hothead definitely has that. I mean, they've got an actor there that is really bringing it.
Yeah, that's one word for it. No, I like the coach.
Yeah, he's crazy. Okay, we're gonna take another break here. John, are you cool with another 5 minutes?
Yeah, I just run to get something to drink and then should be good.
I think we'll do that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to grab a snack or something. So yeah,
That
set
sounds
up
like a good idea.
set up the next episode, folks, if you would. It's gonna cool, I imagine, right? Is the
Yeah,
next
it's
one?
cool. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. My icons are bigger than my... I'll have to mess with this later. This does not look right at all. I should have made lines, John.
The lines, what do they mean?
The lines must be drawn here! Anyway, sorry, I'm wasting everyone's time with this. Okay, we will be... This is a horrible setup I have. Okay. We will be right back in 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us, guys, and hope to see you in just a little bit. All right, folks, we're going to start the 5th episode as soon as John gets back in. Hope everybody's having a good time. We are doing pretty well time-wise, I think, all things considered, considering we didn't start our first episode until closer to 10:30, maybe even a little bit after that Central Time when we started. I remember not being the biggest fan of this next episode. This is one of those kind of, in my mind, more throwaway shows. So we'll see if maybe it holds up a little bit better than I'm remembering. I don't think Welling and Rosenbaum were real high on it either when they reviewed it recently. I meant to mention this earlier for folks that are interested. When I was kicking around different formats trying to bring Kryptofreaks back in such a way where I could actually get the thing finished and go through this whole show once and for all, I decided, or I started, hi John, I started kicking around maybe just waiting until I wasn't caught up to the show and then trying to keep up to date with those guys. So like they would review an episode and then I would do the podcast or the commentary on it. And I was like, I can't be sure that I can keep up with that, especially trying to do it live. So that's why I kind of abandoned that idea. So they are currently on, like I said earlier, the 5th episode of the 2nd season. That's the last thing they reviewed. And that means that we're going to pass where they're at, obviously, the next time we do a show, because we're doing these by season. So hopefully some folks will just watch this along with us and have a fresh watch when they go back and listen to, the new podcast.
I also agree that I think this is going to end the string of good episodes we've had so far.
Yeah. So strap in, folks. It's going to be really exciting. Get ready for it. John, are you at timestamp 0?
I am.
Everybody, once again, episode 5. And I got to change this again. This thing is being real sluggish on me.
Airport? What do you mean?
Yeah, for a second you did kind of sound like you were at an airport.
Oh.
That's why I was a little distracted there for a second. But you sound fine now. Yeah, every time you turn your mic back on, it's been like whoosh.
Strange.
I know. It's really unprofessional, John. I can't abide it. I can't have it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll leave.
Yeah. You know what? I think I am going to keep DJ around, after all. Okay.
I mean, that's good. He's better at this than I am.
DJ is wonderful, but you're doing an excellent job. And thanks for watching these with me. This would be a lot less fun for me, and I'm sure everybody else, if I was doing this all by my lonesome. So it really means a lot, John, that you're in here, so that I have somebody to bounce things off of and have an actual conversation with.
Yeah, no problem. Honored to be on the channel, and fun to be watching Smallville.
Well, I meant to say this earlier. You and I have been talking about doing something together forever, and there could still be Buffy and Angel in our future after this, if you haven't had a heart attack and died from too much Smallville by then.
Yeah, you just if that's something that you want to do in the future, you just tell me when and where, and I'll be there.
Well, that is a really nice thing to say, and I really appreciate that. I think that sentiment could change by the end of this, but that's awesome. Thanks so very much. I'm gonna remind you that you said that. I have the proof on camera. Okay, here we go. Make sure you're at timestamp 0. I'm gonna press play. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. So you know you're in for a treat when you open up on a bunch of kryptonite. Gee, I wonder how formulaic this is going to be. Oh, entirely.
Oh, no.
I also always get really excited when episodes of TV shows open with teenage raves.
Especially ones that look like they were thrown together for $1.
And then
Mickey
next season,
says Ice Planet reference coming. I don't know what that is.
Oh yes. He is. She's gonna say, "What were you raised on an ice planet?" And that will be a reference. I'll go ahead and just count it because he doesn't get very cold. Yeah, let's just count it now because we know that's coming. Yep. See, somebody knows this show even way better than I do.
Angel's great, Dark Corners.
It is. And I miss it. I haven't watched it in a long time. What right off, since nothing's happening in this show, what right off, John, is your absolute favorite episode of that show?
Of Angel?
Yeah. Can you do it?
Ooh.
Like, if you were going to just put one on out of context, what would it be?
Oh, okay. Out of context, it's Smile Time.
Sure. That's a lot of people's answer, and I love that one too. But out of sequence for me would be the episode where they find the hotel.
That's also a great one. Well, and so I guess again with this show's theming of bringing up, like, you know, kind of referencing or adapting horror stuff, Buffy and Angel also do that and typically do it like 10 times better.
Yes. And also, that's a horror show, or you know, playing with the horror tropes in the first place, and this is somewhat anachronistic with that. I was really put off by that when the show first started, even though I loved it from the pilot. It's like the one thing I didn't like about that pilot was, why does this feel so much like a horror show? It's Superman. That's weird.
Okay, for a second there, I wasn't sure if you meant Angel or this until you said Superman.
No, I'm saying Smallville. It's like when you say it does it 10 times better, it also starts from that premise in the first place. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So Chloe's excited that somebody's hitting on her because Lana's been being stalked this whole show already, and all the guys go after her because she's apparently, the most popular and prettiest girl in school, and remains that way even though she quits cheerleading and becomes kind of a hermit in her way. But I guess everybody stays obsessed with her. If I were Chloe, I'd be like, no, it's okay. You can have all that attention so that, I'm not being almost murdered on a weekly basis.
So Whitney just called him cold for trying to put another notch on his belt. Do you get it? He's cold.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. Smallville likes to pick a theme and then get it into every line of dialogue.
So earlier when I said that this doesn't really take anything from slashers, I was wrong. This guy is peak later entries in the franchise Nightmare on Elm Street survivor or victim, where he's just one character trait, and that's how Freddy will kill him. Oh, that looks awful.
Setting some new rules about the pool area.
So I've always been confused with this, and I know it's just because we need a Kryptofreak. But why didn't he just go up where he fell?
Yeah, I know. The first time I was yelling at the TV. How did you get stuck underneath that? That hole was pretty big. Now I will say, as typical of a Kryptofreak episode as this is, it is the first one. Oh, you gotta have that classic shredder hand coming up. It is the first one that does the real stereotypical supervillain origin thing, right? Well, no, the Bug Boy did it too, and also in the teaser. I guess that's the first one that does it. Because after that, it's been characters that have powers already.
Well, I mean, with the origin at least, is it any more less traditional of an origin, or is it any different than the Coach one?
No, I guess not. It's just...
It's more contrived.
I guess I assumed the Coach already knew he had those powers, but I guess he didn't, did he? Was that supposed to be the first time he did it?
Yeah, because he gets the powers from the kryptonite and the sauna.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he'd been, building that for a while, knew he had it. I guess not, though. We are talking over these. It's been a while.
I just assumed that it was like everything else. He got the powers at the beginning of the episode.
Robert Wild, no cap, that's a Batman 89 Joker hand reference. Hey, it could be anything, okay? Anytime a villain does this...
It's technically a zombie reference.
Yeah, I was going to say, how many horror films do it?
I mean, the 9th Friday the 13th movie, the only good scene in that is that scene with Freddy's glove coming to grab Jason's mask.
We haven't really talked about Remy Zero. We're going to actually see that band in the last episode of the season at the dance, assuming that we're not both asleep by then.
So this is the only song I know by them. I like this song quite a bit.
Well, you've definitely heard at least one other song if you watch the show, because they play a different song in that scene.
Okay, I've heard that song, I just don't remember it.
No, I know. And we're having some money
Isn't it
problems.
Thrilling? They're doing math.
Well, they're having money problems. We're establishing the family conflict.
No, I don't mind this stuff because this is more. If you're gonna do a Superman show, there needs to be two sides, right? The heightened we're facing superpowered people, but also has to be we're facing real world issues at the farm.
Yeah, and if you don't want to have any of that kind of stuff, then you shouldn't do a Superman prequel that's set on a farm.
Yeah.
It should just be a show where Superman's in space that you couldn't possibly afford to make.
Sorry, Robert. I hate that movie.
Oh, look, this was not a rude super speed exit because he said something to them before he ran away. I don't think we've had one yet.
No, and you know that super speed effect doesn't look too bad.
No, they're already getting better with it. But it helps that it was just a streak running away in one scene, like without the camera moving. It's when he's doing this, he's like weaving, that it looks really stupid. Pete, what is that? A life preserver?
Is that a back? That's very like Back to the Future-ish.
That was thank you for spelling out my joke, John.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's why I said life preserver, John. Treat me better. Do better.
Do better.
Do better.
I love how comically, like, cartoony frozen he is.
It's like blue at the end of the thermometer. Or maybe that's just the color of it. No, that's just the color
that's just the color of it. But, like, his skin is, like, his hair is blue.
Yeah. But I'm okay with that kind of heightened comic stuff.
Yeah, as I was saying it, I couldn't tell if I was making fun of it or it's like, it's cool they went there.
Yeah. You said cool again.
I did. It's also interesting that this is the first of at least 2 or 3 like vampiric characters that they'll have in the show in the early seasons.
I'm sorry, what kind of characters?
More vampiric characters, like he absorbs heat.
Yep.
You'll have the one that absorbs fat.
Well, and I mean, I never want to read too much. Yeah, that's pretty good. I never want to read too much into that kind of thing because after a while, it's just, well, we're gonna go to every kind of supernatural bad guy we can think of.
Yeah.
But of course, in doing that, we can come up with thematic parallels or mirrors for our protagonist. So like it's like Parasite, right? Like in some ways, a Parasite-like character is about as anti-Superman as you can get because he's selfish and sucking life force out of people while Superman is selflessly saving people. It's like a hard opposite.
Robert Wild asks, when are we going to get to the lesbian vampire episode?
Well, not tonight, that's for sure. That's for sure. That'll
I remember that now. It was so weird.
It's weird. Is it season 4 that does both that and the witch episode, or is it 5 that does the vampire episode? I think it might not be till 5.
I don't know.
Oh, what's that pinball machine in the background? I wonder if that's a real pinball machine.
You know, I kind of like that Lex is always playing wingman for Clark.
I do too, because again, it's layered, right? Where like he's doing that because he's helping his friend, but he's also doing it because he wants to get closer to this guy that's not telling him everything. So it's a really believable way to have a 21-year-old man helping a 14-year-old kid get his girlfriend. Because that on paper is hard to pull off.
Yeah. Jerber asks, what if Gotham was modeled after Smallville? I'll say this, I think it'd be a better show.
Yeah, I mean, in what way would you model it off of that? Like, make it a high school drama? Have, like, Clark Kent Bruce Wayne in high school in the first place? Would you wait to get to a lot of the characters that we're familiar with till a lot later, like this show does?
Well, I mean, I feel like if you did the model of Gotham off Smallville, it's tricky because you wouldn't be able to name it Gotham. Because ideally, you would have a Bruce Wayne who's preparing to go around the world.
Yeah. Or he's at some prep school in Gotham. Like, you wouldn't want a Bruce Wayne show, I wouldn't think, that was during that period, because it'd be boring. I mean, we kind of did that, like, because he's a kid, and then it's right after his parents die, and then he's a preteen and a teenager. But the question is, could you focus it more on Bruce Wayne? Because that show, I guess what I'm struggling with, and even trying to figure out how that works, is it wouldn't be a Gordon show at that point, right? Like, it would have to be a much more of a Bruce Wayne show. I think one of the difficulties with Gotham is it wanted to be like 4 different shows at the same time.
I mean, my realistic answer is yes, it would probably be better, because I think this is a better show than Gotham. But the way you fix Gotham is you just make it a Gordon show.
Yeah. Yeah, and you either make it a more honest-to-God prequel reimagining like this is, though this went too long and turned into basically a Superman show, or you let it go off the rails and any direction it wants to, and you stop pretending like it can ever get to a status quo that's more traditional and familiar. Like, I'm actually kind of okay with starting with all the villains before Batman. It's just not really a Batman show. Like you started in a different place. But the problem is, it does the Smallville thing where you still have to get him in the Batsuit at the end, and that's preposterous.
Dark Corners UK asks, is there precedent in the comics for Kryptonite giving people powers, or was it made up specifically for this show?
Boy, I don't actually know the answer to that. I would be shocked if there wasn't some place in comics where, I mean, besides powering suits and giving you Kryptonite-specific powers, I don't know. I can't think of an example.
So, I'm not the guy to ask, but it would occur to me, just from what little I know, is it's probably something made up for the show.
Yeah.
Because the only time that I'm aware of Kryptonite affecting someone is when it gave Lex Luthor cancer.
Also, if it is in comics, it's probably purely coincidental. You know what I mean? Like, they probably didn't get that from anywhere. Grim Death Griffin, did either of you listen to Radiohead after hearing it referenced here? No, I didn't seek it out. I think I had heard a couple of songs here and there, but I've never been a big Radiohead fan. It was kind of weird. And thanks for reminding me that that's in this episode, because we've been talking over it, and I missed that reference. But yeah, he gets Radiohead tickets from Lex, who's trying to help him, get his girlfriend. And it was kind of weird that you had that reference, because Smallville does some pop culture references here and there, particularly with Chloe, but it's kind of rare that our characters are specifically going to do something real-worldy like that.
Remember Halloween? Remember Psycho?
You remember Psycho? Remember Psycho?
Gray Invader says, I always wanted a Smallville game. Clark could speed around using fast travel. He basically levels up on the show with his powers. Such a missed opportunity. I mean, I've been thinking about this a lot lately, because I know a lot of people bring up, how would you make a Superman game?
Yeah.
That's how I would do it, is he's in his early days still learning his powers.
Absolutely.
As you progress through the game, he learns his power.
Yeah, because it's easier to make him vulnerable and, have, like, a hit meter or something where you're not, well, wait, I thought he was invulnerable. Like, you could come up with excuses so that he's not as invulnerable.
Yeah.
But if you did it with Smallville, I think that would be a good, like, open world RPG type game.
Yeah.
You make it a little character driven.
Well, and it's on my brain right now just because this is what I've been playing, but in my head it'd be a lot like that new Harry Potter game that just came out, which is open world to explore Hogwarts and everything. Just replace the magic castle with small town Kansas. And
probably less expansive, because there's a little bit more world to explore in Harry Potter. Like, you could have Smallville and Metropolis. What would be really funny is if the game was in 2 parts, where the first half of the game are in Smallville, and the second half of the game you forget that it was ever called Smallville.
Robert Wild, should we also be counting gratuitous shower scenes?
Look, you can count whatever you want to, Robert. I am not going to add that to the list. Look how little room I have left in the screen box, okay? Like, I could put maybe 3 more things, and I can't even keep... We haven't even counted that much this episode. You'd think, and maybe I even said this in the scripted review, because I remember there was some episode in Season 1 that I had this with, where it's super typical, but there's actually not that much to count. And usually, the not great throwaway episodes are the ones where there's a million things to count, because it's all formula.
AMC Comics says, well, Metallo runs on Kryptonite, but other than that, none come to mind.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Robert wants to make his own show where there's no analysis or discussion at all, and it's just every single little thing we can count. And he is damn good at keeping track of it all, too. Like,
yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
Is it instead of stop announcing things, it's stop counting things. Please don't stop counting things, by the way.
No, we'd really appreciate it. And you have a chance at winning that wonderful Spawnville print if you help us count things.
Let's see. There's the locker room scene from the last episode. Do we count the Bug Boy shower scene?
I don't think it's gratuitous when it's gross. The whole time, there was something, it was supposed to be sort of sexy with that girl a minute ago before, she gets her life force sucked out of her. So that's gratuitous. But the Bug Boy is just in a shower with, like, skin peeling off. That's gross.
I'm so, like, desensitized to that stuff now. It's like, oh.
Well, yeah, that's fine. But if it's gratuitous in, like, a violent way, not a, like, sexy, naked kind of way.
No, for sure.
Right?
It's also, like, somewhat important to the plot.
Oh, sure. Yeah, dictionary definition of gratuitous. Why are we still talking about shower scenes?
And then you will know. That's enough, Commissioner. I have more.
He's having a bad day. It's weird because this is one of those Kryptofreaks that is not all that interesting, but is technically kind of sympathetic. Like, what's he supposed to do in this situation? He can either lay down and die, or he can steal... I mean, I guess he could go to animals. There's always that question.
I would be more sympathetic if we showed that he had any kind of, like, struggle with making this decision. Instead, he's just, I'm gonna kill people.
And it doesn't help that he's a total womanizer at the beginning. So, like, you don't like him from the start.
Yeah, you might even say he's cold from the start.
Oh, that's a good point. You know what? Now that I'm understanding the thematic complexities, it's wonderful. What is Chloe wearing?
That's like some grandma clothes.
Yeah, if you then splattered paint all over it just willy-nilly.
Jer Bear asks, what would your powers be if you become a Kryptofreak? Well, we already decided I'm the bug guy.
Yeah, he's a burlap sack full of bugs. I can't believe he's still working with me after I called him that. And at that point, we said that I would have to be the lightning guy just because we already made Austin the fire coach, but I don't actually want to be the lightning guy.
You can be the cold guy.
I don't want to be the cold guy either. Then after that, I'm just stuck with the terrible morphing effect.
Superman, the animated series, is still my favorite Superman adaptation. Was everyone else's? I mean, my two favorites are the ones everybody hates, this and Man of Steel.
I really love... Well, look, we're not going to hold it against you, okay? I love the subplot here with Lex and Jonathan, and Lex trying to help him out, and Jonathan not wanting anything to do with his money. And again, this is actually made better by things we learn later, which is, in my mind, a little rare with the show, where we add things to the history that are actually really welcome and give you more concrete information that you buy, as opposed to forcing in stuff that doesn't fit with what we had before. So again, like I said earlier, and I don't mean to repeat myself too much, but he's had a really bad history with Lionel, and he doesn't want to make the same mistake he made again. And it's it's about kind of making a deal with the devil. But you've also kind of again got that question with Lex, where are his motives pure enough?
Right.
And some of it really is that he just deeply respects Jonathan Kent and wishes that his father was Jonathan Kent.
Robert says, I'm not going to count Lex drinking as a game or sport, though we could count Lex drinking as a separate thing. He's building that list.
You know what's going to ultimately happen? This is when we finally finish this series. It's going to be a 24-hour stream project that I have on a YouTube channel that's going to turn into Robert Wilde writing a best-selling book that I should have written. That's ultimately what's going to happen. Okay, do you buy this? Do you buy that you could use X-ray vision to see what a playing card is?
Maybe not this soon. Like, he just got this power last episode.
He's really good at it. The same thing will happen when he gets
something
his...
I've seen done before.
When he gets his super hearing, the same kind of thing is going to happen. Where it's going to be really hard for him, and then at the end of that episode, he's perfect at it.
Yeah. Although that one I think works a little bit better because like they actually show Jonathan like teaching him how to control it, focus it.
This is different because A, Clark's like a guy, and B, you clearly like him, and C, he obviously is obsessed with you, and you're kind of leading him on. So, but you don't realize that you're doing that. I don't know if that makes you naive.
You're hanging out with
dumb.
your friends, your freshmen. Do you turn the news on?
We were only freshmen.
Jareth Gerhardt asks, "Hey Cap, do you like My Chemical Romance?"
I think I do. I haven't listened to that in a long time. I can't even think of a song, but I think I do.
You heard it here, folks. Cap thinks he likes a band.
I think so. Well, you have to have had this with things where it's like, play me something. I probably like them. I don't remember. That shirt is so loud, I can't even deal with it anymore. Change your grandma's paint splatter shirt.
No freshman in 2001 was wearing this. We should also be counting how many times Lana leads Clark on. That's from Robert Wilde.
Vegas Spirit says, how can she lead him on if she doesn't intend to? How could she not know? Like, whether she is doing that on purpose or not, she's way too naive, even as a teenager, if she doesn't realize what he wants, what he's interested in. So, like, we can quibble over semantics. Maybe it's not leading him on if she's not doing it on purpose, but mixed signals, absolutely.
Chloe's really dumb here.
Well, see, she's our Lana Lang for this, or she's our Lois Lane for the show before we get Lois Lane. So she has to go investigate things.
But she's not here to investigate. She's here because the boy from earlier called her.
Oh, that's right. That's right. No, she is dumb. But that's the thing that she and Lana both will do over and over again. I thought about counting this, but we have enough things to count. Look, Robert, we have enough things to count. Okay, you write your own novel. you write your own book about Smallville. It's fine. And they both will repeatedly fall in love with psycho crazy people that try to kill them ultimately. Sometimes with powers and sometimes not.
Grimdeath Griffin says, Talkville said Tom cheated with his lines using the cards.
Oh, wow. I don't remember them mentioning that. Oh, God.
Terrible green screen.
That is cold, John.
I have to expect every time he opens his mouth for Mr. Freeze's voice to come out of it and make an ice pun.
A lot of grainy shots in this episode because we're shooting with film in the dark a lot. And I like that kind of grit for a thing like this. Again, it makes it look like X-Files. So, I don't know that I buy that she's able to walk on that foot. One of the things that must have been really obnoxious about trying to write this show is coming up with ways for characters to not see Clark use his powers. Like, he's got to save people, but they can't see him do it. So, of course, a lot of comedian consciousness, but also a lot of what we just saw there. Run! Go that way so I can... But then he didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, you just said run and then it faded to black.
Oh, somebody got thrown. Thank you, Robert. See, I keep forgetting that we're counting that. You know why? Because you came up with it, and I never used to count that.
Wall of Weird, too.
Oh. Well, you're not 5 for 5. I don't think we had one last episode.
I don't think so either. I don't even... No, wait, yeah. I was like... For a second there, I was like, was Chloe even in the last episode?
She didn't do a lot, did she?
I also feel like we haven't seen Pete in, like, at least 2 episodes.
Yeah, he's right there. That's Pete. I don't know if you recognize him because he hasn't been here in a
him.
while, so you might have forgotten what he looks like. But that's him. There's Pete Roz.
Okay. Yeah, I did forget about him.
It's really funny that he has that line. I guess we don't know people as well as we think. We never really get to know Pete all that well. And it's not fair.
I hate that like stupid laugh that she does, where it sounds more like she's just breathing loudly.
Yes. See, she's still talking to that higher register. We're gonna find the episode where that changes. We're gonna find it. I will find it. I was hanging out with my friend. It's exactly the same thing as what you were doing. Exactly. No difference. This episode's boring. And it really sucks for it's Sam Jones, right?
Yes.
It really sucks for him because I think he's a decent actor. I think he brings a lot of energy to this. And I love how just super positive that guy is.
I think if he had been more fleshed out, he would have been the most memorable of the 2 sidekicks.
I think he certainly could have been.
Do you know why he ends up leaving? I've never known that for sure.
You know, I used to. I don't think he wanted to leave. I think they just decided to write him out because they were having a hard time coming up with anything to do with him.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll get characters like this where they're supposed to be a main character and then they don't get a lot to do because the actor just isn't working out great or is hard to write to or something. That can't be the case with him. You know,
How do you get heat from electricity?
Wow,
that's not how science works.
It's too bad this didn't happen to him during the pilot, because then he could have just become best friends with Lightning Boy. Now here we go. Now we got the confrontation. And Lex is not a man who's afraid of that. His father, Hiram Kent, who I don't think is name dropped here. I don't think we actually get his name until the 2nd season. And I don't know if that's comic book. I don't know if they made up Hiram. I'd have to look that up.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, people are doing the ice puns. I also really like that he kind of comes out and gives his ulterior motive here. You know, and it's somewhat understandable, even. Yeah, I've always loved how complex that whole thing is. Oh, is this going to be a car crash? I can't remember.
Dragon Spear says, isn't both heat and electricity both energy? I mean, yeah, but they specifically make it a point that he needs heat, not energy.
Yeah, that's what I thought they said.
Gray Invader says, Jeff Johns, one of the greatest writers of comics, wrote some of the worst Smallville episodes later on. He wrote the Booster Gold episode, which is pure cringe.
You know, I don't like Booster Gold generally, but I don't remember that being bad. But it's been forever. Wasn't that the second to last episode?
All I remember is it's in season 10. That's the only season I've only seen.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah. And I watched that as it was airing on television.
Me too, and that's the only time I watched them. 8, I saw on video. I didn't actually watch it while it was on. And then 9 and 10, I watched as they came out, but real casually.
So I watched this as they came out, and then for 9, I had the DVD, so I was able to watch it a couple more times.
Okay.
But 10, for whatever reason, I never was able to get the DVD, so I only saw it that one time.
That's going to be weird going through that.
Dark Corner said, shortly after this, Sam Jones joined ER.
Oh, that's a car crash.
Yeah.
He was on ER?
I guess.
I didn't know that. So how do you feel about the way we're cutting back to this conversation? Because it feels to me like we're kind of just jumping back to the last place where they were and talking about this. Like, I don't see how anything could have happened in between.
He got the car crash, Robert.
Yeah, I just got it. I forgot to do the ding, but I did record it.
So I'm going to be honest, this is the most interesting thing about this episode.
Yeah.
But it makes no sense when they choose to cut back and forth, because it's not like there's any kind of thematic.
That's what I was just asking you about.
Yeah. Although
Okay,
I guess it makes more sense here because the two subplots are converted.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it feels like we just cut away from that conversation and then we jump back and no more conversation possibly could have happened because they're going to the next place they would be going in the conversation.
Yeah, I can see that.
So it's
Lex
almost
is
like
drinking again.
It's almost like they can't be happening at the same time.
What is he made of? The sun?
Your face is weird. Why are we still lingering on your face as you're just going, ah? He looks like one of Biff Tannen's sidekicks.
That ISOL looks very neatly arranged on his face.
Yeah, I don't feel like this guy would be any match for Clark, but...
I don't even buy that he could absorb his body heat like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, okay, maybe that's not fair, because you got stuff like Parasite in the comics that can absorb Superman's powers or energy.
That's true.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right, Dagonsphere. I'm not qualified to... Robert Wilde, he gave Clark the cold shoulder.
Stop it!
But it just seems like they started with one specific thing and then they don't explain the rules of it, so now it can just do whatever it wants.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I hadn't actually really thought of that before.
Yeah, like, he's
Now
okay now, I guess.
Now we're in Lex's spooky mansion all by ourselves. Where's his security? Where's his... It's also weird how ostensibly huge this house is supposed to be. We have kind of the inverse of Smallville with this house, by the way, where it's supposed to be massive, but it never feels as big as they talk about it. But the town is supposed to be really small, but it feels a lot bigger than than it's supposed to be. But like a little bit later in the season, we're gonna see a kind of mediocre episode, I think, with the invisible kid. You remember that? With the family, with the girl that's obsessed with him, with Lex.
Yes.
They're they're like the help that cleans the mansion. I don't buy that he doesn't have more servants there than he has. He's got them, and he's got a couple of security people, and that's it.
So Gray Invader says Jeff Johns also wrote the Justice Society episode with Drunk Hawkman not being an alien and his wings being part of a suit. Yikes. Well, because it's not that Hawkman. It's the reincarnation one. There's two different Hawkmen in DC.
Yeah. And yes.
Did the show ever do Parasite? I don't think so.
Oh, I think this show did do Parasite. Or was it... I think maybe it was one of the... And I hated this, by the way, but one of the quote-unquote zoners in Season 6 with the Phantom Zone? Was it Season 6?
Maybe, because I know at least two of them are wrestlers. And so they're more physical, like, fighting Clark.
Yeah, I'm wrong about when they did him, but they did do Rudy Jones. In... It would have to be somewhere after 7 because Tess Mercer recruits him for a team, apparently.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't remember this, but this apparently happened. I'm looking for an episode. It was in Season 8. With Plastique and Livewire, he was in Belle Reve, apparently, and got pulled from there.
Yeah, so there's another Hawkman that's like the reincarnated one. It's also the one that Legends of Tomorrow was.
See, what nobody realizes is that Jonathan is actually just bigoted against people without hair. He can't stand bald men.
Did this Kryptofreak die? I'd say that counts.
Oh, Robert, thanks for more guys being thrown. I missed that. I can't keep up with all this counting. Oh, it's just too much counting.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
Sad Chloe. Okay, so they don't do this enough. This is kind of a token moment where people are mourning students that die in Kryptofreak attacks. There's another thing that we can put on our list, John. There's another we can count this, but it'd be a different sort of list. Things Buffy and Angel do way better than this show.
One of my favorite lines in early Buffy is when that football player is like, and if we could just cut down on the mysterious deaths, I think we might win the tournament or whatever.
Yeah, it's too long before we talk about the sheer number of students that end up dying because of Kryptofreaks out of nowhere. Because one of the things I don't get is with Buffy, again, I can't help but compare them. It's built on a Hellmouth. The Hellmouth opens, and now a bunch of crazy supernatural things happen, right? What is the impetus here? You had the meteor shower 11 years ago, and then arbitrarily the pilot starts when the pilot starts, and now Kryptofreaks are running amok and causing all kinds of problems. But, like, why wasn't a lot more of this happening right before that? Going back the last 11 years. And I mean, don't get me wrong, it has been apparently because you have the Wall of Weird, but the show really does feel like now people are dying.
Yeah.
Why are you still dating Whitney? Why do you like that guy?
Because the script said so. Welcome back, Matthew Bass.
He's back. A dinosaur story.
Oh, he just asked what we were asking.
What was that?
He just asked her why she's dating Whitney.
Yeah. See, why are you... Oh, man.
'Cause
We're walking
there.
away slowly. That's not a thing we count.
I remember this song.
Oh, yes. Am I Standing Still? Yep. That was a big song.
Hey, John, are you looking... Not... I would say I'm looking forward to the new Evil Dead, but I'll watch it because I love Evil Dead.
Hey, John, did all of that look a little staged to you?
Just a little bit.
That episode is boring. So, I really like the Lex Jonathan subplot, of course, and I think it's annoying, right, when really important things happen in the middle of an otherwise mediocre episode. I don't feel like I can flip green just for that, even though I guess I sort of did that with the second episode. This is hard. But you know what? The signs just say feeling, okay? So I don't have to have a good rational reason for the flip. I'm not feeling it. We're both going red on this one, folks.
Robert Wilde, that would be like every episode.
That'd be the what?
Robert Wilde asks, why aren't we counting episodes that end with pop songs?
Look, I told you, man, if you want to count every damn thing there is, then you're absolutely welcome. No one's going to stop you, and you could write your best-selling book.
But yeah, Jareth, I'll watch it when it hits streaming, but it looks too much like the remake for me.
Okay, John, why don't you just chat with the viewers for 1 minute, because I've got to go flip discs. I'm actually watching this on Blu-rays, and this happens to be where the Blu-rays switch. So I'm gonna give you the floor all by yourself here for a little bit.
Oh no. Grand Vader says, I hope Ash shows up in Evil Dead Rise. I think they already confirmed he's not. Bruce Campbell's pretty much said that he's like done with the role. Have a good night, Jareth.
Oh, bye, Jareth.
AMC, I'm feeling this one. Sorry, man, I'm still flipping mine red. Like, I like the Evil Dead remake for what it is, but I didn't need more of that. If you're gonna make more Evil Dead, I want Evil Dead.
AMC needs more ice puns in his life. He just wants every episode to have ice puns.
I mean, you don't get better ice puns than Batman and Robin.
You might get better ice puns in our comment section.
Robert Wilde says he's 50-50 with this episode. He's split down the middle, Cap.
Oh man, he's very conflicted. What a choice. Okay, we're gonna watch one of my favorite episodes of the season next, and then we'll take another break. We go in now to Hourglass, which I look forward to every time I go through this show.
I don't remember this episode just based on the title, so I cannot tell if you're joking or not.
Oh no, I'm not. I love this episode. It's wonderful. I mean, there's some really silly stuff with the Kryptofreak, as there often is. This is going to be our first. Let me see. 1 second. I'm very behind on my Kryptofreaks. Why does this only say 2? I feel like I wrote. We've had 5, right? Hasn't every episode had a Kryptofreak?
Yeah, we should be at 5 Kryptofreaks.
Okay. This episode is going to give us 2 more, and it's going to be. Oh, we're getting that weird feedback sound from you.
Oh, weird.
I don't know what that is. And then it just goes away after a while.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is causing that? Anyway, well, I say 2. No, I think hers definitely comes from the meteors as well. But we're gonna get our first good guy Kryptofreak this episode.
Is this the one where she can like see their future?
Yes. And you get the first glimpse of President Lex, which was not to me at the time because we'd had so few like concrete Superman references, and then they go to a thing that just happened in comics.
Yeah, that is insane.
It was wild. I mean, that's not the only reason I like this episode, but that was pretty novel. Okay, guys, rig up your episode to timestamp 0, and we're gonna start real soon after I get this title listed. It is nice that these are just one-word episode titles.
Yeah. At least for now. I don't know if they get more ambitious with the episode titles.
244 episodes. They are all one word.
Yeah.
Which
gotta stick to the formula, kids.
Yeah, which is a little bit silly as a convention. I'm saying it's nice that it's one word because I don't have to type out a lot of stuff, and I can keep it in that one section. I don't have to resize it or anything. But some of the words they choose don't go great with the episode. We'll talk about that when we get to Hug. Rosenbaum in his podcast made the exact same point I did in Kryptofreaks all those years ago, where he's like, I think he or Welling said the same thing I did, where it should have been called Handshake. Why is it Hug? They're not because they've got persuasion powers. They don't persuade people through a hug. It's through a handshake. Why isn't it called Handshake? Anyway, I've already made that point. We're gonna get there after a bit. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Episode 6, Hourglass. Here we go. We're gonna watch it right this very minute. Everybody, please press play. Oh, hold on. Right now. Oh wait, hold on. Stop. I pressed the wrong button, everyone. And something insane is happening with my... What? My Blu-ray player tried to get on the internet. It opened up an internet connection. I don't know why. So now I gotta reload the disc. What did I even press? Maybe the home button? Yeah, this disc is starting completely over. My apologies, folks. That was really funny.
I didn't even know that they had internet browsers on 4K Blu-ray or on Blu-ray players.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a browser or if it was just trying to get online so that you can do Netflix and stuff, because this has apps.
Yeah. Yeah, my 4K Blu-ray player has like Netflix and stuff, but I'm like, that's just redundant when every TV is a smart TV.
I was going to say, I think you'll stop seeing them do that after a bit.
Well, I mean, at least with like 4K, there's only like 3 people who make players for that now.
Oh, wow. I feel like...
And they're all expensive.
I feel like the only reason to have apps like that on a Blu-ray player is if you were to specifically hook it up to a monitor, not a TV. Because monitors have HDMI now, of course, and all you have to do is hook a speaker up to it and poof, it's a TV.
Yeah, I could see that.
But I don't know if anybody does that. This is the only thing I could think of.
Yeah.
Okay, we're so going to watch this episode now.
Robert Wilde just wants to talk about Evil Dead now.
It's just, look, Robert, we're watching Smallville, okay? Everybody, please press play right now.
I mean, this show would be better if Ash just showed up out of nowhere.
I don't know what annoys me more, that Robert can't stay on topic, or that even when he's not, he's still counting better than me. Why do I suck at counting? Like, it's not hard, it's counting.
I don't know what counting is. We finally get a little bit of personality for Pete, and it's just that he hates old people.
Work out when you're frightened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Count when you're mad.
Wait, what is happening? I never noticed that before. She's reading with her superpowers or something? She had, like, light emanating from her fingertips. That's what it looked like. I don't understand that. This actress is great. I've seen her in 1 or 2 other things. I can't remember what right now.
This is a weird adaptation of Daredevil. Robert Wild says, that's my job, Cap.
I'd watch that. You know what? No, she's not Daredevil. She'd be like female Stick.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Robert, your job is very specific and weird. I count a lot of things, and I talk about different properties more than the one that we're actually watching. Okay.
Braille is just a weird thing to me because it's like, it looks just like a bunch of gibberish. It's like, that must be insane to try to learn.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the same thing about any foreign language that's written that you don't know.
I mean, that's true.
This looks like gibberish.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because Braille you can only learn with your finger. It's not something you can speak to learn.
Yeah, I mean, it is possible to learn how to look at it and read it. You know, like the dots on the page, but
Yeah. For a while, it says I count 2 visitor passes.
Everybody's counting all kinds of things now. So this actor, and I've brought him up on the channel before. Let me actually look him up real quick. By the way, I have the season 1 companion here. It's kind of quicker to find this stuff than typing
we
out
mentioned
the
it, Matthew.
searches. Say again.
I was telling Matthew because he said, "Did no one notice the glowing fingers?" No one really.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Oh yes, George Murdoch. So George Murdoch is a Star Trek alum, and he is Admiral Hansen in Best of Both Worlds, end of TNG season 4, or season 3 into 4. And he's also the giant face of God at the end of Star Trek 5, which is hilarious. And he's in this episode. And he's going to turn out to be a murderer who gets young and then goes and tries to fiber wire people.
So he's Agent 47.
Yes, if he was young in the 50s. And also not a, clone or whatever Agent 47 is. I can't remember, is that character a clone, or is he just...
I'm gonna be honest. I like some of those games. I never have any idea what's going on in the story. Robert Wild, what does God need with a cigarette?
Yeah.
Robert Wild, is this Smallville or Twin Peaks? I guarantee you, if it was Twin Peaks, Cap would not be having a good time.
Well, I've only seen that pilot, to be fair, but of course it's got Twin Peaks sensibilities because X-Files was kind of just more Twin Peaks with aliens, and this show is more X-Files, so yeah. So yeah.
Electricity is so unnecessary.
So we've already got our 2 new Kryptofreaks, so we are now finally beyond the episode count with our Kryptofreak number.
But is she for sure a Kryptofreak?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's two things. I'm pretty sure there's a conversation later where they kind of hand wave it and they're just like something after the meteor shower. I can't remember. I don't think she was blind all along. I think she became blind in the... I can't remember. It's been a while, so we'll find out. But B, I mean, what other explanation would there be that she has that she has this power in Smallville?
Yeah, I forgot that in these early seasons, everything has to be connected to the meteors.
Usually, if it's a character that comes from Smallville, I'll count it as a Kryptofreak because that's always the explanation. If they come from somewhere else and there's no explanation for powers, then I don't count it.
Tom says, I get this episode and the next episode Crave mixed up because of the Hourglass figure.
I'm not sure what he means by that, but...
And then Robert Wild and Matthew Bass just want to be saved.
Robert keeps saying we really need to finally save this guy in the song. Every episode he's just... Look, it's just a cry for help.
That's all Smallville is. It's just Clark really needs help and nobody will help him.
I think the speaker is asking specifically for help from Clark. Well, from somebody. He doesn't really care who it is or how you do it.
This is all of this is just in Clark's head, and that episode in like season 8 where he's in the mental institution is the actual world.
Okay, if I'm Clark, the next if I'm Clark, the next thing I would say to that would be, okay, so you don't believe in somebody seeing the future, but like I just fought a guy that like sucks heat out of people, and there was like a shapeshifter girl, and
yeah, I mean part of the problem with these especially these early episodes, at least for me, because I much prefer serialized storytelling to television, is we just kind of pretend the last episode didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, I like a real good blend of both when a thing can pull it off. So like,
yeah,
for
sure.
I like a story unfolding gradually in the background that is sometimes, pushed forward with major mythology episodes. But I also like, because it's an episodic format, I like chapters that get something done and have a beginning, middle, and end. Even if they don't fully stand on their own, you know what I mean? Like I still like an episode of television to be a piece, but you can still.
That burger looks really good.
You can still move. You can still move your overall story forward as you're doing that. I think Last of Us has been brilliant at that so far. Those are pieces to a larger puzzle, if that makes any sense. You're like we can talk about those episodes as episodes. You go to a show like, and like, this is intentional, of course, but you go to a show like 24 or something, and I don't know where one episode ends and the other one begins, because they're not meant to stand alone at all.
Yeah, well, and like when I say serialized storytelling, obviously my like golden standard is like Buffy in its early seasons, or Angel, where they have those like one-off episodes, but it fits into the larger narrative.
But they still can tell a story within an episode.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't mind the streaming thing where it's really just a long movie over 7 or 8 hours, but
it's just so rare that feels warranted. Certainly sometimes it does, but the gold standard for me for that kind of thing is Breaking Bad, which like really toes that line, where it has both. There is that, like, I don't know where one episode ends and the other begins, and then there's pieces.
Matthew Bass, the theme song is just the writers crying for help because they've been forced to write the show against their will.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I didn't know about that.
Breaking Bad is one of those things where I think I've just accepted at this point that it's not my thing.
Say it again?
I'm on like the last... I think Breaking Bad is just one of those things that I've accepted I'm never going to finish. I got to like the last season, I was like, I don't know if I want to finish this.
Oh, no, you got to!
Yeah, that's what Noah keeps telling me.
It's my favorite show.
Mine is Ash vs. Evil Dead, because,
Oh, nice save there, Harry Volk. It's a good bad guy name. It's a good serial killer name, Harry Volk. Both of these actors are really good. Wow, Lex, you've learned nothing. He almost died in the first episode driving like that. And the only reason he's driving that recklessly is because Clark is worried about everybody because he was just told by a clairvoyant woman that somebody close to him is going to die. Do you remember the payoff for that, by the way? Do you remember how that ends?
It's that she dies.
Yes. Yeah, which actually kind of works, I think.
No, I remember quite liking this episode.
Because, like, they're not close when she says it, but they will be later. And so it works. And I also really like the way Lex is standoffish with her and doesn't want to know his future because, I mean, it's such a good encapsulation of his philosophy where he doesn't want to know his future because he doesn't want to think that it's written, that it's destined.
Guy.
And Clark is kind of obsessed with the idea of destiny and is passive and too passive, I think, a lot of the time in the show, but worried about what the universe has in store for him as opposed to the way he can mold the universe, the way Lex looks at it.
Yeah, so yeah, like you were saying with the kids, they should be the ones that be like, yeah, maybe there's something to that, but like don't let it control you. And Lex should be the one saying, no, there's no such thing as destiny.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of in denial. Like, I don't want to know about it if it's there. Because I don't want to feel like I'm not in control. And of course he's obsessed with the idea of control. And the irony is we know where all of this is going to go, and at the end of the day, it's not supposed to feel like, forget how the show actually ends, but it's not supposed to feel like Clark was always destined to be a good person, and to be the hero, and so he is. It's because of choices he made. And Lex didn't have to go the direction he went, but it's because of choices he made. And Lex will ultimately feel like there's only one choice that he has, and then by the end of the show, it'll turn out that he's just evil because he's a comic book villain, and it's really unfortunate.
No, Robert Wild, it has to be Chloe's Wall of Weird.
Yes.
And he said, Lex is drinking again, I've already lost count. But that lasted like 2 minutes.
I just
Come on,
don't,
Robert Wild.
I just don't know if that book is going to sell now.
I mean, it was already a niche audience.
Is it weird that we've got 2 episodes in a row with power outages?
Is it weird that I saw the power flicker? I looked over at chat, and I saw the power flicker out of the corner of my eye, and for a second I thought my power went out.
I think you're getting a little too engrossed in this fiction.
Where did you get electricity tools?
Yeah, I don't know where he got them. I kind of like the idea that he's just this really practical guy that's got a lot of like street smarts and practical skills. Look, there's the fiber wire. See, I remember this
now
part.
It's just an episode. Now it's just Hitman.
Exactly.
Oh, Robert Wild says, I forgot we were also counting power outages.
It's elderly Hitman. No, we're not. You might be, but I'm not. Have we missed any counts in this episode yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think we have. There definitely has to have been some walking away angry that we've missed from previous episodes. Has to be. Can somebody let me know if you can think of any from last episode that we missed?
I mean, Robert keeps adding things, so now I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, we can't keep track of all this. There was the walking away sad at the end of the last episode, but I don't think that counts.
Nobody's been kidnapped for the last few episodes either.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
It's strange.
No, a lot of the big staples and hallmarks we haven't seen, despite the fact that a lot of this has felt super typical. Oh, see, she's explaining what happened during the meteor shower.
Oh, okay. But in theory, should there be like a bunch of people
subtext.
running around with psychic abilities now?
Well, I feel that way about every power in the show. And sometimes it's too related to a character's interest. I think you made this point earlier, or their livelihood, right? Where it's like, if you were a salesman during the meteor shower, then you get the power to persuade people. And don't get me wrong, I like it when superpowers reflect a character's personality in some way, but when it all comes from the same source, it starts to look a lot more convenient.
It's I can't help but think of the Doom movie, the one with The Rock. Because in that one, the source of the superpowers has a very specific, like, it can tell if you're a good person or not. If you're a good person, it gives you superpowers. If you're a bad person, it turns you into a monster, and it's hilarious.
Oh, weird.
It also
really
has
funny
nothing
if
to
the-
do with the video games.
It'd be really funny if the morphin grid worked that way.
That'd be amazing.
That's how that would be a crazy origin for monsters in Power Rangers.
Yeah, so in Doom, they discover that they discover that there was life on Mars and that they had a 24th chromosome, and somehow this chromosome can tell if you're a good person or a bad person.
Oh,
So I
that was a
love that
Rune
shot.
super speed exit, you guys.
Yep, there it goes. Whoa. Wow, this show actually introduced me to a lot of horror tropes and genres. Yeah, I could see that. Then you went and saw where they ripped them off from.
You know, I don't know if I like the show as well. I just realized it's highly derivative. So this is a thing the show is relatively consistent about, that this is going to be the kind of Superman that doesn't age or doesn't age very gradually. And it's kind of interesting that this one episode gives us a couple of major specific modern comic ideas that we hadn't gotten yet, with Clark not really aging and Lex being present in the future.
Yeah, I go back and forth on how I feel about that. I think at the end of the day, I like at the very least he ages slower.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a wonderful drawback to being kind of godlike and sort of immortal. And obviously it's a thing with immortal stories we do all the time, where it's like, do you really want to live forever because everybody that you care about is going to die?
Yeah.
But I like it here as a thing that Clark's never even thought about before.
Yeah.
And not only is it a worry, but he's seen it happen. And of course, he's seen it as kind of a abstract vision. Because I doubt that in the future he's actually surrounded by like circles and circles of graves of people he knows. In the same way that Lex probably isn't standing out in a field with actual blood pouring down.
Well, and it's interesting, too, because he would have never had reason to think about it, because as far as he knows, I think at this point he knows he's an alien.
Yes, and that's all he knows. He doesn't even know
all.
that he gets his powers from the sun. That doesn't happen until season 2.
Yeah.
But one thing that we're not going to be consistent about later on is the idea that Clark never dies. Like, maybe he comes back and he lives forever, but you're going to have, in season 3, there's the kid that sees specifically future deaths. It has this power, but only sees how you die. Sees Clark living forever, but then a few seasons later, there's an episode where Clark actually literally dies and then comes back to life. Why didn't you see that? He died.
To be fair,
I don't understand
that.
that.
To be fair with that, at least, and it's been a while since I've seen that episode, but I remember the episode. I feel like you could read him saying he never dies as one of two ways. It doesn't have to be literal. He means that, like, Superman will live on even past Clark, because you see the Superman cape.
But his power is seeing how people die.
That's true.
So why didn't he see his death, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure.
Even if he does live on after that. I don't know. Hey, look, it's the Wall of Weird.
Because the writers hadn't come up with it yet.
Oh. No, I realized that.
Well, and to be fair, I mean, not that it makes sense, but Clark only dies because the AI Jor-El takes away his power, or, like, meddles with his power.
I honestly couldn't remember how exactly that happened. I just remembered it happened.
Yeah, because he gives up his powers to be with Lana somehow. Because Clark loses his powers like high schooler that lost his lunch.
Grimdeath Griffin says it's funny how every one of Clark's friends and family are all buried right next to one another. It's not supposed to be the actual literal future. It's supposed to be like a symbol of the horrible thing that happens. Because I thought that too the first time I saw this episode. And then I said abstract, it's surreal, right? Like Lex will be out in a field and blood is raining down on him. And he makes plants wither and die by his very presence and touching them.
Robert Wilde says, I should have been counting Clark's various jackets.
Do you have any idea how many times you're going to be watching this by yourself, Robert? That sounds like a massive research project. It can only be done one of two ways. You're going to watch the show through 10 times with like a couple of different sets of counts, or you're going to get other people to help you. So
I just love the idea of Robert having his own wall of weird, but it's the wall of counting.
So it's definitely going to be that first thing, Robert. I don't think you can get anybody else to be like, I want you to watch this whole show just counting jackets.
So I don't remember if this comes up in this season or next season, but I remember that there's a point of contention between Chloe and Lana about Chloe's wall of weird. It does feel a little exploitive to have like the Time magazine of a sobbing little girl that just lost her parents. That's
especially once it's your friend. Like she didn't really know Lana before the pilot. But yes, I do think they have a conversation about that. But I'm not sure I would have kept it up myself. Why is Pete wearing April O'Neil's shirt from the 2012 Ninja Turtle show? Is it a 5 or a 6 on that shirt? I think it's a 6.
I think it's a 6, which is different than the number he had the last time he showed up and played football.
Oh, really?
Yeah, his number last time during the coach episode was like 38.
It's not Mozart, it's Chopin. Leo. Hello, Leo. That's a name I don't recognize. Nothing against Kristen Kirk as a person, but I don't think she's very good in Smallville, and I kind of wish she left after Season 3, so when Erica Durance joins the show in Season 4, the writers can start to develop Lois and Clark's relationship instead of wasting everyone's time with Lana when you know it's not going to go anywhere. Yeah, amen to that. I can't disagree with any of that.
Yeah.
If you're going to introduce Lois that early and you're not going to let Lana be the confidant, I think the other way it could have gone, you risk having the Pete problem still of not knowing what to do with Lana except the fact that she's just Clark's confidant, but you could have them kind of try to date, it doesn't work out, like after she finds out, have her find out earlier, and then do a platonic thing, and then let her actually be his best friend, especially because they don't have anything for Pete to do, and then have him gradually start to fall for Lois. But this show wouldn't be mature enough to not make it a love triangle.
Yep.
And some of you guys have heard me say this a billion times, but we're basically starting the Kryptofreak show over, so I'm going to make all the points I've made before at some point here, especially for new folks that haven't heard me talk about this before. John, the biggest misstep of this entire show, I always felt, was not letting Lana find out the secret in the tornado. That's the place to do it. He saves her at the end of the season. She sees him do it. There's not all this discussion about how you didn't see what you thought you saw or whatever, and then she knows from that point on. And if I had been writing the show, I also would have let Lionel Luthor die in the mansion, even though I love stuff they do with him later, because it's just the clear place to start moving Lex forward in certain ways as well. I would have made both of those decisions completely opposite the way they did.
I don't disagree. I don't know if I needed to be specifically there, but I wouldn't mind it. just in general, I would not make it take 7 years and 6,000 false fake out reveals.
Yeah.
Before she finds out.
But I mean, I felt like it was stretched enough through just the first season. I guess what I'm saying is, if you're not going to do it there, don't have that cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're going to watch that today, so I don't know why I made that point just now, but...
Well, and I think you could do that if you want to move her into more of a confidant role, where she finds out about these powers. It's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm prepared to be more involved with you with this secret, but I want to be there for you as a friend.
Yeah. Well, that's a pretty traditional thing to do with Lana, that ultimately the reason they don't end up staying together is because that secret is maybe a little much for her, or...
It was very surreal going through Superman the Animated Series and seeing that version of Lana.
Yeah.
When this is the only one that I know, like outside of that.
Yeah, well, and like our different perspectives are interesting, right? Because there's a lot of things with... You said you weren't a Superman kid growing up, so there's... And you saw this when you were a kid, and I was already in high school as it was coming out. So there were a lot of things that I came into this... A lot of expectations I had that you wouldn't have had. And there were a lot of things that you were introduced to with this show that I was already familiar with. Like, keep this in mind. I thought it was a cool bit of trivia growing up that Clark Kent grew up in a small town called Smallville. And that was a thing that, like, regular not comic readers or not Superman fans didn't know. And you could, like, say that to people as a trivia question, and some people might not know the answer. Now there's this really popular TV show called Smallville. That remains a little surreal to me.
Yeah. Piggy Reiki says, good point, Cap. For me, what made the secret totally insane was how Clark defected any inquiries into this and made everyone look like they're crazy, which is a very toxic thing to do. Yeah, I mean, he really does just come off at some point you're using your dad's...
Oh, God.
Like, reasoning. Is that kind of sent flying?
No, and it was close to bullet time, but not quite. Have we still only had one bullet time at this point, too? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That wasn't really a rude super speed exit, I don't think.
But at some point, like, you're using what your dad has told you, keep your secret to yourself.
Yeah.
As just an excuse to keep people
at arm's there's bullet time.
Yep. There it goes.
Oh, that looks wonderful. All of those pieces of metal sure looked like they were actually there, John.
I have the same thing I have with this that I do Angel with fight scenes. There is a certain satisfaction when somebody underestimates the main character and then, like, is completely destroyed because they're not ready for that fight.
Sure.
Like when some random thug thinks, oh, I can take Angel, and oh, no, he's actually a vampire. You're screwed.
Yeah, well, and it feels more realistic because you're keeping your POV in mind, like, or I should say, the perspective of the other characters in the scene. Like, they don't know who the hero is.
Yeah. Also, shout out to this episode. This is our first non-superpowered Kryptofreak. That's a villain, anyway.
What do you mean non-superpowered?
He has no superpowers. He just got de-aged.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. His power, I guess, is... Yeah, and he doesn't even get obligatory super strength. Isn't that nice? I guess his
power is the power of murder.
His power is being electrocuted with kryptonite, and then turning young.
Well,
I always really appreciated that we did this early.
Yeah. This is going to get awkward, too, with the electricity thing, because later... they're going to use the electricity plus kryptonite to transfer Clark's powers to someone else, somehow.
That's right.
I hate that episode. At least I remember hating it.
Wouldn't it be real? I actually like that one a lot, and it has one of the coolest set pieces in the first season. But we'll get there.
Someone learns Clark's secret. Thank you, Grimdad.
I also like that actor a lot. Does that count?
I mean, he learned that he was knife-proof.
Yeah, I'm still debating about whether or not we should keep that on the count.
Yeah. Because I feel like every
Kryptofreak does, yeah. I just don't think we can keep track of it. I'm gonna go ahead and axe that.
Okay.
I hope everybody's cool with that. I'm gonna axe that one. Robert, you can count it, man. It's all yours, buddy.
Matthew Bass says he has the power of youth. I mean, that's
youth! I always forget Sheriff Ethan's last name. It's Talbot, apparently, but he's always referred to by his first name. And I love his replacement, and we don't do anything like enough with her. But she's
I remember
really
the
cool.
replacement being really good.
Yeah, she's kind of southern and no nonsense, and actually becomes a real hurdle for Clark because she doesn't like that he's at crime scenes all the time.
Doesn't she just end up dying?
Yeah, they kill her off.
Oh,
And
Clark
Ethan,
on
they
Green
make an
Kryptonite.
accessory to murder. Oh, Grim Death Griffin says with the old lady, yeah, that's the person who was keeping his secret. Yeah, the problem is some of these more dialogue-driven things are a little bit tougher to count too, because we're trying to provide internet content while we're watching this. I think there's something inherently funny, John, about an old man constantly going to the water trying to electrocute himself. Oh, there's Hiram. That must be the actual first place we get that.
And I like that this guy is kind of upset as a counterpoint to Destiny. He's obsessed with lineage.
Yes. Good call. Yeah, kind of a past
I love
versus
that
future
look
thing.
that Tom Welling has on his face right here. Just like, I'm done with you. Like, I'm so over you.
Yeah, that's great. Well, and it's because there's not much he can do. He's kind of beaten right now. Because how's he going to convince anybody that this elderly man is going around murdering people? No, don't let him go to the water. Don't do it. And his performance here is great. Because he just starts laughing as he goes in. Guy Invader, the young actor, is very good in this. He has great chemistry with everyone in the Talon. In the early scenes, I'm still wondering what God needs with a starship. Yes, exactly. But I like that actor, too. Go watch Best Will Kill. He's really good in that. He kind of creeps on Commander Shelby a little bit, which is really awkward. But other than that, he's pretty good in that episode. So let me ask you this, John. Do you think Jonathan Kent would find it more or less believable that this guy can turn young versus someone being clairvoyant?
I'm going to be honest. I don't even understand why he's skeptical of the clairvoyance.
That's what I'm saying.
Wall of Weird in the background.
Oh, yep. Is this twice in the same episode?
That might be.
I think it is, because we're at 6 for 6, but there was an episode that didn't have it. But I guess we have to count it twice, because it's in different scenes.
Smallville should finish after season 5.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, probably, but I don't know.
The premise does not lend itself to a massive season count, especially because we basically had to change the premise halfway through or just over halfway through. At the very least, make a sequel show with a different title. And again, you probably have a different perspective because you came in watching it after they had pretty much left Smallville. But really, like you have a show called Smallville that takes place entirely in Metropolis. It's preposterous.
No, I don't. Even though I like that stuff, I don't disagree. Well, and I also wonder with the quality of the show. Like, obviously, writers and stuff. But I think it's also important to note that I don't remember what season it takes place in. But at some point during the show's run, it switches from being just the WB to the CW.
Yeah.
And well, we all know how the CW went.
That is a good point. I don't know how differently the show was made over that. I mean, like the CW was a merger of those two companies, of UPN and the WB.
So, Thompson in a $2 super chat.
Oh, thanks, man.
Is it poetic that electric chairs
assistance for murder?
Oh, is it poetic that their electric chairs are a sentence for murder?
I still don't understand that.
That you can get the electric chair as a sentence for murder.
Oh. Are they doing something with that?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Well, I was going to play this later, but I'll just do it now.
Mr. President! Mr. President!
God damn it.
Okay, so
this is a lot more slasher.
We have a parent in danger. We have a parent in danger.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
This episode is a lot more slasher than I remember.
It is, yeah. And it's pretty moody. This scene is legitimately kind of unnerving.
Yeah.
Like I like how it's shot. And Annette O'Toole is really good at those kind of scenes. And she has to do a lot of running away from horrible things in chasing her in the show. What'll be really funny is when we watch her running away from CGI bees.
So, in case I forget to ask when we get there, how do you feel about how she's written off with going to DC and everything?
I don't hate it.
It always feels to me like she kind of flounders after Schneider leaves.
No, I think so too. I think maybe they should have done it a little bit earlier, but the idea that she takes his seat, I never minded that. And I never minded the idea of Jonathan Kent getting into politics either.
Robert Wild says there's a scene like this in Witness.
I've never seen that.
I don't even know what that is. Can you imagine just like you get to the afterworld and you have to like say how you died? A bunch of corn fell on me.
I was about to say that would be a really unfortunate way to go. Can you imagine the newspaper headline? Woman drowns in corn? You really don't want that to be on your epitaph. Your epitaph, man.
I'm pretty sure you're gonna die eventually. Like, we did. We counted this as someone almost getting killed or captured.
Yep. We just already counted it. So did the Greeks. So good. That's great. So it's kind of funny that at first she kind of makes people think that she just has heightened senses because she's blind and other senses compensate. And then you find out that she can read the future, but it's both of those things, right? Because she can tell that you're a rich person because of your footfalls, like the kind of shoes you're wearing. That's not because of her clairvoyance. So she has both things. So she is Daredevil.
Apparently it's a Harrison Ford film. Would you ever want to see, even if we don't get like the Smallville animated show?
Yeah.
Would you want to see them bring Rosenbaum back as Lex, even if it's not with Tom Welling as Clark?
I don't know. I go back and forth on it. It would really just depend on what the project was like, I think. Because my first instinct is no, like leave actors that have...
Oh, that has not aged well.
No, but I love the image of it.
It looks better now that we've stopped zooming out.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, I like the idea of the shot. I never noticed or I'd forgotten that there were skeletons on the ground.
So I do really love the imagery, but I can't stop laughing at the flat skeletons that look like they've been 2D pasted on the ground.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, but this is a beautiful shot.
Rosenbaum talked in Talkville about how difficult it was to act in that scene and not just look like you're grossed out by having a bunch of fake blood poured all over your face. And like he's doing his best, but you can tell he's just like, this is uncomfortable. Like the face he's making, it's like, there's blood. Like it sort of works for the performance too, because it's like I've got blood on my hands, I've got blood all over me because I've killed all these people. Like, oh no, like it kind of works.
He should have called Bruce Campbell and got some tips.
And of course, that being the reason she dies is fantastic thematically with this constant question of destiny versus free will.
Yeah, and I love how Rosenbaum plays this too. Like he's visibly shaken.
You know what else is interesting? I don't know if this is intentional, and I don't know if I've had this thought before because I can't remember what I wrote about this 10 years ago. But when you've got Clark actually being able to see his future and nobody else does, right? Isn't it super sad that that's how that ends? Like we don't get a coda scene or anything. Like that's great.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
No. I'm feeling it.
I love the end of that. That's See, it's still one of my favorites. It's still one of my favorites. It's definitely in my top 3 for the season. But anyway, I was just gonna say, it's almost unfair the knowledge that Clark has versus other people. Like you were talking earlier about how he's like the reasons that he has to keep his secret, and somebody was talking about how he's kind of having to make people look and feel stupid over it. It's almost an unfair advantage he has, and the episode is like I think maybe unintentionally speaking to that, where like maybe they're destined to go where they go in the future, maybe they're not, but like Lex doesn't get to know what he's supposed to do and change it, but Clark has information about the future. I don't know that he can actually change anything about the fact that he doesn't age and other people do, but you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of interesting.
Well, and it's also interesting because he has that information, but they're smart, and he has no way of knowing what's going to happen with Lex.
With Lex, yeah, that's true.
Like, there's no way for him to prevent that.
Yeah, well,
or
and
there's no way for him to know it to prevent it.
Your show would maybe be over in 5 seconds if he did, because he could just go to Lex and be like, okay, I saw your future. And that would be the moment where you'd have to go to Jonathan and be like, okay, can I tell Lex? Because like, if I tell Lex, maybe he won't grow up and become an evil president that kills everybody. Hey, we're going to go ahead and take another 5-minute break here. I think it's time, is it not?
It is.
2 more episodes? Wow. We are flying through these. Before we do that, real quick, why don't we go ahead and name our first honorary Kryptofreak? I was going to do that at 4 a.m., 4 in the morning. Does it feel like 4 in the morning to you? It doesn't to me.
It feels like maybe 2 a.m.
Now, what time zone are you in?
Eastern.
Is it 5 for you? I thought so, because everyone I work with is in the Eastern time zone, always. Okay, My vote is going to be Robert Wild.
That is also my vote.
Is that where you're at?
Yeah.
Okay, so Robert was planning on trying to stay with us the whole show, and he will probably keep giving us counts, whether it's for things we're actually counting or not. But he can only win this one time, so don't worry, folks. You still have 2 more chances if you help us with the count and you interact with us in the comments. All you got to do, you don't have to leave super chats or anything. We're not doing this for top super chatter. We appreciate super chats if you want to throw those in, but we're basing this on interaction and helping us out with the count. So Robert Wild, congratulations! You are our first honorary Kryptofreak. And what superpower do you think Robert Wild should have? I think it's got to have something to do with counting, right?
Yeah, he should be able to just like look at something and know how many things are in it. Like he auto counts.
Okay, so he's got like math powers?
Yes, he has math power.
Okay. So Robert Wild has math power. He's the math powers. I actually wrote that. So that's what he has. And we'll call it, if he was actually a costume supervillain, we would call him the mathematician.
Yes.
That's pretty good. So, Robert, I will send you a print of the Spawnville cover, and 2 more people will also win that sometime during the day. All right, get up. Get your 7th. We're going to degenerate real hard here, I think. Get your 7th episode rigged up, and it's going to be Craving, which is an interesting episode. Oh, I'm obviously feeling it with Hourglass. I didn't flip that. So we both disliked the last episode, but liked this one.
Yeah.
And we've only had 1 discrepancy so far.
Oh, true. Yeah. I forgot you flipped it green on Metamorphosis.
I did. I'm second guessing it now, but I did initially. Anyway,
Can't take it back now.
Oh, I can't take it back. Okay, well, at least it makes it look like John and I are not the same person. I guess that's good. Okay, well, I'm still having a blast, guys. I hope you are as well. And John, I've really been enjoying noodling this out with you and getting to know you on camera, because we haven't gotten to spend a whole lot of time together.
Yeah. Heck of a way to get to know each other.
I know. I had the same thing with DJ, because he and I first got to know each other watching insane amounts of Power Rangers.
See, that's how you make friends. You just rope them into watching insane shows.
Doing blind commentaries on things?
Yeah.
Yeah, my life is weird. I wonder how many other people in the world have made like more than one of their friends that way.
We'll have to put out a poll on the socials.
Yeah. Well, and you know who's going to count it?
Robert. Yeah.
Robert Wild, the mathematician. All right, guys. 5-minute break. Are you cool with that length, or do you need more time this time?
No, 5 should be good.
All right, folks. 5 minutes, and we'll come back and we'll watch Craving with Amy Adams. See you in just a little bit. Everybody give me just one more minute. I'm brewing some coffee. I'll be right there. And we're back. The madness is about to continue. Yeah, John, every time you mute yourself and comes back, it's like whoosh.
The only thing I can think of is if for whatever reason, when I mute the mic and turn it back on, the noise, Skype's built-in noise canceling turns off and then turns back on.
And maybe so, but that doesn't happen with anybody else that I work with that's on Skype. I wonder why it's doing it to you.
Oh, that is, yeah.
He goes away real quick. It hasn't been a problem. So it's fine. I'm just wondering what it is. I'm curious. I'm like Lex, man. I have this insatiable curiosity. I have to know. This is the closest this evening to my falling off a bridge, crashing my car, and being rescued. Okay, I have to know.
Oh.
It's just like that. So anyway,
no.
By
the end of the
John's
stream, he's gonna shave his head and start saying that he's Lex Luthor.
I don't know. Anything could happen by the end of this night. Anything could happen by the end of the 10 seasons of this, John. All right, guys, we're gonna watch Craving, which is notable mostly because a very famous actress was in this episode and later played Lois Lane with Amy Adams. And there are a few examples of this with actors that are a lot bigger now that either got their debuts or had a real early role in this show. Bound to happen with something like this that was on for a long time and was popular, but it's interesting. You and I were talking about that with Batista just the other day, who I totally forgot showed up in this show.
Yeah. Well, and because we've been talking about it, Pedro Pascal cameos in Buffy.
Is that right?
So he is a college student in the first couple episodes of season 4 that gets turned into a vampire.
I didn't realize that was him.
Yep.
Wow, that's nuts. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Make sure you're at timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say that. You know, I don't feel that tired, but my words are starting to slur a little bit. It's going to be really interesting to see how we both deteriorate, because I've never done a 24-hour stream with another person that was there with me from beginning to end.
Yeah.
We'll see if he makes it the whole time, though.
Does this count as... Yeah, I mean, this would Amy Adams would count as an alum.
Retroactively, backwards.
Yeah.
Right?
Or when you're counting it, do you only mean, like, they cast them because they were in DC already before those.
Yeah, like, I can't count it in the reference box.
I guess, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we can only do that retroactively, because they didn't pick her because she was Lois. She's Lois later.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if we were just doing the actor thing, I would count it, but not for DC references.
Oh, I didn't know Pedro Pascal was in the failed Wonder Woman pilot.
Is he? Weird. I mean, I haven't seen that in so long. God, that's
I've
weird,
never seen it. The only thing I know about that show is I think Eric did a video on it.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I said I've never seen that pilot, but I think the only thing I know about that is I think Eric did a video on it like a long, long time ago.
He and I did one together.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yep. Back when he did everything on the phone. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please. Goodness. Okay, you're going to be doing this one all by yourself, I think. Everybody, please press play right now. Just when I was thinking this was a good idea.
I remember enjoying this episode somewhat, just because like it was kind of a different idea than I'd seen at the time. We'll see if I still like it.
The special effects are kind of ambitious. With the Violator face. This is another example of a Kryptofreak that does not have a horrible father.
I'd also say, from what I remember, this is the first Kryptofreak that I would call truly sympathetic.
Yeah, of the villainous ones. Because you finally got one last episode that wasn't a bad guy at all.
Yeah.
And that brings us to 8.
Yeah, Robert Wild. I don't know if you've seen that show yet, but it's simply brilliant.
What, me?
No, Robert Wild said that he's glad The Last of Us was working out for.
No, Robert's a big fan of that show. This overweight makeup is pretty good. It's pretty believable. It's clear. It's clear from the beginning that that's not her actual face. So from the start, you've got to be like, oh, okay, so something's gonna happen. Like she's gonna slim down or something. Like there's a reason that they didn't cast an actress that was already that size.
That looks absolutely revolting.
It does. They did a good job on that. Pete basically just said what you said politely. That is true. I agree with that.
No, the cool guy was a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, don't say chill out. You're making all the puns from the other episode. But they're related in that they're both kind of vampires. Yeah, I love Pete just throwing the ball at his head.
Yeah.
Like taking up.
So far,
like
we know Pete likes this girl, or at least cares, like, likes her, and hates old people.
And remembers times as a kid where Clark did impossible things, but has not put together that he's also got superpowers.
You know,
see, they even set him up to where he ought to know already.
Yeah. Now, because I've the only Superman comics that I've read is Earth 1 and All Star.
Oh, what did you think of All Star? Didn't you just read that?
I just read All Star. I think it has a brilliant it's either the first or second issue where like he just spends a day with Lois Lane because he's dying.
Yeah.
That is a brilliant singular issue. It loses me in the middle and then recaptures my attention towards the end.
Okay, interesting.
The stuff with like the Bizarro world, my eyes kind of glazed over.
Yeah, I have that a little bit too. This was a big song too, and was on the soundtrack that I made for the show. That was an excellent, concise review right there.
Thank you.
Boy, this guy might be hired. We might keep this John guy around.
Is Pete Ross like a friend, or is he more of a bully in the comics, like Man of Steel sets him out to?
No, he is. He's Clark's best friend, just like in this. The only other thing I really know about Pete is he is weirdly Lex Luthor's running mate and vice president.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
The only thing I know about
which he does in
Luthor,
trying to keep Lex in check. So like they're both like he's also a politician, and he takes that job because he knows who Lex is. It's a really brilliant idea.
I need to read that stuff. The only thing I've ever seen or read with President Luthor is that Batman Superman Public Enemy,
which is really bad ultimately.
Yeah, but it's fun.
You talking about the Jeff Loeb stuff?
So the comic I didn't like as much, but I really like the animated movie.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of that either. The problem was just ending Lex's presidency with he goes nuts in a robot suit.
Yeah. Well, and I have no attachment to that material, so
yeah, that's totally fair.
For me, it was just a Batman Superman adventure. Robert Wild, the show home on.
You're doing it too.
Homages carry a lot in the early seasons. This poor guy, somebody save him.
Save him! Oh, this is our first episode with Steve Hamilton, with Professor Hamilton. Not to be confused with Emil Hamilton. I don't know why they didn't just make this guy Emil Hamilton, unless they didn't want to throw that character under the bus right away and make him, sort of antagonistic. But it's weird because in the later seasons of the show, as I'm sure you remember, John, we do cast Emil Hamilton. He's a completely unrelated character.
So I don't know if you noticed this when you saw Man of Steel. Not only do we cast Emil Hamilton in Smallville, we bring that actor in as a small scientist role in Man of Steel.
Yes. Isn't that crazy? So, Robert, are you going to count Lex on a treadmill as sports?
Interestingly enough, with the Lex scene there.
Okay, look, I get it that we're in Kansas, but there's not sunflowers everywhere, okay? Like, are you going to anyone's house? They have sunflowers. Sorry, Joe.
No, you're fine.
Why did I say Joe? Because I just saw Joe
there.
Morton's credit. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
No, you get a little bit of continuity there. He's drinking that same blue bottled stuff.
Oh, yeah, that we're still trying to figure out what it is?
Yeah, we have no idea what it is. Robert Wild says, "Stop drinking, Lex."
Robert Wild, didn't Allison Mack voice Power Girl in that movie? Did she? I didn't even know that.
Yes, she did. That's the only non-Smallville thing I've ever seen her in.
This is awkward. I'm standing right here. I'm still walking around with Tina Greer's backpack. Matthew Bass, Amy Adams is great in Arrival, one of my favorite science fiction movies. Agreed. I've seen that twice now, and I like it a lot. That is a wonderful film.
I still need to see that. I've heard nothing but good things.
You should. I think you'd like it. DJ showed me that when I went to his house for the first time.
Also, I just have to point out, since we've been bringing it up, Amy Adams is also in Buffy, so there's another connection.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Blew my mind when I realized who that was in that episode.
They're also doing a good job of thinning the makeup out as she's gradually getting smaller.
Yeah.
I just feel the need to point that out because that is not easy to do.
No, especially in the face, because the face still looks off.
Well, and that's something
compared to her new body.
That's something that Bob Gale talks about in the. I don't know why Back to the Future keeps coming up, but in the one of the commentaries for Back to the Future, he talks about how the age makeup with that movie was really difficult because of technology that wasn't invented yet, but was by 2 and 3. So they had to find a way to get to apply some makeup, but not have full, face prosthetics when you've got a younger actor playing not elderly but middle-aged. And that was just a thing that you didn't really do back then. This is the same kind of makeup. So I'm imagining that this is easier by 01 to do than it was in 1985. And you probably wouldn't even try this on TV back then.
Yeah. I can see that.
Oh, that's foreshadowing because she's going to open her own coffee shop not too long from now.
I always forget how early she starts managing that.
Yeah, she's going to get upset with Nell, because everybody should get upset with Nell. Nell's terrible for trying to get rid of the Talon. And then her solution is to try to reopen it. Because we got to give her something to do. I'm sorry, what?
Worst liar in the world, Clark Kent.
Yeah, he's terrible. And you'd think, okay, so I'm of two minds about it. Tell me what you think about this. You'd think that he would have to get better at it than he is because he has to lie about his powers all the time. But is the idea supposed to be that if he got good at it, he'd be too deceptive, and then you wouldn't buy him becoming Superman and having his value system?
That's possible, because they want to pretend that he's this wholesome, like, all-American farm boy. But I don't know. I think it would have just been more interesting if he was either just got good at it or people called him out on his terrible lies.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing.
I mean, Lana will later, and it's terrible.
When Clark is actually in costume later and is being Superman, he has to be deceptive. It's like benign deceptiveness, or like a necessary evil or something, if you want to look at it that way. So, like, what the more I think about it, what really is the difference? Like, if we buy Superman telling that lie, and besides that, or despite that, we still look at him as, like, the paragon of human morality or whatever. What is the difference with Clark Kent before he has a costume doing it?
No, I agree, and that's one of the things. Like I will be the first to say I'm not a huge Superman fan. I like Superman things here and there.
Yeah,
but I think it's interesting that this all-American beacon, like, the symbol of truth, justice, in the American way, although I guess we don't say that anymore, has to deal with those, like, shades of gray, even though he tries to be very much a black and white character.
Yeah, exactly. What's interesting about it is that he's still human, and it's hard to keep that up.
Robert Wilde, the old age makeup in Citizen Kane still holds up incredibly well. The movie shot in black and white helped a lot. I've never seen it.
Yep.
And Tom says the fact that the ship fixed Martha's infertility and the A-side fact of Lex with kryptonite being close proximity to the ship got rid of his, I think that's supposed to say asthma.
I'm not sure what that has to do with anything we're talking about, but yes, that all happens.
I don't know. I'm kind of digging this Kryptofreak from just like a body horror perspective.
We're giving her screen time, which helps.
Also, second Stephen King ripoff. This is just thinner.
Oh, good call. I forgot about that. That's not a thing I've ever looked at.
Same. I just know the basic premise. Robert Wilde, are we counting pounds too?
She is. She's trying to lose weight. No, I completely agree with what you said earlier, that she is like surprisingly sympathetic. It feels like we're in her head in a way that we haven't been with any other Kryptofreak. Like they've all been, as much as we've sometimes attempted to at least, I don't know, I want to say pretend like we're supposed to care about them. They're basically just plot devices, or filling in, again, for formula, where you have to have a villain, so here's your villain, and roll a d20, and this is the the theme you get. And I don't know if it's because they were inspired by the actress that they hired. They wanted to give her, more to do, and that's why we're actually from her perspective more. Or what?
Robert Wyatt, you know what this reminds me of, Cap? Society.
Oh, God. Yeah. Especially
Matthew
this part.
Base, it's Thinner meets Carrie. I'm not seeing the Carrie unless you just mean because she's not popular.
Yeah, some people were saying that earlier too. Maybe it's just in that she's getting revenge on classmates. Is that a car crash? I mean, it hit her windshield.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could count that.
He just wants me to count car crashes. Okay, there's a car crash.
Makes me think that ship has healing powers. And
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
She's Violator!
And the kryptonite is treated like carpeted, sick material, which is why the ship tries to heal the kryptonite.
Okay, we'll get to that next season. We can talk about all that when we get there.
I would very much like to know what other Amy Adams roles she had like this. Count the car crash.
Clark, they're dating. They're in a better place right now. I don't know why you're scoffing at them or sad that they're hugging. Like, of course you're sad, but, like, stop staring at them, first of all, because that's weird.
So for Clark in the loft, does it have to be specifically Clark and Lana?
Yes, it's Clark and Lana in the loft. Yep.
Okay.
Otherwise, you might as well count every other standing location. Matthew Bates, the CGI deer is rough by today's standards, but I applaud the inventiveness of it and the risk they're taking, because, I mean, that's pretty crazy to even try that on TV. So I like the ambition of it. This is one of those great examples, and you being more of a horror guy than me, I don't know how you feel about this. This is one of those things where the execution for me is way better than the concept. Like, I don't care about this as a premise. Like it does feel like, just another like creepy Kryptofreak, but the it's a little inspired in the way it's put together. Like, they seem to really want to make this episode in a way that they didn't with, like, Cool.
So I do agree that this one definitely feels more inspired. Like, they actually had something to say with this premise. I can't say this is inherently uninteresting to me, just because I do love a lot of body horror, like Hellraiser and stuff like that. So the more body horror elements of this superpower, I'm more intrigued by. Since what I like about the concept, at least so far from just rewatching it, is it's almost like her body's eating itself, and she's, like, trying to stop it.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that we're doing a premise that's so close to Cool, but feels a lot more inspired than that? Like,
yeah.
Usually with a thing like this, it would feel like you were ripping yourself off, but this almost feels like a second draft of that.
I could see that. Well, it
There's
also
some
helps
great
that they had
directing
something
in
to
this.
pull from.
I'm sorry, say again?
It also helps that they had something to pull from. This is just thinner.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but at least they're ripping off from decent material as opposed to making up their own generic crap. Like,
no, absolutely. Amy Adams' role in Buffy is Tara's sibling or relative of some kind of her and, like, fully believes in the misogynic crap that her family sells. That's a great episode.
I also like that we have some specific kind of details that add to the pathos with this. Like, her cutting out supermodels and putting her own head on it is real sad.
Yeah.
And that might be a thing that you would just expect somebody in this situation to do at this time, almost pre-internet. But it doesn't read cliche to me.
Well, and it also helps that out of all of these so far, this is the only one that's tackling something that I think the average viewer can relate to.
Yeah, that's a good call. I'm thinking back to the other Kryptofreaks we've had so far, and yeah, I think that's right.
I mean, you could make an argument for the
reveal.
pilot because it's just the generic, like, bully nerd.
Yep.
But
yeah, we want to get revenge on people for ostracizing him. I met with your principal. He's neurotic because he almost gets murdered by a Kryptofreak on like a weekly basis. Oh, Wall of Weird. That one keeps jumping out at me, even though we never used to count it, just because I can't believe that you were right about it. We've had 7 of them already. We are 7 for 7, and 2 of them were in one episode. So this is where we're going to get a little bit, if memory serves, into the business of Clark feeling, in my opinion, overly responsible for the meteor shower. Like, Lana losing her parents was my fault.
Yeah, they mentioned that in a couple episodes ago.
I've never liked that angle. That's never sat well with me. Feeling a duty and a responsibility to personally yourself, forget Jonathan Kent, stay in this town and help people because you feel a responsibility that you landed in that meteor shower, that I get. Blaming yourself, feeling guilty about it when you were just riding a spaceship, that I don't get. Like, that's not the same thing as, like kids blame themselves for their parents' divorce and that sort of thing. I just don't really see it personally.
I don't see it with the first one. I could see it if they he starts blaming himself for the second one.
Yeah, the fact that the second one happens is also really stupid.
Grim Death Griffin, Welling mentioned they were inspired by movies during episodes like The Lost Boys. Matthew Bass is bad that I sympathize with Amy Adams' character more than I have with Clark in 6 episodes.
Isn't that unfortunate? Oh, is this the first time Lex and Chloe meet? I guess it is. See, that's another thing that like I said earlier, I found really novel when this was first on, that you're this many episodes in and main characters are still meeting each other.
Yeah. I mean, it would help if some of the main characters were, in episodes.
That's a really good point.
I feel like Chloe and Pete keep just disappearing.
I really liked Clark's reaction shot there. That was excellent. I mean, I just wish I exuded the presence and charisma that he does when I walked into a room, man. When this was on, particularly the first 3 seasons or so, 2 especially, a lot of people, and I know this is going to sound kind of weird, Nikki, now, a lot of people really wanted Lex and Chloe to be an item.
Really?
Yes. People were always, of course, the stupid shipping thing. Klex was a big deal. And doing it later when she was older, I could have maybe seen it, because I never understood why Clark, or Lex for that matter, by season 6, saw what they did in Lana as opposed to Chloe. Chloe starts to get real whiny and selfish in the second season over Clark not noticing her and wanting to date her, and I don't love that whole thing. But I still found her a lot more likable and a lot more dateable than Lana.
Yeah, see, I would have never thought about Lex and Chloe, but for a while there when I was watching the show, I always kind of wished that they'd just say screw it and pair Clark with Chloe.
I really had that in the first season. Like, I was constantly episode to episode going, Chloe's right there and likes you. Like, why not date her for a minute and see how that goes? Like, isn't she more interesting? I don't know. And then it wouldn't have been a bad idea to get for him to get his like love of journalism from that relationship. They sort of kind of do that anyway, but
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm kind of glad they didn't go that way because I do really enjoy his Chloe's friendship. She kind of becomes that confidant that Lana just doesn't become.
That's true. Yeah. Well, and you can't do that and still introduce Lois the way you did. That would have been awful. You know what I mean? Like if he dated Chloe first and then dated Lois, like, and they were still cousins? Like, no.
Tom wants to let us know that Klex can also mean Clark with Lex, apparently.
Well, thanks for bringing that up.
That's
well,
I'm
see,
glad I know that now.
I was speaking it out loud. You'd write it with an H in it, and then you'd know what I was talking about. I think one of the reasons maybe people are going to Carrie is just because of the setting of this scene.
I guess. I don't know. That one's more of a super art. A shallow comparison. It's like it's not really Carrie.
No, the pilot is much more so.
Yeah. Oh God.
No, she's coming back. Oh my God. In that
it's
shot,
like the Mummy, the Brandon Fraser Mummy movie.
Yes,
effect,
that's true.
Like with no budget.
I didn't think of that. Well, okay, but can we go back and look at that effect and see if it looks all that much better than it does here? Because there's some really shoddy CG in those also, sir.
I mean, that's true. Looking at you, The Rock.
Hey, he's come a long way, man. He's Black Adam now.
I mean, I like The Rock, but I'm a wrestling fan, so I always like The Rock in some capacity.
Well, I'm joking. I've certainly liked him in stuff.
Oh my God. It's plastic.
What's wrong with your face?
He kind of looks like, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Hannibal.
I haven't.
There's a character in that movie that's disfigured after being attacked by pigs. He kind of looks like that.
Oh, interesting. So, do you feel like there's a running gag where Lex has to be driving a different car in every scene? Yeah, go count that, Robert. Count it.
The episode where a ghost body hops through prom in season 4 is more Carrie. I mean, I guess because it takes place at prom. It's not really, like, thematically similar.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna find a lot of, like you said, just kind of surface level Carrie, just in the fact that so many of these are ostracized high school students that don't like the popular kids, right?
Robert Wild, is that Gary Oldman?
Who?
I think he's saying that the guy that I'm describing from Hannibal is played by Gary Oldman.
Oh, interesting. So this is Joe Morton, who's a character actor that I've liked in a lot of things. He is in a really good sci-fi show called Eureka. What were you gonna say?
Isn't that the guy from Terminator 2?
Yes.
Or more importantly, Cyborg's dad in the Snyder Cut.
Oh, right. But yeah, that's his that's his first big claim to fame, I guess. And then he's a character actor on TV and a lot of things. But yeah, with him like starting Cadmus, because the idea is he's been researching the meteor rocks. I love the set with all the kryptonite everywhere, and like he starts Cadmus, which you would expect later would like blow up and turn into like the full blown Cadmus Labs. I don't know if it ever does in the show. I don't I don't remember.
There's like 6 different secret agencies by season 8. It's hard to keep track.
Yes, but well, I guess in comics, Cadmus technically is that, but obviously here we're just starting out as like one guy doing a science lab. You'd think it would balloon up somewhere. It's really, I guess the point I'm making is it's really weird that we've got 2 Hamiltons like this, because this feels like it's supposed to be Emil Hamilton and they just reworked him to be a different character for some reason and gave him a different name.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know why we did that. It's really weird.
It's also interesting to me, and I know they couldn't have possibly planned for this.
Yeah.
We've got 2 future DC actors in one episode.
That is true. And in the same continuity. Like both DCEU actors.
Yeah.
So that's kind of crazy. So there's a camera push this show sometimes does that tells you that Clark is figuring stuff out.
Welling also has like a specific expression that he does.
So he's putting it together.
That pot can't possibly taste good.
No. But I also don't think they made that as gross as they think they did, which is weird because they've had a lot of really gross scenes in this episode.
Yeah.
So I think one of the reasons that I'm not as into body horror as you are is because I just have a super weak stomach. And I have a really hard time watching certain scenes like that without being grossed out. I'm immune to it with this because I've seen it a bunch of times, I guess, and because it's not as disgusting as some other things, but...
Yeah, no, for sure. I have a pretty good threshold for that stuff. That's why when
I envy you, sir.
That's why when Austin mentioned you guys were thinking about doing Hellraiser at some point, I was like, I don't know if Cap's gonna be able to sit through that.
Oh wow, I don't even know what's really in that movie.
I love that movie, but it's definitely it has its moments.
Lana, your line is, why do you care who Clark dates? Because she doesn't know about everything with the Porsche and all that.
Yes, lads?
Grim Death Griffin, Clark's Gotta Fly. Is that a Superman reference? Yeah, we haven't put anything on that list in a while, sure.
Yeah, the first Hellraiser is awesome.
I don't think anybody's been thrown in this episode yet.
There hasn't really been any action in this.
That's true. I think that's one of the things I'm really enjoying about it. I don't mean to say I'm a prude that likes boring things. I'm just saying that it's been a lot more character and dialogue driven.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Robert Wild. The first Hellraiser is awesome, and then it's all downhill from there. By 5, they're just picking scripts out of desks and shoving monsters in it.
They did a really good job of course, transforming her. She looks like a completely different person now.
It's also weird to see her with blonde hair.
Yeah. And, of course, just
she doesn't look like Amy Adams to me.
Yeah, the person I'm really sad for with this episode is Pete. It's like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Because he's ultimately just going to be, once again, a plot device so that we can have, a victim for her. That's a really good look for Pete. I like that he's not wearing a tie. He looks really good in that outfit. I'm sorry, what?
Well, and if they got anything right from ripping off Stephen King, it's the tragedy in the horror. Because we finally get a Kryptofreak that's she's just a good person, but her powers make her unsuitable to be around people.
Well, and that's why I say this feels like a second draft of the Cool episode, because all you had to do was make me like that guy in the first place, and it would be the exact same thing.
Yeah, but then he wouldn't be cold.
Oh. Yeah, but that's worked with Mr. Freeze, right? Where, like, he becomes cold later. He doesn't start that way. You take something away from him, and then he loses his humanity. But that kid didn't have any.
T-Edge1 says, I know this is 4 or 5 seasons away, but the Superman from Lois and Clark was supposed to Vandal Savage, but DC said they couldn't use Vandal at the last minute, so they made him
that's true. Tom, we'll get to all of that later on, man. No need to throw in, like, a lot of unrelated tidbits to what we're bringing up right now, and we have talked about some stuff that happens later, but it's all been related to what we're doing, because we'll get to all of that.
From that angle, when she, like, lowers her jaw, she kind of looks like Bruce Campbell's face in Army of Darkness when he, like, comes out of that suction book.
Do we have a convenient unconsciousness here? Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Gray Invader, that's horrible. I'm not gonna read that out loud. But I get why you said that. Oh no. Oh, he's on green kryptonite, folks. And we're tied.
This is one where I actually don't mind it, since she's not really, like, super powered.
No, that's why we have to have kryptonite in this scene.
Yeah.
It's weird, too, because there's not really, and there isn't always in this show, but there's not really anything thematically or otherwise to bring the two subplots together, but there's kryptonite everywhere in this episode. So, like, you've got Lex going to try to hire the like foremost kryptonite expert.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got this big fight in a greenhouse with kryptonite everywhere, but they have nothing to do with each other.
Did they CGI in the shattered glass?
It kind of looked like it. Just to create that reflection. Because that's not a shot you could get practically, and it doesn't look practical. Does she kill herself here? I think she does, right?
It looks like that's what she's gonna do, yeah.
Oh, God. Oh, man! That's a big explosion right there. We haven't really had a lot of explosions yet.
We haven't, no.
God!
Well, it's interesting because this has one of the most restrained... Even the finale is mostly restrained compared to what'll come later.
Yeah, it's true.
My chat window disappeared. Oh, there we go. This is the second time a Kryptofreak has looked at their cracked reflection.
Oh. Are you counting that too?
The mathematician strikes again.
Oh, no, she's dead.
But how is she dead? Wouldn't Clark have been shielding her from the explosion?
She's a bad guy, so he didn't think to do that this time.
He's dead.
Kal-El, no!
I love that you immediately knew what that was. I can detect that accent from 2 words.
Well, because I have to listen to Austin do it constantly.
Yeah, that's true.
Clark said she's okay. Not who's okay. What?
Oh wait, she's not dead? Does it come up that she survived it? Do I need to take away that bad guy death? I can't even remember.
Robert Wildflex, stop talking to teenage girls. Anybody else in the chat? Did they say that she was okay?
Yeah, because
we just want to double check.
We're making like a commentary, and I missed it.
Matthew Bass is also saying she's not dead.
Okay. So this is something I meant to mention earlier. One thing that always kind of irked me about Smallville is we'll retroactively say that these characters that we're going to write off or kill off and probably not bring back again that have been going to this high school are just there, but we never see them ahead of time. Even when we're several seasons in, I don't think ever establish a character, let them be there for an episode or two or more, and then make them a Kryptofreak. That's another thing that Buffy does better than this. It occasionally would actually do that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Now, Buffy had sort of the one token one. I think it did it a couple of other times. Jonathan was kind of the token one, where that kid is around and he's, again, kind of an outcast, and then eventually he'll be a bad guy, and then he'll be a bad guy again. But this show never really did that.
I agree. This show could have used a trio.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, it's kind of weird to constantly be like, here's this kid that we all know that we've never seen before.
No, I agree. Because, like, Buffy, even without Jonathan, it has that one kid that comes out to Xander as being gay, and, like, he shows up a couple times.
Yeah. I think even am I remembering this right? I think even in season 7, there's a character or two that we see for an episode or two that's actually recurring at the high school. But
I don't think so.
I may be wrong about that. And also that gets weird because then there's Kryptofreak crossover. Like there are Kryptofreaks from the show that wind up in the high school in season 7 Buffy.
Season 7 Buffy does have that early storyline where there's like a bunch of ghosts of people who died in that school, but like I never recognized any of them from people that we saw in the early seasons.
I love that reaction behind him. Like, Joe Morton is a real physical actor, and he's doing so much back there, even though he's in soft focus. Doesn't even care that the camera's not paying attention to him.
I've never liked this song.
Yeah, I don't like this song either. The guys on the Talkville podcast love this song.
Really?
Unless they were being ironic, but I don't think they were, particularly Ryan.
Why don't you just tell her that Pete was in danger? You went to check on him.
We do that so much with this show. Like, he'll keep things a secret that wouldn't even give his identity away, and it's not, again, he's not in character. It's just a choice the script has made. It's completely arbitrary. There's no reason he would do that. We do that a lot with episodes where somebody's not acting like themselves or where they switch bodies. I always thought this was kind of a cute scene, though.
You know, we were talking earlier about, like, if Gotham followed this formula.
Yeah.
Not to this formula exactly, but, like, this is the Spider-Man show that I want. Just better written.
Oh, okay.
You get, like, a teenage Peter Parker. I mean, you'd have a little more superhero stuff, but, like...
Sure. Because you want him to actually put on a costume if he's in high school.
Yeah.
Well, and we're a little remiss in not mentioning that this show has actually been done once before with an actual costume, because you had the Superboy show in the 80s, and that also took place in Smallville. So yeah, it's kind of interesting that in a way Smallville is, I don't want to say a remake of that, but it's a weird kind of spiritual follow-up where it's like, let's do it slightly more realistic, where you don't have Superboy, but Clark is still doing all the superheroing.
Well, it made me think, because a lot of the episodes that we've watched, there's two formulaic things. Clark has to put the safety of others above his happiness, which is very Spider-Man.
Yep.
He has to balance school, home, and superpowers, which is also very Superman. And they're broke, very Spider-Man. And they're broke, which is also very Spider-Man. Like, all the elements are here for a great Spider-Man
Boy, that's
show.
an excellent point. Yeah. Yeah, and he feels the responsibility to intervene just because he can do things no one else can do.
Yeah.
What is our next episode here?
The next episode it's Jitter time.
Oh boy, that's exciting.
I'm gonna give it I'm Feeling It.
Oh yes, let's do that real quick.
I quite enjoyed that episode.
You know what? That is probably the best watch of that I've ever had.
Honestly, same.
Real moody. We didn't really talk about atmosphere, but that is dripping with it. There's a real intensity to that I actually bought. I think I was kind of dancing around this point. I think the big difference between that and the kind of horror-driven episodes from before it is it felt a lot more authentic.
Yeah. The idea here is that he has to keep every aspect of his heroic escapades hidden, but this falls apart when the entire school knows Clark is involved in a lot of saves around town. But he didn't even need to say that he was saving people. He just could have said, I went to check on Pete because I thought he was in danger.
Yeah. No, I agree. Okay, guys, we've only watched one more episode. I need just a real quick couple-minute break.
Okay.
To take care of something, and I will be right back.
Alrighty.
Okay, thanks, guys. Just needed a quick break, and we're back.
How dare you?
I know, I'm horrible. At this rate, it's going to actually be 24 hours. No! So let's go ahead.
Haven't you ever seen Scream? You never say, I'll be right back.
Oh. Yeah, I'm not prepared with horror movie knowledge. I don't know if you realize this, but those things are fiction.
Oh. That's not what Scream told me.
Yeah. The real world is a lot more like Smallville.
Oh, okay.
You know, where like spaceships like get your parents pregnant.
So, as someone who lives in Kansas,
yes,
have you ever seen a meteor shower?
No, it's not a real frequent thing that happens.
Man, Smallville lied to me.
It really did. Mm-hmm. And also, nobody around here says sorry. That's not really a thing. And I've never seen 3 tornadoes come together to form a super tornado.
Oh.
I have seen a tornado, but not 3 of them. And
I have never seen a tornado.
And I've never seen a person get into a truck instead of getting into the ditch that's right next to the truck. That would maybe save them. But we'll get to all of that this evening or tomorrow evening. Anyway, oh my God, it's still so far away. Okay, so we're going to watch Jitters, which is, I think, a wonderful episode this season. And we're going to get to one of my favorite actors ever, Tony Todd. I'm so excited. So it's our first hostage plot, which Smallville does a lot, but this one's really good. Get a timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. And we're going to start off with a song that is super inappropriate and doesn't, I mean, not like that, but just inappropriate for the show. I'll tell you why in a second. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. I hope you're with us again. Right now.
So I think this might actually be the first thing I see Tony Todd in.
The first thing you what?
Saw Tony Todd in.
Oh, interesting. So this song is a Smash Mouth song, and it's called Pacific Coast Party. And we're in the Midwest, in the middle of Kansas. I
don't know why we're using such a poppy, easygoing song for what's clearly supposed to be kind of a stressful situation.
Well, I think it's that it's not stressful yet. But I don't know. It's just that song doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Is it just because that's what he was listening to?
Yeah, probably. But I think you should be more thoughtful in your music selection. It doesn't have to narrate the scene, but I don't know. It's kind of weird. You're
Also,
walking across a Kansas farm and you're hearing Pacific Coast Party. That's weird.
Also, for someone who's so paranoid about someone exposing his powers, he just kind of uses them willy-nilly on the farm.
Yes, he does. And it's because he has plot armor and he's read the script. Because whenever anybody drives up, he just is not using his powers then. But when he is using his powers, nobody's going to drive up, and he just knows that. Doesn't have to worry about it.
That pizza also looks burnt.
Yeah, and we know he didn't use his heat vision on it because he doesn't have that yet.
So, in most early, I guess it'd be Superboy in the comics. Does he only have the speed and strength?
No, I think he typically has everything.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. You kind of want to stagger out some of the powers.
Yeah, I think a lot of that choice in the show just came down to budget. We're not ready to figure out how to do that effect yet.
Yeah. Well, and he got the X-ray vision, and he hasn't used it since that episode.
He's used it once, I think. But I can't tell you where, so maybe I'm wrong. But I thought he had. Okay, so this is our second truly sympathetic Kryptofreak. And 2 in a row where we actually kind of get in the head of the Kryptofreak that cannot help but do the terrible things that they're doing. And
oh no, Candyman's come back for the baby.
And in this case, it's really not his fault. I mean, yeah, taking a bunch of kids hostage and all of that is, but he's not to be blamed for what happens to him that gives him this power, or for anything that happens because of the power itself. Whereas our Kryptofreak in the last episode, made herself kind of a quick fix diet shake and kind of had to pay for it. So she did kind of make a mistake there.
Yeah.
Not that she deserved what happened to her, but there's a responsibility there. Not with this guy at all.
I didn't remember this scene.
Yeah.
And for a second I thought he was going to be holding the baby as the shakes came on. I was like, oh, wow, that got dark quick.
Yeah, that's pretty dark.
Candyman. Yeah, Candyman.
Yep.
Fantastic.
I first see Tony Todd in Star Trek, of course. He's got lots of Trek appearances. He played 3 or 4 different characters. And I've seen him in a million things now. He's in Shock, which was a show I liked a lot. He does a lot of voiceover work.
I forget. Have you seen the Tom Savini remake of Night of the Living Dead?
Yes. I watched it first because Tony Todd was in it, and I wanted to see him in that, and he's awesome in it.
Yeah, I think that movie has issues, but I think he's almost better than the original guy.
That's exactly how I felt about it, and that guy's good too. But
yeah, I just love the way he constantly shouts Cooper in that movie. It's like
yes,
it's really funny to me for some reason.
Well, and he's giving a somewhat similar performance in that he gives in this, I guess, where he's just really good at playing panicked.
Yeah. He's also surprisingly good at like sleazy. He's in this series of movies called Hatchet, which are kind of throwbacks to 80s slashers, and he's just this like sleazy voodoo shop runner.
He's a guy that just works a lot.
Yeah. It kind of makes me sad though, because the last couple of things that I've heard of that he's in that are recent are like Tubi movies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Weird. Yeah, I haven't seen him in anything in a while. He is also one of my favorite, if not, and I've talked about this before, but in case you haven't heard me say this, he's one of my favorite, if not favorite, actors I've met at a convention. He and I had a half-hour conversation together once. He didn't have a line. There weren't a lot of people at that con yet. It was kind of early in the morning, and I had him sign he plays Worf's brother in 3 episodes of between TNG and DS9, Kern, and I had him sign a big batlet that I have that I've had signed by a bunch of actors that have played Klingons, and he signed it, and then we just sat there and talked about all kinds of stuff he's in and stuff, and he was awesome.
I agree, Robert. I like Barbara much better in the remake than I do the original. Yeah, I watched. There's this YouTube channel I watch called Dead Meat, but it's kind of like a review channel, but just for horror films. And he got an interview with Tony Todd right before the new Candyman came out.
Oh, cool.
He just seems like a super cool guy.
Yeah, he's real down to earth. And we both predicted that was while Chuck was on its 2nd season, and his character had already been killed off, which bummed me out. And he and I both predicted that would get canceled that year, and then it was on for 3 more years.
Yeah, I like that show quite a bit. Till the last season.
Yeah, I fell off during 3, I think, so I've never gone back, but...
Yeah, Leo, I'm so excited for his Venom.
Yeah, that's cool. So you had no control over this situation? I don't even understand how this many people showed up to your house.
Yeah, but Cap, it's standard teenage party movie.
Oh, well, they kind of overcast this, I think. I think they could have had half this many people here, and it would have had the same effect, but be slightly more believable. Oh, well, bullet time!
And it's funny. That's composited in really badly.
No, what are you talking about? It looks great.
This is just the Buffy season 3 premiere.
It is. That's true.
Minus the dead people coming back to life.
Look, Matthew Bass, I don't want to give you any spoilers or anything, but they're not going to save that guy, okay? Like, he's never going to get saved. So if I'm Clark...
What do you mean, Robert Wilde? Those are clearly freshmen.
They're merely freshmen. If I'm Clark, I would, super speed everybody out really fast one at a time. And then just, put them all, a mile away.
Well, yes, Tom, but that was a cave. This is a small farmhouse. What?
That's also in the intro.
Yep.
So yeah, Lex found out about this party somehow, and then got fireworks. I want Lex to have reason to just keep saying, "What is it with Kents and gifts?" Like, Lex, why did you give me the fire? What is it with you and gifts? Yeah, he's thought of everything. Must have been a slow plant day.
Picky Ricky wants to remind us that Clark and Company are supposed to be 14.
Yes. No, I know.
Oh, Paradox Cameron wants to know, what is your favorite season, Cap?
So, I have such a hard time choosing with that. Because my favorite episodes are in seasons that have some of the bigger, to me, like, shark jumping moments. So, like, the show kind of remains more what I want it to be through season 1, but it doesn't have the best episodes. So, like, it's probably 3 overall, but 3 really falls apart in certain ways by the end. So, yeah, like, it's tough. I was having this conversation with my wife just today. I was like, it's impossible to choose a favorite season. It's definitely somewhere in the first 3 before any of the other seasons, but...
Corners.
What is yours? Because that's got to be a weird question for you since you started with the later stuff.
Yeah. Probably season 6. I like Clark and Company working together to try to find the Phantom Zone spirits and stuff.
Yeah, 6 is such a mixed bag to me because Green Arrow is great. And some of the Phantom Zone stuff is okay. But the Lex Lana stuff is unacceptable.
Yeah. Well, and it also helps that, like, 2/3 of the Phantom Zone people are wrestlers that I like.
Sure, yeah.
Darkcomers UK at Cap, not specifically Smallville related, but how do you feel about Superman in the recent comics having new powers? Power to teleport and to read and control minds, I believe.
I have not been reading current, so I didn't even know about that.
I just, on principle, I don't think I like that. Superman has such a classic and constant power set. It'd be like messing with Peter Parker's powers.
Also, you know it's not going to last. I mean, we've done this before. Like, when we made him pure energy in the 90s, which, by the way, apparently, I did see some covers for the new kind of relaunch they're doing, and John Kent is getting the old blue Electro suit that everybody thought was stupid. Why are they doing that?
So, fun fact, my aunt used to collect comics, and she had that issue randomly. 4-year-old me thought that, or had the very first issue where he turns into energy.
Yeah.
4-year-old me thought that blue suit was awesome.
I should pull that out and review that for Not Spawn.
Tom says that 4 is his favorite, but it just doesn't feel like Superman. 4 is not my least favorite, but, like, I think most of my least favorite moments are in 4.
The last half of that is real difficult to sit through. This is a character that I wish somehow we could have had, stick around or come back for an episode or two. But I'm probably partly just saying that because I like Tony Todd a lot.
Chloe, of all people, is looking for the rational explanation. Season 4 is great in the beginning until it turns into gobbledygook after transference. Yeah, just all the stuff with the cave, the stones.
Yeah.
Season 4 kind of feels like how we talked about Season 4 of Buffy. It's almost like a show trying to reinvent itself.
Yep.
In Smallville's case, going global.
And look forward to us having to talk about all of this again when we spend a whole day on it.
I'm excited to get to 5, though, just because we finally get Green Arrow.
That's not till 6.
Doesn't he show up at 5?
No, it's 6.
Huh. Chloe's shirt is ridiculously low cut, says Robert Wilde.
Yeah, they do a lot of that in this show.
Oh boy. What were they eating that was sticky?
I don't know. Blame the prop department.
Clark, you can clean that up in like 5 seconds.
And he's going to. But he's just being in disbelief right now.
Oh. Why did you stop going fast?
Yeah, he's introduced in the 4th episode of season 6.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was that late.
Wait, what counts as a throw? Oh, yes, I do have to count that as a throw. You're right. Absolutely.
I do like that he still gets in trouble.
Yeah, no, that's great. And that's one of those bits where they walk in kind of conveniently, but it works for whatever reason. Whereas people, somebody walking in on like your girlfriend making out with a guy almost never works. This Kryptofreak is more interesting too, just because the family has a vested interest in him.
Supposedly, we've never seen it before, but
we've got more personal stakes.
Exactly. Though Buffy season 4 was the funniest. I mean, it is the funniest. It's just all the episodes with the actual plot suck.
Yeah. There's a lot of, oh really, that's it? In that season. Also, this is a really demanding part for Tony Todd. Like, every scene he's in, he's got to flail around like a nut job, trying to hurt himself. And obviously, they're putting, a kind of a sped up effect on it. But I mean, he's still having to kind of go to town. Like, that's very demanding.
Yeah. For sure.
That's what Lionel Luthor and the news want you to think. Or the news. I guess the news wouldn't find out either. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. So, again, we're inconsistent about this. Sometimes, if people have Meteor Rock in them, it doesn't affect Clark. But it's a plot point here, so it does.
Maybe it's because he was specifically experimented on with it.
He wasn't
experimented.
He wasn't experimented on. He was just around it.
Oh, okay.
And there was an accident, there was an explosion, and then a bunch of not shrapnel, but pieces of meteor rock wound up in him. I think is the idea. And we get to spend a lot of time getting to know about and sympathize with this guy before he does anything bad on purpose.
Well, and I also like this as, in the last couple of episodes, even though he ended up not going with Lex's offers or whatever, you can kind of see him, like, he realizes that Lex is trying to help, and this is going to plant those seeds of mistrust back with the Luthors.
Yes.
Even if I'm not entirely sure it's, like you mentioned, fair to blame Lex for the sins of the father.
Yeah, but what what really works about it is that it's not just that there's like deceptive things going on at Luthor Corp that Lionel is responsible for, but Lex doesn't tell Jonathan everything, and so he's not being totally trustworthy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that part, but there's a part later in the episode where he's actually on the phone with Earl inside, and not letting Jonathan in on what's happening. I think that's what happens, but he's kind of compartmentalizing things because he was raised that way, and that's how he operates, and he doesn't trust anybody. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it takes as many episodes as it does before they've really got a handle on how to make these bad guys not just bad guys. Grimdeath says, should a doctor be showing someone's x-rays to someone who's not family? Like, is it just enough that they used to work with each other on a farm?
Is that also how those PA systems work? Like, wouldn't they have to be pushing the button for him to hear?
Yeah, look, now you're nitpicking, John. Okay.
Oh my god, he's freaking out.
This little girl's gonna need therapy. Watch a line reading here. Oh, he just disappears. I thought it opened up and he was like freaking out and all over the place, and she had to watch him do that. I forgot that it was just handcuffs. Oh, hi, Gabe. You're totally gonna get screwed by Luthor Corp later, just like everybody else. They lose their house and everything, if memory serves, because Chloe makes Lionel Luthor mad. But that's way later. Just keep jumping ahead, John.
I'm sorry. I'm excited to get to when there's superheroes.
And see, that's where the show falls apart for me, but...
Now watch, we'll get there. I'll be like, no, wait, go back.
Remember when the show was good? I like that the plant is small enough that the big secret is level 3, not like 13 or 25 or something. That it's only supposed to have 2 levels, and then there's a secret button on the elevator. I love his line reading here when he just yells, "Where's the elevator?" He gets a lot of screen time all by himself.
They're
Where's
like,
the elevator?
They're like, we're paying for Tony Todd. We're going to get the most out of it.
Seriously, yeah. Well, I like that he's bordering on wondering if he's losing his mind. This is a cool conspiracy episode because it's not a giant conspiracy. It's a real small, kind of believable, relatively sort of situation. I also like how long it takes for Lionel to finally pop into the episode. Like, if you've seen this before and you know where it's going, his presence is kind of looming. But if you don't realize that there's any validity... Because I think the episode is trying to make you think that Earl could be right or may not be right. You know, maybe he's delusional. And it turns out he's right about everything. So when Lionel finally shows up, it's like, oh, here's the real villain of the episode. It's nicely structured. Matthew wants to know how he got out of the elevator. Oh.
Because he couldn't find the elevator.
No. He means in the hospital.
I know.
When he disappeared out of the handcuffs.
What
Did he crawl back upwards? We're not supposed to think about this, are we? Oh, I talked over it, but there's this really bad shot. Did you see it? Where Lex, in his car, is driving in the front of the frame, and it looks like a really bad green screen, and I don't know if the car is actually in that shot or if it is green screen, but it looks really weird. Like, it's disproportionate with, like, Jonathan's body with Lex's head in the car.
I didn't notice it.
We're just gonna have to rewind it. We're gonna have to go back. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry, what? Can we yell more over these sirens?
Matthew Bass. Candyman's new origin is wild.
Yeah, see, they still haven't quite perfected that running effect. And he also goes faster later, where it's just, he just zips. This is from here to here. And here, he's still doing this. He's still doing his arms up and down.
Well, and I think that works twofold. Obviously, out of the show, it's because they perfected it. But I like to think of that as like him getting better with his speed.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I also like that Lex isn't fully in the loop, but we can't trust him either. Like, there's a lot of who knows what in this episode. And so when Lex says there's no level 3, he really actually doesn't know about it. He has no idea that his father is experimenting with kryptonite. Which sets up a lot of stuff later when both of them are experimenting with kryptonite. And Lex goes a lot farther with it than Lionel does, because he figures out black kryptonite.
Robert Wild, we should have been counting surveillance footage.
Look, man, you want 900 categories, you could totally have them. Yeah, there's almost nothing to count in this episode.
No. Would that count as Clark on green kryptonite?
Oh, yeah, we probably should have at least one of those, shouldn't we? Yeah, this really kind of turns into an espionage show for an episode. And I think this is a really welcome change of pace. Where I think I said this when I wrote about it, but this feels like a Kryptofreak episode that doesn't... Or it's a Kryptofreak episode that doesn't feel remotely like a Kryptofreak episode. God, calm down, Lionel. Oh, Lionel's back. His hair's actually a lot shorter this season than it will be later.
Is it?
Yeah, he grows it out longer than that. Until he shaves it for no reason I've ever understood. Okay, so now we can be pretty sure that Lex didn't know about that with those exchanges. Oh, right, them. The kids.
Way to just volunteer him for that.
This is a good set.
Yeah.
I wonder if they built this, if they shot it somewhere. Oh, yes, Robert. John Glover does have a giant beard now. Hey, Clark, I don't know if you understand what, like, convulsions are, but, like, he can't really stop.
I mean,
Look at
if I wanted to super nitpick this, I feel like he would have seriously injured or died himself or died the first time he started freaking out like that.
Yes. Well, maybe he also got super strength.
Super durability.
Look, the answer to everything is you get super strength and super durability whenever you're a Kryptofreak, okay? Unless it's a plot point that you don't. John, are you getting tired yet?
I'm getting a little sleepy, but not.
Are you feeling it?
Crazy. I'm feeling it.
He's feeling it, guys. Look, the episode's not even over yet, okay? Yeah, I very often don't, find this kind of plot obligatory in shows that aren't otherwise this kind of show, where you try to do a real high-intense, kind of conspiracy or espionage thing. This one really works for me, for whatever reason. And there's one in Season 2 that's really good, too. Is it 2 or 3?
There's a whole arc with Morgan Edge that I remember in Season 2.
Yeah.
Or Season 3.
Well, and of course, that's Rutger Hauer. It's nuts they even got him for this show.
Well, and I think what works about this is it's not just like we're not doing anything. It's like we're moving stuff along.
Yeah. No, this is a really well-paced episode. I think, I was talking about change of pace. I think another thing that helps this feel like a big episode is that everybody's involved in one plot. Like, yeah. We're all here. And this 8 episodes in, this is the first time we've done a story like that, where everyone's involved. It doesn't feel like a real expensive episode, except you've got the whole cast there. There is a huge stunt at the end that probably cost some money, but... Do you remember the bit on the bridge?
I do. It's when he starts, like, going even faster.
Yeah.
Robert Wild, I forgot Rutger Hauer was in this. He's also great in Begins. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, for what that role is.
He's a little typecast in that.
Although, it is interesting in a way. Like, we went from this to the Arrowverse. We devolved instead of evolved.
Yeah, what's weird about it is it felt like we were evolving in the first season and a half. Because the first season of that show is... I think the writing in that is a lot more sophisticated than the show usually was. And I still say most of the short-lived Birds of Prey show was a step above this, too.
I've never seen that.
If you weren't there, you're not going to appreciate it, but I still have a soft spot for that show.
Rutger Hauer was so good in the Hitcher. Major inspiration for Nolan's take on the Joker. I keep meaning to see that because I've heard great things.
Yeah, Begins actually a couple of years after he's in this show.
Yeah, because Begins is 05. Mm-hmm. Season 3 would have been 03 or 04?
Into 04, yeah. And he's at the beginning of that season. And then, do you remember later, they can't get him back, so they have to do the whole face swap plot where they get a different actor to play him.
I did not remember that.
And they did the same thing in Birds of Prey.
Oh.
Which is crazy, because that was only 13 episodes.
That was super ADR. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Well, now that you've said it, I can't unsee it.
Well, at first I was like, did they have somebody dub over him? It doesn't sound right.
He's going to use his X-ray vision here, John.
Oh. He remembered he had that power.
Oh.
Oh my god.
And I'm going to go ahead and count. I'm remembering this episode really well. I'm going to go ahead and count another blatant DC reference here because he's about to jump to the Daily Planet. Oh, wait, no.
Oh. That's
not this episode. That's a different episode. That's a different episode. I'm late and losing. Or it's late and I'm losing it. Maybe that's this episode. I don't remember. Yeah, no, that's got to be later, doesn't it? Sorry, we had a shot in Metropolis earlier, and just briefly for a second I thought we were in Metropolis, but no, we're not in Metropolis.
This also, I think, if I remember correctly, also serves to kind of drive that first wedge between Clark and Lex.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What were you saying?
If I remember correctly, this is also like the first hint of a wedge between Clark and Lex.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if we really get to that at all here. I forget. I don't know. There's like an almost person-shaped hole in this wall.
Nice
yeah,
that's
season 2. I was mixing those episodes up.
Count what?
He doesn't even care at this point. He just wants me to count things. He just wants me to start saying numbers. He's the mathematician.
I was gonna make the argument that Superman and Lois is great, but then I realized it's not the Arrowverse anymore, and I've never seen that.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really good stuff in first season Flash, but it all falls apart by the end.
Yeah, I mean, when I say we've devolved, I mean we couldn't last more than a season of a new shared TV universe.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. And it doesn't take very long before there's irreconcilable problems, and you just can't even buy the universe as a universe anymore.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, I really like the first 2 seasons of Arrow. I really like the first season of Supergirl, minus like the first 4 or 5 episodes. And I really like most of the first season of The Flash. That universe as a whole is garbage.
Yeah, absolutely. So this scene, some of the most memorable stuff in this season for me. I like the way this is shot. I like the lighting in this scene a lot. It just feels like a big epic climax in a relatively not huge space.
Yeah, it feels like a big climax, but really it's just Tony Todd standing on a bridge.
Yeah, but it works, man.
I know, but I really want to see the behind the scenes of this because I just want to see Tony Todd freaking out on a bridge.
Well, and Rosenbaum talks about that in his podcast. Mm-hmm. And if memory serves, he told a story about how they had to hang there for a lot longer than you're supposed to for safety. And Tony Todd was not having it and was just like, okay, let's move things along, and like got the scene shot faster.
Well, and I bet Rosenbaum was in heaven because he's a big horror guy.
Yeah, that was, I'm sure, a big deal for him. I think he's got a Candyman poster on his, sometimes in his office there. I can't remember. He's got a lot of horror posters.
I'm not sure. I know he's got Friday the 13th, The Lost Boys, Evil Dead.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they change and rotate because sometimes he changes out all the decor for something else, but very often he's got horror posters.
Flash season 2 starts off strong, but by the time you get to the reveal of who the villain is, I didn't care anymore.
Is that the Zoom stuff?
Yes.
It's been a long time since I've seen that. Yeah, that whole thing is awful. Was it with
So
like
colorful.
the original Earbird font or something? I can't remember anymore.
No, it's
Or is it?
That's when they introduced Earth 2.
Is it the evil Jay Garrick?
It's Hunter Zolomon,
Okay,
but he's pretending that he's Jay Garrick.
that's what it is. Yep. But yeah, I love how small scale this is, but huge in the mind of Earl and the people of this town.
Is this the only episode where we've only had like one thing to count?
Yeah, we really haven't had very much. Oh, that's believable.
What's up?
Oh, just that, like, there's no way in that scene to create any convenient unconsciousness or get anybody out of the room or anything. So he lifts everybody up and then he just senses adrenaline. This is one of the most heartbreaking moments in the whole show. And I won't talk too much about this because I wrote a book about it in the old Kryptofreaks episode. But the two sets of fathers and sons hugging is rough. It's really sad. One of them is genuine, the other one isn't. And is also in the intro for season 2. Oh, Picky Ricky, thank you for the super chat. That's £2. I'll count that as a $2 super chat and play a random sound.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, but it doesn't say anything.
Yeah, you can leave a super chat like that with no.
No, yeah, like Robert Wild. Season 2 and 3 both suck of The Flash, but I really like who they picked to play each villain.
Guilty. Guilty.
Sorry, all I can think of is Michael Chiklis.
It was weird the way that lined up with the ending of this episode. Like, they don't go together at all. But yeah, that's heartbreaking. It's such an encapsulation of where those two men are in their lives. Those relationships.
Yeah.
God, I want to talk about that all day, but we gotta move on. Okay.
Feeling.
Yes, of course. No, this is wonderful. John didn't even want to talk about this one. Now, that might have been because he was falling asleep, but I think he might have just been sucked in a little bit. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell.
I was actually, like, very absorbed into this episode.
I couldn't tell if you were like, hey, Cap, stop talking. I'm trying to watch Smallville. Making a damn show here, man.
That also counts for the 5 minutes that I was supposed to be in a coma or whatever.
Yeah, we forgot to do that earlier, so...
I made it up.
So we've got a couple of really good episodes in a row here, at least in my opinion. I'm a big fan of this one, too. If memory serves, this next episode should be called Rogue, yes?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Okay, it looks like I'm cheating because I'm actually looking at the list right here. I don't know why I keep asking you, because I've got the list here. I forgot, I've already got this listed out. I'm like, hey, could you tell me the episode? Cap's an idiot. The nice thing is when you stay up this long, like, we're already in a place where I can blame it for any stupid thing I say. And you're just going to have to believe me. You just have to believe me. All right, folks, get the 9th episode rigged up. It's Rogue, and we're going to go ahead and take another break, and we'll be back in, let's say, 3 or 4 minutes. Let's not try to take as long since I took a break a minute ago. But
yeah, no worries.
I do want to do that every couple of episodes, so we're stretching our legs and things, and because it's 5:30 in the morning, 6:30 if you're John, and the rest of the world that's not me, I guess. All right, we'll be right back, everybody. right, folks, just waiting for John.
Wait.
And then we're going to get into Rogue. A couple of my favorite episodes in a row here.
There we go.
There he is. All right, John, are you ready to jump back into the quarry?
I am.
I know I am. Dude, it is cold in my house right now. If I just stay in this spot, I'm okay. But if I walk anywhere else, I'm free. It's just the bunker. It's cold.
Yeah, my room fluctuates. It was warmer earlier. Now it's kind of chilly, but like not like I'm freezing chilly.
Man, I need what Jonathan and Lex have right now, man. I need some friction. Okay.
Just turn into Toady Todd and start like freaking out.
Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, we can have some jitters going on. I gotta tell you, I've been working out a lot lately. I've been losing weight and getting in shape, and my rings are starting to fall off, John. Like, my fingers are getting smaller, and the other day, I had to throw something away in the trash can, and this ring just popped off. I had to dig into the trash can to find it, because it fell right off my finger.
Oh.
Barely fits.
Yo, what's up, Tank Gunner? How's it going, man?
Oh, yeah, we shouldn't be surprised that he's popping in at 6 a.m. in the Central Time, because he's in Europe, and we only see him when the rest of us are just waking up.
Yep.
That's when he shows up. That's when we see him. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this episode. Make sure you're at timestamp 0 and get ready to press play when I say now. All right, here we go, guys. Oh, yeah, I already changed the episode. Look at me, I'm ahead. I'm ahead of the curve, as it were. Okay, everybody, please
Not
press...
a monster.
We're gonna have tryouts. Okay, everybody, please press play right now. Like, I don't have a soundbite for everything. Okay, at some point, I just have to start making the quotes myself.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows this, but when Cap asked me to be on here, he actually had me and one other guy, and he just broke a pool cue in half and threw it at us. And whoever was left standing got to do this.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm okay with you telling that story because it's so audacious. Nobody's going to believe it. You know, so there's no way I get sent to prison over it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, that's how we did it. All right. Yeah, you guys.
Oh, there's a Superman reference.
I just put it in the references. Yep. Okay, stop talking about your future comic book selves. He just can't.
Speaking of comic book Superman, I have the first collection or whatever of John Byrne's Superman on my Kindle. I still need to read that.
Yeah, we're supposed to review that on the channel soon. We were actually going to do that. Funnily enough, that was on my schedule about a month and a half ago because I've got a lot of comics to read for that for tonight, and I had to move it so that we could do this show.
One of the nice things about being in the Discord is talking to a bunch of other comic book fans.
Yeah,
it keeps me wanting to read comics.
Absolutely.
Austin and I were going back and forth on George Perez's Wonder Woman for a while. I got to get back to it, but it's absolutely wonderful.
Look, Robert, I don't know what else you want from me, man. I counted it, okay? I counted it. So we had our first glimpse of Metropolis last episode with Earl going to find Lionel Luthor, and now we're actually going to spend some time. This is the beginning of the Victoria Hardwick trilogy, as it were.
She looks really familiar.
Yeah, she's in some stuff I never saw, so I can't remember what, but apparently Rosenbaum was already a big fan of hers when they started working together, so that was kind of a big deal for him. And he talks about that in their podcast on this show. We're going to get a bus crash that's going to be in the intro for Season 2 here in a minute. Here is Detective Sam Phelan.
He looks like discount Michael Shannon.
Yeah, kind of. Retroactively. So we're really getting away from the Kryptofreaks here. We will not have one account here. We do have a bad guy, but Phelan does not have superpowers, and that's kind of the point. Is he's the only kind of person that can control Clark because he can use his loved ones as leverage.
Oh, she's in Piranha 3D.
Okay, there's a car crash. It's been a little while since our last car crash.
Somebody wrote that bus driver's name in a death note.
Oh my god, that was.
If you guys haven't seen Piranha
wonderful.
3D and you like B movies, you should see it. It's wonderful.
Dude, that was such a good joke. I'm really proud of that. That was really funny. No, it's so random. Like, superheroes always just happen to be there when a person has a sudden heart attack in a bus. Is that Red from Back to the Future? I really like the music cue here. It does sound like a jewelry commercial, but it's really good. I have clearly seen this episode too many times. I mean, like this whole season. But for some reason, I feel like I just watched this the other day. I mean, I didn't.
Tank Gunner wants us to rewatch Arrow. How about no?
Is that where you draw the line?
I can sit through all of this. I legitimately don't know if I could sit through Arrow season 3 again.
Well, and then after that, when you start getting into the seasons with like the younger team of heroes and all that, I definitely couldn't sit through whole seasons of that. Like,
I did watch the season with Prometheus, and I thought it was okay. But yeah, I don't know if I could sit through some of that other stuff.
There are shows I would consider doing this with if this goes well and people like this format.
Yeah. Robert Wild, I would love to make Cap watch Piranha 3D.
Or if not whole, like 24-hour streams, maybe like half of that, maybe like what we just did.
Yeah.
You know, for some stuff. And of course, we could find, you know, like kind of mini-series worth of stuff for 10, 12 episode seasons of things. It'll be interesting after 10 seasons of this to decide if we ever want to do this again. I've honestly been kind of surprised that we've hung on to the size audience that we have all the way into the wee hours of the morning. This is the lowest it's been, but it's rarely dipped below 20. You guys are wonderful. Thanks a lot for being here.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. There was quite a bit of interest when you from the moment you announced it. I don't know if it's interest in Smallville or just people watching us lose our minds.
Well, the couple of 24-hour streams I've done before, we've had decent crowds for. I don't know if that would keep happening if we did it too often, but it's a fun format.
I think it is actually really smart for them to introduce more humanized villains.
Yes.
Like, this is a guy you'd run into anywhere.
Absolutely.
This guy is clearly needy at this point of being saved.
Yeah, and this is an example of a bad guy that I don't actually need to be too humanized. You know what I mean? Like, I buy him, he's believable, we don't get a lot of backstory as to how he got this way. For whatever reason, just with this example, I don't need it. I'm not wondering, like, how did he get this slimy? How is he this awful? Like, people like this exist, and he's just really believable.
Well, that's what helps, is it's not, you know, a teenager that sucks the fat out of deer.
Yeah, and it's not his story for any amount of time. You know what I mean? We're not cutting over to him and seeing him de-evolve or something. He is like a straight up antagonist on a personal level for our hero. And this is, in my mind, Tom Welling's best performance in the season.
Okay.
Just watch what he does when we get into the house and he nearly or wants to punch out Phelan. It's spectacular.
I will see Ant-Man 3 when it hits Disney Plus, just like I have most of the Phase 4 movies.
Thanks for reminding me that that's next week, though. So I guess I'll have an obligatory spoiler cast next weekend. I'm not super excited about that. I hope I'm pleasantly surprised by it, but
I kind of want that to be like the Ant-Man movie that proves why there's an Ant-Man trilogy. I know it won't, but it'd be funny.
What's really funny is the guy who plays Kang is all but said that, apparently. Where he's like,
yeah, I saw that.
Where he's like, the other two movies are kind of pointless, and I don't know why they made those, but this one matters. Anyway, we're really dating this commentary.
I like the first Ant-Man movie.
Okay, so this is going to be the first episode where Chloe is going to be a little unlikable. Maybe a lot unlikable, depending on who you are. But she gets the torch almost shut down, and then Lana rides in on a white horse to save the day, and that offends Chloe, and they kind of go at it. And it's a little forced. I can't decide if it's the writing or... I also don't buy that he
doesn't believe there's mutants out there. He almost burned to death 5 episodes ago.
Yeah. There should almost be a wink-wink, nod-nod thing with him where it's like, look, I know these insane things are happening, but we can't publish it. You know, for the obvious standard reasons, right? Like, we don't want to cause a panic, or people are choosing to... Oh, there's that pinball machine. I still don't know what it's called. People are choosing to... ignore it, pretend like it's not happening.
Jungle something.
Yeah, not one I've heard of. I think the other thing that helps Phelan seem real to me is that there's history. So like all this kind of vague exposition is really good. And then trivia question for you, John. He's in one other episode. In a flashback posthumously. Do you remember?
See, I knew he was in another episode, but I thought he came back for the Morgan Edge stuff.
No. No, he dies in this. But in a few episodes in the season, we'll be watching it later, of course. The episode with Club Zero, he has a cameo there.
Right. Because a lot of that is flashbacks for Lex. And I think the other thing that works with this is it ties Clark and Lex together even further.
Yeah, absolutely. Phelan probably digs into him even harder because he's friends with Lex.
Yeah. It's strange seeing, like, we make fun of him because he's obviously too old for this role, but it's weird seeing Welling so young.
Yeah, I feel like I should have that, but I don't because I'm more used to seeing him this young than older. Like, I kind of have to... Just because I've watched these early seasons so much.
Yeah. And I thought I would have that, but I think it's because the last thing I watched with him in it was Lucifer Season 3.
So I'm going to go ahead and count another blatant DC reference because I think we've seen the Metropolis PD badges already, maybe. Maybe not, I can't remember. But I didn't count it when we did, so...
Yeah, we saw it earlier this episode.
I wasn't sure if we saw it in another episode. I guess we wouldn't have because we haven't been in Metropolis more than that one shot in the previous episode. But it is pretty silly that crest is everywhere. Even though it is Kryptonian. Okay, so I don't really understand why Phelan was reaching for him there, but okay. I mean, A is really gutsy because he knows that Clark has super strength, but we would be counting this as someone that knows his secret if I didn't abandon that. I guess he was just going to grab his shoulder and be like, "We're best friends now because I'm forcing you to be."
That was quite a good performance from Welling.
Yeah, it gets better. There's a scene where he just nearly loses it. I didn't like that cut. I'm going to complain about that. So we've got a... I don't know if it's on a dolly or what, but it looks like kind of a dolly swing. And then we cut to a stationary shot for reaction shot, and then we're back to the shot we had before that's now moving the other way, and I don't know. It was kind of a weird choice.
No, I can see that.
Clearly that cameraman thought that was not going to cut. and then it did, and it really messed with the momentum of that. Yeah, I'm complaining about this. Monty, whose name I don't recognize, welcome. Good Lord, I didn't realize this was a marathon of the whole season. I'd assumed it was going to be a 2-hour relaxed review. Madness, I know. Madness, I say. What I'm basically doing, all cards on the table, is I'm completely half-assing this now and turning it into an event. That's what I'm doing. I went years and never finished Smallville. I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to get it done. Here we go. Lex Clark banter is some of my favorite writing in the show.
They have such a natural chemistry, both like on screen and then, of course, off screen with their podcast and everything.
Yeah, they've remained super close.
And what I like about this is an instance where it would be smart for him to get Lex involved because he could help, but he also can't because his secret's involved.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point. Because he can't tell Lex why Phelan even is interested in him. So that's kind of a tightrope that the show has to walk sometimes. And I think with Lex, it typically does it pretty well, actually, where Clark's got to keep things from him, and he's got to be... Lex has to simultaneously really care about what happens to Clark and not fully trust him either because he knows he's hiding something from him. And so, like, how do you keep him interested in him and sympathetic with him and not just super frustrated to the point where he goes, okay, like, tell me the thing already. And actually, you have to get him to that point, and the season does that when he loses his powers. Because, of course, they have to do it at the most inopportune, ironic point. So Lex goes, okay, I know now that you're invulnerable. And then he goes and Clark can prove that he's not for 6 seconds. And that'll be... Oh, look, I can just look at it right here. Like 4 episodes from now. We've just got a bully here that pushes people to their absolute limits, and you're going to see Snyder and Welling both in a place where they're ready to punch a guy out. And the way Snyder plays restraint is fantastic. He's really good at playing a guy with a temper that holds it back most of the time. I mean, he's practically sweating. Yeah, and that was the right line to push him too far. Mr. Kent?
Mr. Anderson. No, I agree, and it was kind of interesting casting, just because, like, obviously the only other thing that he's really known for is the Dukes of Hazzard. Which is a more comedic, lighthearted show.
Yeah, and still giving him a role where he can play to some of the same strengths that he did there, but not, like, full-on typecast him. Yeah, so she becomes the new editor, and then Chloe kind of blames her for it, which I can kind of understand to some degree, but I can never decide if the problem here is the writing or if Mac is just a little over the top. I don't know. Something about this has never quite played for me.
No, this is definitely the writing.
You know, I never had this thought before, John, but maybe part of the problem is just 2 really intense scenes in a row. Like, maybe part of the problem is just placement with this. Like, you get this scene right after Jonathan throws Phelan on a table. But, yeah, the near tears, a little much.
Well, especially with someone who's, like, the only thing that we know about her up at this point is that she's really smart. This is really dumb.
And curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, the way he manipulates situations is really smart. Like, if you were willing to do anything and you knew what Clark could do, it would be really easy to get him to accidentally show everyone his abilities.
The Dukes of Hazzard is in my top 2 favorite shows of all time. Nice. I've only seen the really crappy remake and played a really crappy PS1.
I've never watched that show. My dad was a big fan of that show.
Yeah, my mom's a big fan of it. She's the one that leaves him stranded on the island, right?
No. No,
Okay.
she's only in 3 episodes. They never get that serious. You're thinking...
Yeah, I mean, it was your typical modern 2000s comedy. Sorry.
But no, you're fine. But no, Helen is a doctor that works at the hospital that he falls in love with.
Right.
And they meet each other in anger management class. After he takes a golf club to a car.
Oh.
So I like the thin justifications that Phelan comes up with. We're like they're fighting the real bad guys or whatever, but it's all crooked, corrupt stuff. But yeah, with the Victoria thing, I always thought they could have gotten more mileage out of that, and I'm not really sure why it had to be 3 episodes, because it kind of feels like maybe it's going to go somewhere, and then, I mean, it sort of does. It's just Lex ends up kind of ruining her father over Cadmus, if memory serves, and they're kind of using each other. And it's supposed to be a parallel about like the way Lex looks at relationships as a means to an end versus Clark wanting something more meaningful out of them.
Yeah.
Those square glasses that they have in the scene with the fireplace, I always thought looked like candles. It's like, why would you drink out of a square glass? The way you know we're high society is we drink out of the wrong shape of things. Paradise Camera, only 12 episodes left. See, that makes it sound longer. But no, it is pretty crazy that we're as far in as we are.
Yeah.
And I can almost make a whole sentence without slurring everything. I don't know if John can, though. He hasn't been talking a lot this episode. Let's see if John can make a sentence. Good, John.
I'm not remembering as much of this as I thought I did, so it's kind of like absorbing the information again. But
oh, yeah, fair enough.
I also remember as a kid, this was one of those ones that I skipped, but I'm appreciating it much more now.
Is it just because it didn't have enough action in it?
Probably, and like... And the idea of him like being blackmailed by someone just didn't interest 13-year-old me, or however old I was at the time when I went back to watch this early stuff.
Oh sure, yeah, that's understandable when you're a kid. I think the thing I like most about it is it's kind of the perfect example to justify why Jonathan doesn't want Clark to tell anybody about what he can do. Like you kind of need this episode. I think it was supposed to be earlier in the season at one point, if memory serves. I think Rosenbaum talks about that. I can't remember.
The thing I always hate about episodes like this where it's a frame up.
Oh yes, there was a running away or walking away angry. Let me get that.
If I was a cop, maybe it's just because I've seen too many of these shows, I'd be like, this is too perfect.
Yes. That's totally right. What I like about it though is that they're not getting crazy and harassing him and acting like they're sure he did it. Like it's like things aren't adding up to them either, but the evidence is there.
Yeah.
This is the scene. I do think somehow the guy playing Phelan going this broad really works. I mean, he's making like cartoon faces, and I'm still totally buying it.
So I said earlier he's like discount Michael Shannon. He's like a mix of Michael Shannon and Matthew Lillard. Because those facial expressions were like prime Matthew Lillard in like Scream.
Okay.
And Lillard's a very, over the top actor.
Yeah, this guy's real intense. And I feel like it almost shouldn't work, and maybe for some people it doesn't. I know Rosenbaum and Welling weren't as high on this episode as I am.
Mm-hmm.
It always really resonated with me. And part of that, I think, is because it cuts to the core of, like what, in my mind, really good Superman stories are, when it's more about the internal conflict and the external conflict. Like, this is a character who can do anything, but in some ways he's more vulnerable than anybody. Because even more than Jonathan, he can't afford, to lose his temper. So that's a little bit of an easy parallel between them and trying to thematically connect these stories. Just the trying to be a hero motif.
That's why Chloe threw a fit, right? Just so they could have this moment.
Just so they could have this conversation. But you really can't blame yourself for the meteor shower. And she says yes, because she was a horrible person. Oh. I don't think Lana's telling this story precisely the way it happened. I really don't. Robert says that was some Nicolas Cage level acting with Sam Phelan. The guy thinks he's got a superhero as a puppet. You can kind of get away with the broad, exaggerated, traumatic stuff.
Part of me wonders, because you mentioned, later on Lana talks with like different register in her voice. I wonder if that's just the actress not being able to keep that up anymore, so she's more talking with her natural voice. Because I don't know, there's something really fake sounding about the way Lana was talking in this.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And in her defense, I mean, a lot of actors will do that with a role, where they'll go, this is the way this character speaks. I have to get into character for this role. And then eventually, I think with this case, you're absolutely right. She gets to a place where she goes, I'm just kind of doing me now. And probably totally subconsciously. Now I'm having flashbacks to Barry Allen and his dad scenes. And yeah, he's making some mistakes here, but he's in such a rock and a hard place. Maybe some of my love for this episode, like I said, has a lot to do with Welling's performance, because I feel like we've seen a real spike up in the quality of his acting in just the last couple episodes. He doesn't have a ton to do in the Jitters episode, but he's good there too.
Well, this episode is kind of like this premise, what this show is supposed to be, kind of perfected.
Yeah, exactly. And that's more of the show I want in the first place.
I mean, you don't want like 6 meteor strikes to hit Smallville.
And like characters manipulating time travel and putting girls in cave walls and claiming that their cars are hell. Spaceships getting people pregnant. I could go on. Love triangles with Jimmy Olsen, Chloe, and Doomsday. Look, when you say it out loud, it's the dumbest thing you've ever heard.
I love a good melodrama.
It's Doomsday and a love triangle. You know, I haven't been counting love triangle face, and I know we've had some more because of, with Whitney especially. I'm going to throw at least 3 more of those in there, I think.
Whitney's really the only main like love triangle thing right now because we haven't gotten to the Clark, Chloe, and Lana love triangle.
Right. But last episode, I think the last 2 episodes, there's been a lot of they're fighting because she's hanging out with Clark too much, and they'll do these like full headshot moments of him just, full on love triangle face. I need to get love triangle face t-shirts made. I've talked about that for a long time, and I've never done it. By the way, I want to maybe do t-shirt giveaways on the next show. I haven't gotten those made yet, but I want to do Kryptofreak logo shirts for the spectacular logo that DJ did for us for this show. I never thought about this before, John, but Phelan's speech here is a little bit like, what's his face? The mob boss from Batman Begins.
Falcone.
Look, it's like 6:30 in the morning, where he's like, but you haven't thought about your butler. Bang!
That's your favorite superhero movie. You can't even remember one of the villains?
Shut up! Could if you gave me 5 more seconds. See, look, Lex is driving around in his 65th car. We could have been counting Lex license plates.
Robert Wild, are you still counting each of Lex's vehicles? I need to know.
So I guess this is an okay bookend where we start and end with the breastplate, and it's, I don't know. I mean, it's a little sloppy on Phelan's part where he's just getting greedy now, but I guess I like it more on paper than execution. But that it all starts with and ends with Alexander the Great, where like this guy is in his own way in his own little world, kind of trying to rule the world.
Well, and I think it's got more of a net organic finish because this isn't a move. This is not a calculated move. This is a move of desperation because they're closing in on us.
Oh yeah, that's true. And he might as well go for broke because he doesn't even know how much longer he's going to be able to get away with manipulating Clark. Yeah, I kind of forgot that he was about to be in more of a fugitive place. John, so far you've only had 2 red sign flips.
Yeah, I was surprised.
There are a couple of really weak ones that I already know I'm flipping red in the second half.
You got me there, Robert Wild.
And we got to be careful because John's almost certainly going to take a nap during those episodes.
Yeah, those will be the ones where I just sleep on stream.
I'm gonna be stuck doing this crap all by my lonesome. What do you think, John? Could you see yourself putting that on your chest and going into battle?
No.
Oh. Could you see yourself going into battle?
No.
Oh, okay, well there you go. All right.
We'll leave that to the mathematician. I love that it's like an old-fashioned, like,
yeah,
cartoony.
I love that moment where he throws the clock and the guards behind him or the policemen behind him have no idea what he's going to do, and they just all flinch because it's supposed to be a bomb. Lex is that confident and kind of full of himself, and it's great fun. It's like, I would not have the guts to do that to police officers. The way Clark gets out of this is decent. So, reach out and grab it? Super speed? Grab it? Grab the gun? No? Alright.
Is this how he's going to find out he is bulletproof?
Yes.
Season 1 does a nice job establishing the progress of Clark's powers. Then they increase the total point of total OPness. Oh, bullet time.
Yep, I just counted that. This one's weird because he moves away from the bullet, and then he moves his head all the way to the other side of the bullet. I don't really know why he does that. And he looks at said bullet as it comes at us and doesn't really look like it's part of that shot. And then he realizes he's taken some bullets. This is not the contrived thing we did with X-Ray, right? Where like you kind of buy he's finally getting shot. Like, I don't know, it's a good gradual amount of time getting here. Like 9 episodes before he finally just gets full on shot by bullets. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's not bad.
And it's not a power so much as just realizing that you're more vulnerable or invulnerable than you thought you were. And in fact, it's I don't even think that he is more durable than he realized, but that he's been gradually getting more durable as he gets older.
Well, because the way it plays in the pilot when he sticks his arm in the wood chipper,
yeah,
that was literally like he had just discovered that door shortly before the pilot.
Well, and I guess this is a little bit arbitrary, right? It's like, if you can take that, maybe you can take bullets.
If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a wrench. I said that backwards. If you can stick your hand in a meat grinder, you can take a bullet.
So I know what she means with it, but the wording is a little sloppy when she says your gifts are who you are, because they make the opposite point so often. Like, when he loses his powers, their whole speech to him is going to be it's not your powers that make you special. I mean, like, again, I get what she means. Like, you shouldn't, they're a part of you, you shouldn't hide from them. But I wouldn't have worded it that way. And we didn't say anything about Kryptofreaks, so... But like you said, he should want the word out on Kryptofreaks. Joke's gonna be on him. Eventually. Oh my god, it's the Wall of Weird again. You're so right, Robert Wilde. I should just hire him to be my counting secretary. Counting Kryptofreak secretary.
Trump, Lex Trump's hatred of the man who got you murdered.
I don't care about this subplot.
It's not even a subplot. Like, Chloe just walked off on screen and then came back and was like, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Well, no, I mean, it's sort of a subplot. I mean, like, Lana just went to bat for her with that article.
Okay. Is this love triangle because she clearly is lying? They both are?
Oh. Yeah, okay. I'll counter love triangle face there. Why not? Love triangle face is all in the acting. It doesn't matter what the script is saying. The face, there's a particular face I'm looking for, and it's slightly different for every actor. So this is one of those endings that is a little bit frustrating when you're watching this in sequence because which of course we're doing, but you want this to pay off faster than it's going to. It's like, oh man, he's figured something out. He's caught the red blue blur, as it were.
Robert Wilde says, I would excel in that very specific field.
He may be uniquely qualified as the mathematician. Now, look, we're going to need some other folks to step up and help us with the count here.
I will give that I'm feeling it. Although the Lana and Chloe bullcrap knocks it down a couple of
It does for
notches.
me too, but there's stuff like that in some of the best episodes of this show. Like, there's a subplot like that in the Christopher Reeve episode.
We gotta give people things to do.
Smallville subtitle: Things to do.
We have 40 minutes, but we only have an idea for a 20-minute plot.
And we've got all these characters. God, why did we make this an ensemble cast show in the first place?
Stranger Things has that really bad. It's got like 6,000 characters at this point, so they have like 2-hour episodes that are full of filler.
Well, I don't think John enjoyed this as much as I did, but this is still an episode I like a lot. Although this wasn't my best watch, probably partly because I was watching it with John, who was like,
I mean,
I don't have anything to say about this. You just keep talking.
when it was on the actual like detective stuff, I'd say it's easily top 5.
Yeah, okay. So you like the stuff that was good.
Yeah, like the stuff that was good was really good. It's just it was kind of just a simple like, this is kind of what the show should be.
Yeah. No, that was an excellent point you made. Exactly. This happens a lot with me and co-hosts, where I'll go on for about 5 minutes trying to figure out how to articulate a thing, and then then John just comes in with, so it's just what the show ought to be like, right? Is that
you
what
have to judge the show on the A plots, not the B plots.
Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
yeah, but I mean,
Next time, could you give it to me in 1,000 words or less? Thank you very much.
but Robert Wilde, I still have to watch the B plot.
Yeah, it's still in there. You can't just ignore it. I mean, if the A plot is, and I will say, some of it is like screen time, right? Like if the A plot is wonderful, and by A plot I just mean, you know, the main story, and the B plot is not great, then it's easy to flip your sign green. But if you have a pretty solid B plot, but the A story is garbage, it's harder to flip your sign green.
Yeah.
Okay, let me clean house here. So Shimmer is our next episode, and why am I not immediately remembering what this is by episode title?
Well, it's even funnier because you brought this episode up earlier.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, which one is it? I can't think of it.
I want to see if you remember.
He's not going to tell me?
I'm not going to tell you.
I got to just start the episode? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're already on episode 10, you guys.
We are.
Oh, John, stick with me, man. Stick with me. We'll get some breakfast after a while, okay?
Yeah.
All right, here we go, folks. Get it to timestamp 0. Make sure you're watching episode 10 of the first season. It's Shimmer. No, nobody tell me what this episode is. I'll see if I can get it from like the opening frames. I should know right off, but it's just not. This is not coming to me. It's not the. Hold on. It's not the Invisible Guy episode, is it? Oh, it must be. I always forget the name of that episode. It must be, because that's obviously not Hog, but I know Victoria Hardwick is in that. Yeah, so that's what it's gotta be. Okay. That's why it's Shimmer. They worked really hard to figure out an episode title that wouldn't sound too obvious. They're like, wow, we don't want to call it Invisible. Okay. Pretty sure that's it. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Me feel when I'm with you. Oh, you gotta give blood, Clark. No, I physically can't give blood. Even though I'm wearing a lot of red. Grim Death said, is this the Lana blood donation episode? Yeah, yes, it is. It's really funny that you remember the B story.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
The Kryptofreak in this is in Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Yes.
And my favorite episode of Season 7. That's wild.
See, I told you, there's Kryptofreaks in Season 7. Look, I don't lie about the Kryptofreaks, man. They're very important to me. Okay, so we have a Kryptofreak.
Oh, yeah, I recognize her now, although she looks a little different than she did in Buffy.
I really appreciate that we had 2 episodes in a row without Kryptofreaks.
Yeah.
And that are both quite good.
Did we?
Say again?
Did we?
Well, no. I guess Jitters is a Kryptofreak episode,
Jitters.
but it's not formulaic like those, so yeah. I keep thinking of it as not a Kryptofreak episode, but it is a Kryptofreak episode.
Okay, so now the real quiz. Do you remember what episode of Buffy she's from?
I'm trying to remember. It's like I'm getting a flash of something. I feel like it had something to do with ghosts or something. I guess I don't know.
She is the girl that goes to Buffy, because it's season 7 when Buffy's doing the school counselor thing.
Yes.
And she goes to Buffy because like she's not doing her homework or something, and she's convinced that she's gonna die in 7 days.
Oh yes, that's right. Now to be fair,
a wonderful episode.
Now to be fair, spoiler alert, she's kind of the red herring here. She won't actually be the Kryptofreak.
I think he has more than a few bruised ribs. That guy is in Freddy vs. Jason. I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, spooky. See, that was like an X-Files teaser right there.
That was a smart way to use that invisibility effect within their budget.
Yeah, it's going to look a little bit rough toward the end when they put paint on it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they put paint on it.
Stop painting things. She was also on an episode of Batman Beyond, apparently.
Oh, weird.
And Touched by an Angel.
Thank you for that filmography. What do you call it when it's all television? Is it still a filmography? Is it a telemography?
Yeah, I don't know. The only movie that she's been in that I've seen is One Missed Call. That was like during that wave of we just kept remaking Japanese horror films and like doing it worse.
Like from The Ring on, or even before that?
No, The Ring kickstarted it, and then for a while the two big things were remakes of 80s slashers and remakes of Japanese horror films.
Why are you dating? I mean, so what they're gonna do here? I'm pretty sure this is the episode that introduces it, and they're gonna go, oh, you know what? Whitney is not really been all that sympathetic, and he's really sort of typical. So we'll give him a real easy, like, personal problem, and we'll say that he's been acting weird because his dad's sick, and then that'll garner some sympathy from the audience. And it works marginally okay, I guess, but...
You know what episode I'm not looking forward to? The drag racing one.
That's next season. No, that's season 3, isn't it?
Oh, wait, no, because that's Pete.
No, you're thinking of the Kryptonite Tattoo episode, and I'll just do this right now on that. Just right the heck now. Just look forward to it, folks! I'm just going to have this up at my camera the entire time through that episode. I'm going to tape it there. Strap in. That episode sucks.
This is how we feel about it. It's so bad we can't even show our faces, folks.
Yeah, we're embarrassed to be watching it. That doesn't look like a real fish.
That's a Pete episode.
There's no way that's a real fish.
Robert Wild, add another to the counter for pool.
Thanks, Robert. You'll have to tell us at the end of this just how much sports counting you've done. So yeah, he has just this family waiting on him. And if this house is as big as it is, I just feel like he'd have maybe like at least a couple more people working there.
It's just weird to see how different she looks than she does in Buffy, and it's the same year.
Yeah, I guess it would be. No, it wouldn't either. That would be like 3 years after this.
No, because
said
at this point
you said season 7, did you not?
Right, Buffy ends in 03.
Yeah, and we're in 01 right now.
No, we're halfway through the season. At this point, we'd be in 02.
Oh, okay. And that's just a few episodes
Even then,
into 7.
it'd only be a year.
So yeah, it'd only be a year. No, you're right. That's true. So everybody has to get stalked in the show.
Is it just me, or is the blonde girl from Buffy's dialogue like recorded lower than everyone else's?
Yeah, they didn't like what her voice sounded like, so they brought somebody else in to ADR over it. You know, like a blonde girl, or every child in Mighty Morphin era Power Rangers for some reason.
My new favorite is just that one random scene with Pete that's clearly ADR.
Robert says we're at 5 counts of Lex playing a sport or a game. I'm actually surprised it's that low. Did you miss one somewhere? Because he is fencing in the first episode. He's fenced at least twice. Has he only played pool 3 times?
That seems like a very pointless watch. It can't tell time. Or, I mean, it can tell time, but, like, unless you're just that good at reading a watch that quickly, like...
There's a lot of watches like that.
I've never been a fan of that style of watch.
You've heard it here first, folks. John can't read a face watch.
You got that right.
He doesn't know how to do it. And he's proud of it, too. It's weird. It's weird. I bet he doesn't even know Roman numerals.
Actually, okay, so weirdly enough, for some reason, my dad would only buy clocks with Roman numerals. So I actually had to learn at least the first 12 numbers in the Roman numeral alphabet, or whatever you call them, the numbers.
Yeah, except you might have learned 4 wrong, because most face clocks with Roman numerals do the 4 with 4 eyes instead of an IV.
Oh, really? No, I've never seen that.
Oh, okay.
I've seen 4 2 ways. One is the IV. Oh, no, wait. Never mind. I'm thinking, yeah.
Those would be the only 2 ways to do it.
Yeah.
The 4 eyes, or the IV, yeah.
Yeah, I've only seen the IV. And even though I've, like, grown up with the Roman numerals, Still, sometimes some of them mess me up with trying to remember where the I goes.
Sure.
Most people learn Roman numerals from Star Wars. What? Okay.
Just with the titles.
Oh yeah.
So, first of all, I like this scene with Clark asking why Lex is dating this girl that he clearly just has a superficial relationship with, and he's got to explain that in his world things can be all business sometimes, and he doesn't have that kind of idealism. I also wanted to mention that the interface on the Luthor Corp website, they actually recreated that when the show was first on for kind of like a viral marketing website thing, and it looked exactly like that. It was really cool.
I wonder if that's still up and running.
I'm sure it's not, but
I don't trust anything because I don't know if you know this, but like the Space Jam website is still up and running.
Well, and I can't remember what it's called, but there's a website that archives old websites like that, and sometimes you can still find them with like some assets missing, but they're still there. My son Jason toys with that all the time. I can't remember what that's called.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't know that. I don't know. I can't really. Just off the top of my head, I'm having trouble thinking of like a bunch of websites that I used to go to that probably aren't around anymore. I'm sure there are some, but
I've always really liked the Luthor Corp logo, especially because it has purple in it, and that's just appropriate for Lex Luthor, and it's my favorite color. Speaking of talking about superficial things, oh my God. It's a ghost. It's Poltergeist.
It's the close encounter of the fifth kind.
Don't go into the light.
Don't go into the long grass.
If you see towels, you're probably in the linen closet again.
I'm very confused at what this has to do with the plot of this episode.
So, the Kryptofreak is trying to run off Victoria Hardwick because the girl is obsessed with Lex and is jealous. So we'll call that love triangle phase.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, I just meant more so like the door was glowing and everything. It was very strange.
There's not going to be any explanation for any of that. It's just this really elaborate I don't know, setup.
Is this an episode of Scooby-Doo?
It kind of feels like that. So we've got a Kryptofreak that just has invisibility.
Do you see that X-ray?
I don't know how they're doing all that. Like, did he bring like a big lighting rig with him? I don't.
Did you see that hand with the X-ray?
Yes.
It had like 12 fingers on one hand.
So I guess the Wall of Weird has extended over. Are we looking at the Wall of Weird right now? By the way, is that what's behind him in the soft focus? Because
I think so.
Okay, you got 9 now, John.
Well, it's weird because in the first episode, it's like this little small thing that she's kind of hidden away, and ever since then, it's just kind of been splattered, and they've distinctly called that the Wall of Weird.
Yeah. Boy, they sure make out a lot. Oh. Glover's back.
I mean, in real life, she's a supermodel. I can't blame her.
No, that's true.
Cast her. I want to make out with her.
No, she's certainly attractive. I'm sure that had nothing to do with why Rosemount wanted her in this show. Our whole relationship is a battle. We get it. See, his hair is longer now.
Yeah,
he's just been growing it out, it seems like, for this show. Robert, there's a lot of making out on the show. Well, It's kind of WB and CW shows in general. Yeah. Swell. That's a good line. I like the way he pronounces Hardwick. It's like that's a really on-the-nose kind of name for a ruthless business family. It's like they were going to call it John Hardwick, but they thought John Wick sounded better. Yeah, it's kind of cool the way Lex proves him wrong with this. And also, I gotta say, even though I kind of complained that maybe we didn't do quite enough with Victoria, at the same time, it is nice to see a plot like this stretched over some episodes, because it would take him time to manipulate the situation and use her to bring her father down. And that's a thing that early on we weren't doing a lot of. Like, to some of your complaints from earlier where everything's got to be reset at the end of an episode, now we're slowly starting to mess with having, like, even minor B-story arcs over several episodes.
Yeah.
Keeping in mind
I appreciate that.
And keeping in mind that this is during a time where it was real all or nothing. Like, a lot of things were still just straight-up episodic.
Picky Ricky says, swell, Superman 1978 reference, perhaps?
No, that's a stretch.
Yeah, it's less wild and weird and more Pepe Sylvia level conspiracy charts. I don't know what any of that means.
I don't know what that means, but I've already counted it, so I'm going to leave it there. Look, I have to count the wall of weird as much as possible because John is very insecure, and he needs his one contribution counted as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, I have to validate my choice.
I don't think you can validate the choice to do this show.
Maybe.
Oh, man, truer words were never spoken, John. Did you hear that? Lana is still trying to find her place in the world. Yeah, you mean in this show? I mean, they struggle with finding things for her to do just almost as much as Pete, except she's the main female love interest, so...
Hey, remember when Pete was in this show for like 5 seconds?
I don't, honestly, I'm struggling to even remember what he looks like, what his last name is, what his parents do. I'm not. I remember all those things. But that's only because I've watched the show a million times.
Oh, look, another Clark and Lana scene. Yes, but we cannot count it because they are standing on somebody's porch.
Right. They do that quite frequently as well, but not as often as being in the loft. These scenes are a lot nicer before she's constantly complaining about him keeping things from her. And again, at some point he should just say, look, yeah, there's a thing you don't know. My parents won't let me talk about it. Okay, so...
This is a bad idea.
And also, that makes you seem really shallow. Especially because clearly something really bad is happening with Whitney. Did you hear that? She basically said the reason they're about to make out is because he's the one that's here. That's her line.
Pete's character's done dirty, but not as much as his hair. I mean, did you see his hairline? No, because I don't remember him.
I don't even remember what he looks like anymore. He's never in the show.
No, but no seriousness, he is in season 1 a lot less than I remember.
Yeah. The only reason you thought he was in it more is because he is the only person Clark talks to that's not a girl.
That's true. Well, I mean, there's Lex.
Well, yeah. But I mean, in high school, Clark's like me, man. He just... Oh, there he is. Now I remember him. It's all coming back to me. What about the hairline? I don't really understand the comment about his hairline. But I like that all we can do is talk about his physical appearance because he doesn't do anything.
Is it because his hairline goes, like, slightly into his forehead and then up?
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm gonna give you my favorite line reading from Sam Jones in this entire season. It's gonna be in a few episodes when we get to Nicodemus, which is an episode I don't ultimately care for, but there's some fun stuff in it. When he goes, "Give me the damn keys." That's my favorite thing he does in the whole season.
I just love the idea that Pete is like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. As soon as he's off screen, you cannot remember. Or not the Weeping Angels, I think it's the Gentleman.
Yeah, the Gentleman.
As soon as he's off screen or you can't see him, you don't remember him.
There's a alien race in Voyager that has that. Where like there's some kind of weird thing with their biology where if you're away from them for more than a few hours, you physically can't remember you ever talked to them. Isn't that weird?
That is strange. That must make it very hard for them to like accomplish anything. Do you think species like that are affected by each other? So like you get home from the store and then you forget that you went to the store, so you think you need to go to the store again?
Well, yeah, it doesn't happen to each other, thank goodness for them, I guess. No, they use it as a way to like stay away from other races intentionally. So they like people not knowing about them. I guess they're isolationists.
I want the Orville, since it's a more comedic Star Trek, to do that, where it's like a race that once you're like not looking at them or away from them,
they don't remember each other.
You forget about them, but they didn't evolve correctly, so it affects them. And I want one of them to be a guy that's just in a constant loop of going to the store because he goes to the store and then gets home and then forgets he went to the store, so he goes to the store again.
It's just the memento race.
Yes. And by the end of the episode, it's just his house is like looks like one of those things out of those like reality shows about hoarders, but it's just food because he keeps going to the store.
Hey John, I'm gonna quote you from earlier, okay? Have you seen Psycho?
What's Psycho?
It's Crazy Person that picks
Senior
up a knife.
Sticks
and goes,
wants to know, have you fallen in love with Smallville and Lana Lang again?
Well, first of all, the whole falling in love with Lana Lang thing would never happen. And second of all, nope, it's about like I remember it. We're having some better watches of some of these episodes today, and I've just flipped my sign green on almost everything. But it's all, wake up, John. Get out of bed.
Are we counting good too in his bath scenes with shower scenes? I mean, that's on you. You're the one counting that.
Yeah, we is a very strong word. Yes, I don't believe in baths.
Did Smallville get a pinball machine?
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I thought you meant... I thought you meant that pinball machine that was in the Talon. No, Smallville never got a pinball machine. It would be cool if it did.
Smallville has one pinball machine.
Yes, we've seen it now a bunch of times. We were trying to figure out what it was. Now I'm sick of seeing it. It's in every other scene.
It's jungle something. Oh God, Picky Ricky wants to know how we're gonna get through the B episode. Nicholas says, "Don't fall asleep during the stream. You'll wake up in Skyrim." I hope not. Skyrim sucks.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Why would we wake up in Skyrim?
So there's a giant meme because they keep re-releasing Skyrim.
Oh,
but the beginning of Skyrim is you wake up on a wagon going towards your death.
Don't you hate it when that happens? That's the worst.
Yeah. Senior Sticks asks, B episode? Question mark. Is that the season?
Yes, we're gonna have to watch that episode. Yep. Yeah, where we'll have to.
I almost said something I don't think we're allowed to say on camera.
we'll have to. Thanks for your self-censorship, John. I appreciate you, buddy. I mean, I'm a little looser about some things now, but I don't know. I try to keep it PG-13 as possible. But yeah, I'll have to do a blatant DC reference when we get to that because he's going to run for class president and call himself the Man of Tomorrow.
Oh. I remember the Man of Tomorrow. Robert Wild said, or no, AMC Comics says, I'm watching this in bed. Is that okay? You watch however you want to watch, my dude.
Yeah, that seems like information nobody really needs there at AMC. I'm not going to go as far as say it's TMI, but like, sure, get comfy, man. Get comfy. Heck,
Robert Wild says, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here.
You can go get in an oversized bathtub and possibly get murdered by an invisible person if you want to while you're watching. I mean, I hope that doesn't happen to you, but you do you. You know.
It is a little surprising how much like partial nudity this show has.
How much what?
Like partial nudity.
Yeah. It was a different time.
True.
You know, eye candy was a good 40% of why people watch the show.
Okay,
and of both persuasions too, yet. By the way. Sorry. Say again.
I would just like to remind everyone he does not have super hearing yet.
No, but he does though. But he doesn't. But he does. Don't lay her down on the marbles. What are those? Why are there rocks? What is that?
I think it was like rich people decorations.
Bath something. This episode's kind of boring.
Yeah.
I was never a huge fan of this one.
Its main fault is that it has a whodunit thing, but I don't care whodunit.
Yeah. Well, and I already kind of told you, but you wouldn't care anyway.
Like, it's cool to see that actress, but, like, she's also kind of bland here.
Yeah. It's not a super compelling mystery. I mean, I guess I sort of appreciate that. I was going to say I sort of appreciate that it is a red herring, and it's not the person that you're expecting that it is, but then the fact that they're playing it up as such a huge mystery, you should be able to call it, because, riddle me this, John, how many episodes have we actually made it a mystery so far who the Kryptofreak is? Zero.
That looks weird. Senior Six, I don't understand what you're asking. Sorry.
She hasn't had any Kryptofreak powers yet. We're only 9 episodes into the show. Yeah, that wasn't the best effect. And there were some things where, like, even at the time I remember going, like, oh, that was a little ambitious. I guess you guys weren't ready for that yet. Oh, so you got to pay off the blood thing. We're doing our
nice
assignment
little, thing we set up here that he's got a really good memory.
I'm sorry, who? What?
They just kind of established that he has overall like a good memory.
Yes.
But I think most of the time Superman has like a photogenic memory.
He also has like a super calculator brain in like the second or third episode. We talked over it, and they abandoned that pretty quickly. And the like the whole super mental capacity thing, it's kind of surprising 9 episodes in we're still talking about that at all, because that may be the last we ever hear of it again. I'm not sure though. We'll see if it pops up again.
Robert Wild, they may have gone too far in a few places.
Exactly.
Cap, is Smallville gotten?
No, that's season 2. You're getting so far ahead of us.
Wait, is the cave season 2?
That's season 2.
It is.
Yep, the Kawachi Cave. I meant to say earlier when we brought up the teen rave party, that then they'll do that again in season 2 in the cave. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, because it has that really cringy episode. I think it's that one. Or it has that really cringy episode where like Pete and Chloe get possessed by worms.
Yes. By Kryptonian space worms.
Oh, AMC Comics is just saying that he was wondering because I have to get out of bed, so does he have to get out of bed?
Oh. Look, we're already past the point of subtlety.
Okay,
There's no chance any of that's going to resonate with me at this point.
Can you confirm that Kansas be crazy, especially with Indian caves?
Yes, I will confirm that Kansas be crazy, just so that I can say that sentence out loud. We do have some caves here. The Midwest has caves. I don't think they have any Kryptonian writing in them.
I forgot they did a worm possession episode. Because I think that's also the first time we get Red K. Clark.
No, that's the second time. Red K. Clark starts in an episode that's actually called Red, with the
because that's the
class
first
rings.
episode.
And I'm thinking about getting one of those for that season. I want to get more props, and then Chloe uses it on Clark when she finds out temporarily that he has powers. And I can't remember how, but she figures out what red kryptonite does to him. And then, of course, conveniently forgets all that by the end of the episode.
Yeah. I think my worst defense for that I can just remember is the sheriff and Lois walk in on him lifting something that's impossibly heavy. And there just so happens to be someone there to erase their memories.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to take a lot of this stuff, especially at that point, seriously, and look at it as anything but a television production as opposed to a story that is unfolding.
Robert Watt says, is this Smallville or The Room? I mean...
Yes.
It's better than The Room.
Hello, Clark.
I almost wish it was The Room, but...
You don't want to watch 24 hours of The Room. Can you imagine if that had got adapted to a television series?
Okay, but hear me out. Tommy Wiseau as Lex Luthor. Oh, hi, Clark.
I just did that. I did not fly. I did not.
I do like
was the shadow off of her there from
nice to her.
The camera? What was casting that shadow? Anyway, I'm sorry, what?
I do like that, like, he's not so far gone, like, he's still like, I'll help with your daughter's treatment or whatever. Oh, Clark and Lana in the loft.
There they are.
Oh, I tell me how to live my life, Cap, says Robert.
I keep forgetting my dings.
Now Matthew Bass is saying, oh, hi, Clark.
Everybody's saying it.
You've changed things. To be fair, why did Clark stop doing bullet time? Seems pretty useful to me. I mean, I don't think he stopped. It's just part of his super speed.
We've got bullet time through the whole series.
That green screen that they're standing behind is that rivals the green screen in the Angel pilot.
Dude, what are you talking about? It's perfect. I love this green screen. It's wonderful. Fantastic.
Pay attention, Robert. We'll bring something up, and then 5 minutes later, he's like, "Hey, did you count this?"
You should always say well, to be fair, it's hard to say what the lag is. It's hard to say how far behind folks are from us. So he might be noticing it as we've already counted it, but he's seeing us a minute and a half. You know, there's time travel involved in YouTube when you're broadcasting.
It's too late for time travel.
It's too late to turn back now.
That is true. We're halfway there.
Whitney doesn't have a loft. He said if you were my girlfriend and I was standing in Whitney's loft. Like, nope. He doesn't have one of those. You're tearing me apart, Lana! That's perfect.
I will say, even though this
it's almost
like
as good as this green
drama,
screen.
Or maybe not cheap drama, but like this is annoying drama. I actually do like that. Like he's doing what he thinks is right.
Yeah. No, he's sensible here. I actually praised this scene quite a bit when I wrote about it. Because he could take advantage of the situation and he doesn't. And Lex would tell him to. Because that's the difference between them. And that's part of why the Victoria Hardwick plot is here. Because, again, he's just using her as a means to an end. And Clark is refusing to do that here.
No,
now,
yeah, for sure.
At this point, it looks like Lex is just using her for sex, but it actually is about business. And he does say that, but it's not going to be revealed what exactly he's doing until the episode after this. Hey, Robert, are you counting dry ice? Because there's some dry ice there.
Does nobody notice that somebody's missing from this little family?
What do you mean?
Like, the brother just hasn't been around. I
Yeah.
think it's the brother.
Yeah, she just mentioned him. No, he's there.
Oh, okay.
But there should be some noticing that he's not always around. Yeah. But it's because we're supposed to be focused on her. But again, it's dumb because we've focused on every Kryptofreak before this and been with their POV. So you can't fake us out like this.
I sure hope this will they won't they with Clark and Lana is wrapped up by the end of the season. You keep on hoping, buddy.
I don't want to get your hopes up or anything, but yeah, no, it's unfortunate how long you have to wait about that.
That doesn't seem fair.
Senior Stick says, "Is there Lana crypto power tearing Clark apart emotionally?" And pretty sure a wood chipper is stronger than a bull.
Well, I don't think sharpness is the only issue. There's also, speed of impact and all that.
Yeah.
Okay, John, would you rather have a loft or a basement?
Basement.
Me too. But this is a cool set.
Yeah, no, I like this as a set, especially when the show gets more formulaic, where it's like plot resolved, epilogue in the loft. It works as a nice like epilogue spot.
And scene.
Yeah. Oh, Lex was knocked out.
Oh, yep. Is that the first time that's happened? Because we get a lot of that in the show, but did I miss any?
I think this is the first time that he's been directly involved.
Did anything? Well, he got dragged around by Earl, but I don't know if he ever hit him or anything.
I don't think he did.
Oh, what a big surprise. The brother did it.
I'm shocked, I say. Well, and it's weird because I don't get the vibe, I don't get the gist that Lex was one of those, like, cruel bosses.
Yeah, and it's not about that. It's just that his sister wanted Lex and couldn't have her, and couldn't have him. Like,
well, I said that because he was talking about how, like, employees should be seen or not seen, and stuff like that. And I was like, I don't know if that's Lex.
No, he seemed to treat them on a relatively equal footing, at least as much as he does anybody else, until he starts getting to a lot more evil kind of a place by, especially season 6, where he doesn't have time for anybody. He just yells at you till you get your
Lex
job done.
unconscious times 2.
Wow. Well, we got to play catch up. It's been 9 episodes and he hasn't gotten knocked out yet. So. But no, I guess there's the question of, and I mean, he's not really developed, so I guess there's the question of how much of this has to do with his feeling like his sister got the shaft, and how much of it is he doesn't like being quote unquote invisible himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's gonna be in the season 2 intro.
Does crypto wood burn better or longer? Crypto bacon.
Senior Sticks, what are you talking about, man? Crypto bacon? Hey, John, you don't have to read every comment if you don't want to. Like, no, any opportunity to say crypto bacon.
Yeah, I mean, I had to read that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Senior Sticks, I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun of you. I just don't understand what that means. Weakened by the flavor of bacon? Okay, so convenient unconsciousness, I guess we have to count along with Lex getting knocked out, even though it's the same one. And we had bullet
that
time.
paint looks really bad.
Yeah, it was rough. I was mentioning that earlier.
Did Krypton have cryptocurrency? Yes.
They had Krypton currency for sure. But right before that, she said, I don't think I've ever been in this room before. Wow, look how huge the moon is. Anybody else expecting E.T. to fly over it? Like, it's enormous.
I wish E.T. would fly over.
Listen to this song a lot. Pinky Ricky, people are starting to lose it, I see. Yeah, and it's not just us either, which is comforting somehow. I feel like this is almost stock footage here, John. Like, we've had this shot. Where he's in silhouette.
Yeah, like, I'm also pretty sure it's not what he was wearing.
Yeah! Maybe it is stock footage! Because we had that... I would have noticed that if we weren't binge-watching this, but he's sitting next to his telescope, brooding. We've had that shot! Where was it? Was it, like, right after the pilot?
I feel like, yeah, because, like, that did not look like what he was wearing.
Because remember, I pointed it out and said that's been a poster before.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm conflicted on this one.
I'm not.
There's things I like.
I'm not. I'll go for
but
I'll
I'm
go for
gonna
red.
have to give it a red.
Yep. That was not the best. And that's got me still really rethinking Metamorphosis, but I can't change it now. That was a choice we made in the moment.
I needed to go down. That Captain Logan gave up. I'm feeling it to Metamorphosis.
Okay, guys, we are going to take a break now. John, do you want to take a longer break for breakfast, or do you want to give it a couple more before we do that?
I can give it a couple more before we do breakfast.
Oh, can I? Okay. Yeah, no, that's
I
fine.
mean, if you need food, I'm more than happy to do it now.
No, I'm okay. I'll just get a little snack, because my wife's going to get up after a while and was going to make me breakfast, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to hold out, but I will. It'll be all right. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to move over to another stream now, because YouTube won't let you save over 12 hours, and we're already past 9, and hopefully this won't be much more past 20 hours, but the rate we're going, I can't be sure how close to 24 we're going to get. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and set up the other stream and give it a couple minutes. That'll pop up, and we'll see you in 5 minutes after that. I'll go ahead and get the stream going, and we'll pop back in just a few minutes.
See you guys in a bit.